What's up, you guys? It's artisanmc. He is now embarked on a hero's journey. Apologies, I did start this late. I didn't even realize that I was sitting right here at the computer and tried to start it up, and StreamYards was not loading for some reason. The internet was running fine because I'm running another screen, but StreamYards was not running, talking about there was a problem with the internet. It's like, no, it's not. Fuck place. Anyway. And now I'm trying to decide what to delete because I made something that I want to use and I have to delete something. And I am a hoarder for things that I like, so it's hard to find something I want to delete because I pushed the boundaries. I'm trying to hold on to everything. And I cannot decide. So, like, share, subscribe, support stream if you feel so inclined. What's up to Trust? Early bird in the building. You beat Malika. How did that happen? She said, happy Sunday, artisan. Happy Sunday to you too, Trust. Shout out to Rainfire. He said, hey, artisan in chat. What's good, Rainfire? And shout out Studio. What's good, Studio? And then that means I got one ninja. I got one ninja watcher. You want to peek but not speak. Okay. Donate. So, still haven't figured out why the last video blew up so big since we were just bullshitting and talking. I'm guessing it was about Marvel Rivals more so than anything. But otherwise, this is the hero's journey. And we have conversations about all kind of stuff when it happens. And I know some people get in their feelings about that. It's always the diminishment movement out there. But I can tell you in the last week, I was having some interesting thoughts, and it wasn't about geekdom necessarily at all. This what's happening in our country right now has been more than a bit interesting. I have to say that it's been more than a bit interesting, and a lot of people getting the wool ripped off their eyes about how this government was not taking care of all of its citizens and actually playing a lot of favoritism on the citizens that they have. The last one being that Angry Man reported on this yesterday, or I think it was Friday, about Trump going down to North Carolina and those people who were living in tents and whatnot, and J.D. Vance and Trump heading down there and putting them people up in empty apartment buildings that were fully furnished. I'm like, damn. Why wasn't that happening a while ago? Like, these people that just left office look so criminal. Look so criminal and so bad. And it's not news to anybody who wasn't drinking the Kool-Aid and just thinking they was the best thing since you found your first nut. It's not. They weren't. And we all knew it. But the true believers are the ones who are having the fits, and as the young folks say nowadays, the crash outs about all of this shit. Well, this dude has come in there and got more done in a week than these motherfuckers was doing in 4 years. That is absolutely embarrassing. Do you understand me? Embarrassing. How does your first day on the job after you leave it, people did more work than you in the 4 years you was there? Giving aid to, the citizens, the tax-paying people, what they would seem apparently, or they would think apparently, is the rabble. This ain't King's Landing. This ain't Game of Thrones. You are not a king. This is the populace. The people who voted for you to put your ass there. You don't want to help them? because they might not have voted for you. So fucking what? That's the job. That is the job. In America, everybody has the right to their opinion and they have the right to vote however the hell they feel like voting. You don't get the right to be mad about it. Well, let me take that back. You do have the right to be mad about it, but you don't have the right to govern them any differently. That's the beauty of it. Because if you govern any differently, if they had an R on their name or they didn't vote for you, that makes you discriminatory. And that's illegal, especially in the federal government. But for the last 4 years, this was the argument I was having with my family, who was, been on the Democratic barge for a long time and don't want to hear anything outside of like, but what about this thing right here? Oh no, you just sound like a Trumper. Man, I don't care about no damn Trump. I'm an independent. I look at both of y'all with the skeptical eye. If you ain't talking turkey to me, I don't give a fuck what you're talking about. Plain and simple. But what I see your cat is doing is foul. What I see y'all putting forward is garbage. That is not a good candidate. You ain't had a good one in a while. You can't see that? I don't have to be a Republican to tell you that shit, do I? But you don't want to hear it because it's a dissenting opinion. And that's all I saw for 4 years. Dissenting opinions being shut down. Being shut down. And look, I got into this with my director at work about if I was a libertarian or not like that. I have some libertarian principles. But one of the things I always hold to, especially in this country when it comes down to politics, look, you got the right to vote however the fuck they want to, and it ain't none of your damn business, actually. If I can't ask you your sexuality, you damn sure can't ask me who I voted for. None of your fucking business. It's not. It's not up for public debate. It's a secret ballot, if I remember correctly, because I actually went to my government classes. Secret ballot. So I don't have to tell you shit. And going through the rolls to see how people voted and stuff like that. So I'm going to blast them on the internet. They voted this way. None of your goddamn business. Why do you care so fucking much? They got an R next to their name. They got to get the hell out of here. Look, man. What I saw in 4 years, in the year or so before Trump left office, was a lot of stifling of people with dissenting opinions. Namely, the most egregious one to me being the president of the United States at that time being banned off of Twitter. I'm like, how the hell do you do that? That is the president. Even when he was a former president. Is that even legal? Are you kidding me? Because you didn't like what he had to say or you use Twitter too much. So fucking what? There's a lot of people use Twitter too goddamn much. That say some absolutely reprehensible shit. But you just gonna ban them off the platform? YouTube was following suit too. This was some totalitarian shit to me. That's how I see it. Because if you ain't got the right to speak in a country that's supposed to be built on the freedom of you to speak, who is putting the gag over your mouth? Now, I'm a firm believer. Ice-T said this way back in the 90s in his book, The Ice-T Opinion. There is freedom of speech. Just watch what you say. I do believe that. There is freedom of speech. You can say anything you want to, but understand what you say has repercussions. And some of the repercussions ain't we get to shut you up. You standing in court and a judge is deciding to sentence your ass to life in prison or setting you free, you can tell the judge to go fuck themselves. You can. You have the freedom to say all that kind of shit. You do. But saying certain things probably wouldn't go in your favor. You know that, right? Wouldn't be the smart move, especially if he ain't got the verdict yet. Once you get the verdict, say whatever the fuck you want to. Won't matter. Beforehand, you might want to, execute some decorum in that situation and some common sense. So, for 4 years, I've been watching people get shut down who had a dissenting opinion and just raising the question about what this damn government was doing and not doing. And we've watched as the populace and taxpayers have our money shipped off to people we didn't give a good goddamn about at all. Like, why are you, what? How much? We could have used that, god damn it. No. They're sitting there trying to buy off other countries to back them in these little proxy engagements. The shit that ain't even our business. Not even our business. Some things that I saw that I was like, that's us in there messing around with them people. That's us. I guess we'll have to wait 20 years or so to find out that it was us. Maybe not 20 years nowadays because we got the internet and people use as they pastime leaking shit, sensitive shit as quickly as they can. But be that as it may, I know goddamn well that was us involved in that shit. That's why we send them money and prop them up. Look, man, you can't be the greatest evil on the planet and also the biggest benefactor of the biggest supporter of paying people to become, these hellholes. Come on. Not Jerry Lewis, okay? That motherfucker dead, as far as I know. Yeah, egregious shit at that. Look, man, Malika, you've seen some of these reports the same way I have. There are regular people on the internet, Twitter, YouTube, what have you, who have said some absolutely egregious and horrendous things about people, about black men, about the country, about elected officials and everything else. And they still there. Ain't nothing been put over their mouth one time. Not once. This motherfucker pop up, an ex-president, mind you, and tell you that this is not right. They don't know what the hell they're doing up there. No, we need to cut him off. Yeah, he needs to get banned because we can do that. Huh? No, he got the right to say whatever the hell he wants to too. You know that, right? So this last week since the inauguration has been not eye-opening for any of us who actually look at things with a critical eye. It hasn't been eye-opening for us. All that we've seen is confirmation of what we already knew. And seeing these late bus motherfuckers show like, what? I don't know anything about that. I can't believe that. I think he's making it up. Oh, what is it? Fake news? I don't have to like Trump. Personally, I don't have to like Trump to understand the things that he's doing are good for people. And I don't have to be a Republican and say, bravo, motherfucker. Brav the fuck oh. Thank you. Do more of that shit. I'm only mad that for one of them, what up, AL? I'm past the point of being able to reap the benefits of that shit. Because that child support shit, that reform he put in there, I have been saying that since I was paying child support. It never made any goddamn sense to me. Never. It never made any sense to me that I can get money taken out of my paycheck that I'm working for that's already taxed. I'm getting money taken out of that shit every week at this point where I was working construction. I'm getting money, hundreds of dollars just gone, yoinked every week. Sent to another house. Right? Part of my duty. I'm not bitching about that shit. I was bitching about the fact that they was just taking the shit, right? That's the part that bothered me. But by the end of the year, all that money that has been taken, I don't get any benefit for it. It doesn't get deducted off my taxes, even though it's part of my earned income. No, I don't get shit for that. You know who gets the benefit of that? Her, the mama. She get to get more money on top of that. I'm like, what the fuck is that about? Bullshit. That should be something I could deduct off my taxes. Should be. Because in essence, at that rate, I'm the one supporting this fucking kid. She ain't. I don't give a fuck how long she stayed there. Look, if I put a car in your garage and I pay the bill every month for that car, it don't matter that it's sitting in your goddamn garage. You're not paying for it. I am. And since I'm the one paying for it, I should get a deduction for that. I should be able to take that off my taxes, or your bitch ass, if I'm just giving you the money to pay for that car, that's income for you. You need to be getting taxed. You need to pay your taxes on that shit. No benefit for you. No. The benefit should be to me. And I think what really opened people's eyes about that shit was COVID and them stimulus checks. I told y'all, when COVID came around and everybody was talking about stimulus money and shit like that, I saw none of that. I saw none of it. Because the loophole the Democrats put in there was that if you on child support, you don't get no stimulus money. Well, at the time, my child is what, 27, 28? And they had me with some rear shit because this woman was able to work the system and jump counties and claim in 2 separate counties. So I thought I was done paying, and then they sent me a bill. Yeah, you owe in this county. Because, you know, she was getting services and didn't tell you. Don't fucking matter. You got to pay us back because we gave her money. So now I'm paying for a kid who ain't lived with this woman in over damn near 18 years. 10 years, excuse me. Over 10 years. And I'm paying back a whole nother county for services I never got and didn't know shit about. So because of that, when that whole COVID and everybody shut down and nobody making any money, you supposed to stay your ass in the house? Yeah, I didn't get no stimulus money, nigga. I didn't see one check. Not a one. And I was unemployed at the time. I had to hustle up a job. Which is why I went to being a laborer on a construction site during COVID instead of being a carpenter and pulling a top wage on a construction site, because a motherfucker got to work. Got to fucking work. There is no help coming for you, nigga. So you mean to tell me this heifer who ain't got that child in their house at all, if they was even sending any money to her, in a county that she ain't lived in forever, is in my fucking pocket and getting my stimulus money too? I didn't see a dime. Not a dime of stimulus. And I thought that was just the most ridiculous thing, not just for my situation, but for anybody in a situation that, okay, the trifling mother is not working. The man is not working. The kids obviously ain't working. But what he needs to sustain himself is going to go to her. So this woman is in the house getting 2 checks? She getting 2 stimulus checks? And if she got multiple kids by multiple baby daddies on child support, she is getting like 3 and 4 checks? Oh, hell no, man. Talk about a racket. Venus and Serena couldn't serve that shit back on that kind of court. Oh, no. Oh, no. That is a scam. Flat out. That is a whole fucking scam. So the men are destitute and the woman is collecting 4 and 5 checks. 1 for her and 3 for the kids? For being a loose womb? A shooting gallery where no one misses? Oh, get the fuck out of here, boy. That's criminal. So hearing Trump go in on that child support stuff and putting stuff in there like that, like, yeah, you got that man on child support. Well, you don't get no benefit for that. No, you don't. Good. You shouldn't. You should be taxed on that shit. That's income, as far as I'm concerned. It's income. And at the amount that some of these dudes get hit for, I've known people who worked the job that I work who was only having to pay like $100 for 4 kids. 4 kids. Latino dude. Youngster. Why did he only have to pay $100 for 4 kids? Because he was still banging that bitch out and going to jail every once in a while. So I guess she was afraid. So when they went down to child services or whatever, and he got hit for child support, the motherfucker was in jail at the time. He wasn't making no money. Oh, that math worked out shitty in her perspective. Yeah. 4 kids, $100. That's what it worked out to. He got out. He got a good job. He getting paid about $20, $25 an hour. She ain't going back to try to, oh, he making more money. Can I get a reassessment? No. You're going to keep dicking you down and cheating on you and paying this $100 for them fucking kids. They're still taking care of because he's still in the house with them. But motherfuckers like me and over, yeah, I was paying new car payment money for one nut, one time. Like $535 a month. Which means about $250 of that was coming out every 2 weeks. The only benefit to that shit was working construction and actually getting paid weekly. That was it. But don't be out of work for no time, because they quick to try to say you in arrears. And they don't give a fuck about you not having no job. They don't care shit about that. They love that. It's like a credit card company. Love when you don't pay your fucking bill because they can charge you all that interest. And that's all it was. That's why I've always called it punishment money. It's not child support. It's punishment money. It's punishment for you not being with that chick. And her way of being able to get back at your ass and stifle your financial growth through the court system because she knows she can get it without a sweat. And what you see for more of these cases that go forward, it ain't even really got to be your kid, nigga. All she got to do is say it was. And you know who gonna help her? Everybody at that damn department. You know, the family court. Yeah, everybody in there is gonna help her craft her lie and push it through so it can get done. Because it's all about the kids. It ain't about the fucking kids. Where do they draw their check from? The motherfuckers paying. I talked to my son's mother one time, and she was complaining about she had never saw any money from me. And I'm like, I don't know why you haven't. They've been taking that shit. They've been taking that shit every month. I see it gone every month. Tax returns, everything. They've been taking it. I don't never look for money from the government. Never. Because I don't expect to see it. It has been trained over enough years that I ain't seeing shit back from them for nothing. It don't matter what I'm getting taxed. They're going to find, especially in California, they're going to find some kind of way to keep that shit and figure out how you owe them more. But having a conversation with her, she said she wasn't seeing none of that shit. She could have been lying. She could have been. But the only thing I know that black chicks really do get pissed off about is not getting no money. So it could have been genuine too. She wasn't trying to get more. She was saying she wasn't getting any. It was heated because apparently catching a nut is something that, you know, is an accomplishment. You should be paid for that. It wasn't nothing that y'all, was liked each other, was passionate for a hot minute or nothing like that. No, it ain't nothing like that. This is something that was supposed to be paying me, motherfucker. And it don't matter if you ain't never touched me again in over 20 something years. It don't matter. I still need to be getting paid for that because that was a hardship. That was a burden on my part to let you shoot up the club. It's a racket, nigga. It's a racket. It's a racket. So I'll let people argue with me about child support and who pays and who doesn't. And the main question I ask you, have you ever paid it? You ever been on it? Do you know how that shit works? Because at least for California, I know the equation. I know why they keep your kid from you a lot. It is a lead ball, to bring it back to something I put on my community tab. What did Berthold put on his legs to slow him down? Ball and chain on both legs. If you ever seen the movie The Baron Munchausen, Berthold was a speedster. And to slow him down so he can walk with everybody else, he had a ball and chain on both legs. And when he wanted to run fast, he unshackled himself from that ball and chain. And then that motherfucker got the hell out of there. Quick like the Flash. That's what child support and a chick catching a nut from you is. That's what that shit is. Now, the analogy I used for my son when he was old enough to understand fucking English and talk back was, you are a fast moving car. Don't let nobody hook their fucking trailer to your ass. Because that's what they'll be doing. And the people that'll be doing that is a woman who ain't had no plans for the future except some dude dragging them through life. And them the ones that always think they need to be getting paid. They ain't got a plan for themselves to get paid. That don't involve, this man gonna fuck me and get me pregnant, and he gonna have to pay me. Then I'm gonna go find another one. Rinse and repeat. That's what that is. So, seeing a president, doesn't even have to be Trump. Seeing a president come in and address that kind of shit and clean that up, yes. Told y'all before, if I ever ran for politics, my platform would have been family court reform. That's what it would have been. Because that was the only thing that was really, really bothering me. Seeing men ruined. The main people they want to pay is the main ones they ruin and hobbling, so they can't make no goddamn money. What fucking point is it to take a man's license who's on child support when the only way he's going to pay you is if he can drive to a goddamn job? Make that make sense. Oh, the job ain't going to hire you because, your license is suspended. Well, how do you think I'm going to get it back? Fucking somebody that works at DMV? No. Talking to a man. He going to go out and try to earn his money. Not find a way to finesse somebody into giving it to him on the slide. Makes no sense. They do everything to make sure you can't get that shit. Everything. I never met so much resistance with it until it was coming to paying it off. That's when I got the most fucking resistance. And then cutting it off, they had a lot of resistance. And the problem was, even if you had to do like I had to do, which is go to court and actually try to fight against the family court department about their records being off, who are you fighting against? And who are you getting records from? Them. They never want to send them. lost in the mail, don't have your address or some bullshit. And then you sit in court against them with information they're supposed to provide. Think they provided it? Yeah, everything that claims it backs up their story, even though you got a stack of documents that show, nope, they've been getting this every month. Well, maybe your employer didn't pay. Motherfucker, it says it on my stub. Child support. Bam. How much is the total for the year end? Don't tell me you ain't got that money. Somebody got my fucking money, and I know I don't. That shit has been automatic from day one. Before they even proved I was a father or anything, that shit was automatic. And that was the first thing I found the most egregious outside of having that shit claimed on me after 5 years. The fact that they never even wanted to verify it before they started taking money. They didn't give a shit. They didn't give a shit. They just want somebody paying. It don't matter if it's your kid or not. They don't give a fuck. And the less you see that motherfucker, the better, because it drives up the price. That means it's incentivized for that woman not to have you seeing your kid. And it's incentivized for her not to have a good job. Because it pays her more the less she makes. The less you see that kid and the less she makes versus how much you make. Yeah, have a good job. Oh, please do. What? You trying to be a top earner? Oh, make 6 figures? Yes, please do. So this bitch can sit on her ass and collect, excuse me, thousands of dollars a month for you, busting one time in the bathroom or in the club or some shit. Or she pull a Drake and fish it out the garbage can and just turkey base that shit one time. Much you make 6 figures? That's awesome. I need $25,000 a month because it's hard to take care of these kids. Bitch, what? Huh? I've heard people paying some outrageous amounts. Outrageous amounts. Which all it does is it feeds into the mind state that you don't need to make more money. You really don't want to. Why? Because somebody's going to be taking it off of you. You somebody else's workhorse. Not for you. For somebody else. You ain't fucking. You ain't seeing. They ain't saying nothing nice about you. They ain't saying nothing nice to you. Play games with you the whole time. Maybe your kid is around. Maybe you ain't. You can't see it. Don't want to hold to anything. You getting the shit end of the stick all the way around. And that's what you're paying. They don't respect for that shit. They just laugh. I remember leaving the courthouse when me and my son's mother went for, I think it was it was an increase is what it was. She tried to get an increase. And she was real clever about that shit because trifling bitches talk. And she quit her job that she had for like 3 months. She quit her job. And by this time, she had another kid. Not by me. Some other dude. And she went to court and gave him that I'm a single mother with 2 kids bullshit, no job. And I'm working and had been recently married and just had a baby. Oh, yeah, nigga, they went for me. They went for my nuts. She left that courthouse. I remember this clearly. Walking down the courthouse steps in Martinez, her with her friend, cackling. Looking back at me, have a good day. Fuck you, bitch. Some vengeful shit because I had a child. And had a woman that she didn't like at the time. Oh, they friendly as fuck nowadays. Vengeful as fuck. Mind you, this is me having my lady, my fiance, having my daughter, having our first place together and stuff like that. She went for my nuts. because it was having something she didn't have at the time, and she hated that shit. So she tried to fuck it up. So I asked my ex-wife at the time, I don't know how you can be friends with somebody who tried to fuck your whole life up, hobbled your man so you couldn't have what you wanted to have. So much so they was trying to pull money out of your ass too. But you can be friends with that bitch. I don't get it. But whatever, women do what the fuck they do. They do what the hell they do. And the only thing I understand from that experience, what women can band together on, is fucking over a man. That's the only thing they will band together on. No matter what their ideological beliefs are, how much they don't like the chick they talking to. If it's about fucking over a dude that they know, oh yeah, they on board. All aboard. Let's get it. He should pay. Shout out to the Beastly Nerd. He said, or he needs to leave the country for work and you take his passport. So now you're interfering with his income. You can't leave. They barely want you to leave the state. You are a plantation buck. Don't drive. If you in a place in the outskirts and you need to find a better job, meaning that pays more, which means you need to go towards the bigger city, but we're taking your license, nigga. You can't drive there. You better figure out a way to get there. But there ain't no public transportation out that far. Too fucking bad. Well, that means I'm gonna have to work 3 and 4 jobs. Well, you're gonna have to work 3 or 4 jobs, and we taking out all of those. The same amount? Yes. Why the fuck would you take the same amount? God damn. Dude, it's totally disrespectful. Totally disrespectful. So shout out to Beastly Nerd. Thank you for supporting the stream. The first supporter of the stream today, as far as I know. Because I'm in my flow. So I appreciate you, Beastly. We'll give you. Right.
Oh, yo, I'm doing all right. Yes, sir. I get an attitude when my money ain't right. The team don't want to see me rich. I bet they all back down when they hear the click. Oh, yo,
Ryan Fire Design said child support is like pimping, getting 60% cut off the top from his girls. Disrespectful. Yeah, that's exactly what it's like. I've said it for a while. It's legalized extortion. It's legalized extortion. That's the last story on child support, and I'll move on to something else. But I remember being in court. I went down to the family court. And I was there just talking to him because I was trying to see about a reduction because it was kind of dry. Construction was kind of dry. It's like 2008, right? And I'm going there trying to get a reduction. Mind you, I just told y'all what I was paying, $535 a month. When you are unemployed, you got rent to pay, you got food to eat, you got a fucking family. Carpenter money at that time, 2000 or something, maybe a week. Maybe a week, it was like $700-800 a week. Right? Your rent is getting up there about $1,000, $1,200, right? Now your money would have been bigger, but they already took, your taxes and your child support out of that because child support is never taxed. It comes out with tax, right? You want to get a reduction for a short time because you're out of work. Money is lower. It's a lot lower. You're getting a lot less, right? Maybe you're only getting $500 something a week, max. I'm sitting down there in that courthouse waiting to talk to this person, and it's just an office full of women. You look behind the glass, and there's rows of desks, and it's all fucking women in there. And I'm sitting there waiting, and this woman is out. It's come out from behind the security blockade and shit like that, and come to talk to this man that's out there, this brother. It's an older brother, and he's out there for the same shit I'm there for. And he's talking to her, telling her, "Look, I'm out of work. You guys took my license and all the rest of the stuff, and I need this reduced for a little while. You know, I think the kids were with him, or one of them was with him, and the kid, she had two other kids and some other dude, some bullshit, right? And that woman was like, no, we can't do this. It's like, why not? I just need like 3 months so I can get it straight. No, we can't break it down because there's no guarantee you'll go back up. They don't never want to drop that shit. Never. Mind you, they're not talking to a judge or anybody. It's just her. This is just a caseworker. No. Now, I don't know all the details of the man's account, but that man is out there about to break down. He was losing it. Like, what? I'm telling you right now, I cannot pay this right now. Can you just reduce it? He didn't say stop it. He said reduce it. He'll make it up. No. That shit was heartbreaking. After that, I stopped going down there. I'm serious. After that, I stopped going down there. I never wanted to go back down there for shit. That shit was fucking heartbreaking, dude. That was breaking my heart listening to that dude tell her what the hell was going on. And I'm looking at this man and I'm like, he's not lying. He's not lying. This is really what's going on with him. That woman was like, fuck that. Fuck you, pay me. Like Joe Pesci. She didn't give a fuck. Or excuse me, Ray Liotta. What up, AL? Big rigging in here.
What's good, my friend? Long time no see. You know I love you and I love the work you do. And I know this is not a subject that you normally talk about. And I know you was off of it. But
yeah, that's good.
So that same situation that happened to you trying to go get it reduced, I decided, you know what? I'm gonna go and do the right thing. Let me walk up in here and see what I can do. I wasn't on child support for child support. I was on support for the insurance factor. Okay. Because both of us had jobs. She knew I gave her a deputy March threat. This is what she put me on it. She didn't put me on it, but at the time, the state had passed a new law where, all right, both parents have to have insurance on your kid, no matter what. A woman has to have insurance on your kid. And she went a couple, she wasn't paying, she couldn't pay. And instead of calling me and saying, hey, I can't pay for a few months because I'm in between jobs, she went and signed up for the shit. Or she said the state signed up. I don't believe a word she said. So I'm looking up. I get a letter one day from them. Oh, you're $198,000 in the rear on insurance, not child support, insurance. I was like, fuck you, man. You got me effed up. So at the time, I was with this girl I was with who kept trying to go on and do the right thing, go on and do the right thing, go on and see, go there and there, talk to him and see what she can do. I do just like you, being the stew head that I was. I walked in there, like you said, boy, verbatim, nothing but women in there, nothing but women. I walk in there, hey, can I talk to somebody? Oh, can we get your name? And why do you want all that first? So we can pull up and see.
Pull up your case.
Man, as soon as she started talking, deal with you. As soon as that lady started talking crazy and greasy and asking for shit, not listening to me, I knew exactly what time she was on. Because I'm in Texas, and I know what you're going through in California. It's 10 times worse down here. 10 times. Do you know what I did? A bow face, walked in. Where you at? You talking to my back. I walked back to the car. She was like, what happened? I said the same thing I told you was going to happen. You wanted me to walk into a den of snakes full of women who 3/4 of them women who in there working already on child support. So you think they go defend a man and look out for a man? No, they're on the propaganda ass bullshit tip as in women. Oh, I'm gonna defend the rights of her. Man, this case ain't got nothing to do with your case and your trifling kids and your trifling man. Hey, I'm trying to get some relief in some situations dealt with for me. But no, you come in straight with the attitude, everlasting resting bitch face look like, oh, we got one. Well, if you walk in here, we're gonna try to just devo you and doing what we want, what we say. Sir, if you walk away, I'm walking away. I'm not listening to nothing you got to say. Walk out.
Okay, couple of things on what you said. Yes, it's actually worse in California because we make a little bit more money, and they really be trying to go hard on you. Yes, it's a den of snakes. I'm like, you can't be a criminal working for the police department. I don't think you should be able to be on child support working in a family court.
Hello.
I don't think you should be working in there because you're automatically biased. You saying she was talking greasy to you in the South when they supposed to be polite? Don't think they wasn't looking down their nose at a motherfucker in California when you roll in there like.
Oh, I know they was.
Oh, really? And you've got a wife too and another child. Oh no, nigga, you got to pay. We ain't reducing shit. Might as well left there. Might as well left before you got to the building.
It was like you insulted them by moving on and creating a new life for yourself. You insulted them with who you ain't never had courtesy with, laid down with, had a cup of coffee, with nothing. I'm like, oh, you know what? So y'all just
they executing on their own behalf. It's like having a therapist who's been divorced try to teach you how to keep your marriage. That ain't gonna work. Never. Obviously, they didn't know how to do this shit. So no, no, you getting the wrong information. Don't be dealing with them. But the other thing was that insurance thing. When I got hit from the county, from the separate county, that's what it was. It wasn't insurance necessarily. It was because she had, while she was doing that other shit, she was off work and she was taking services from the county. So when I was like, okay, my son is about to hit 18, I'm about to be done with this shit. That's how they got me for another 10 years.
10?
More than 10 years because it didn't stop damn there till he was 30. I was on here when I was streaming, when I was getting them checks from the motherfuckers, and they was sending me money back. Like, stop sending it here. Take this, that money. It's like, I don't even believe this is a real check. I don't even believe it's real money. It's funny to me to see y'all send me money back every month. That's kind of fun for a while. I'm just not even cash this bitch. I'm gonna look at it because I'm impressed. But that's what it was. All them services, like, oh yeah, you done here? Well, what? Hold up, you ain't done because. You know, Coco over here got something for you. Yeah, this is a bill, man. You owe us for all this time. Nigga, I ain't did this. She was going in there and she was putting my name on that shit.
Well,
all kind of other shit. When I'm already carrying medical on the kid. Because California, it wasn't 50-50. I had to carry the medical on him, which means I had to have a job good enough to carry medical that they was also pinching out of. I'm like, get the fuck out of here, dude. She claimed all that shit and then stuck me with the bill, and they wanted it paid back by me, not by her. I didn't even use the goddamn service. Didn't even know about them. Don't matter.
But the minute Trump comes out this week and says what he says and what he's gonna do, this and that. Oh, they streaming left and right. I'm looking at all these. It's just not right. It's just not right.
Yeah, it is. It's way fucking right. It's way fucking right.
What can I not be able to fall for the kid, bitch? Because he paid into it all year long.
All year long.
And that's the shit that got me the first time I found out this shit. You mean to tell me you go text me on my money, take my money, and at the end of the year I can't file, I have to go plead.
You can't even claim it. You can't even claim it. You can't even claim the kid.
That's why
it didn't change it for a while until a point where we went back to court another time. And the judge that I had was trying to fix that shit. There was new laws and the judge was trying to fix it. It's like, no, receiving parent should be picking up. At this point, it's been years. I've been the only one picking up and dropping off for years, burning gas money, everything, even when this bitch moved 80 miles away. I'm paying for this shit, right? Now the judge is like, nope, receiving parent has to pick up. That's not right. You shouldn't be doing that. And you shouldn't be able for all this time to be the only one claiming this child on your taxes. I never claimed my son. After that point, it was like the last 6 years or so before he hit 18. Yeah, y'all got to alternate. Yeah, even years you get it, odd years she get it. So now you got to alternate who gets the claim. I was like, well, wow, that took fucking forever. So hearing Trump talking about, yeah, you can file that for your taxes. Hell yeah. Absolutely right. Thank you. What, was he listening to my private conversations? Holy shit. That was decades in the making. That should have been obvious right off the bat.
No, that was your boy Vance, the vice president, whispering in his ear, talking about, look, man, This has been teetotally wrong for decades, and we go change this. And he was
Yeah.
like, you right. I ain't never been through it, but you right. I said, man, think about it. What if Melania, he probably told, what if Melania would have divorced you and started proceedings and this, that, and the third? He started thinking about it. He was like, oh, no, I don't like nothing like that. Well, think about every man that's done went through that.
Shit, I'm sure he remembered that shit from dealing with Ivana Trump. That's with his first kids. I'm sure he did. I'm sure Trump know how that shit worked down because, dude, that whole situation, the divorce, the child support, the spousal support, that all of that is a fucking racket. All of it is a racket.
Money generating revenue racket it is off the rips.
Dude, I saw nothing. Most people that I know of, a lot of people that I know of, a lot of women who own houses and got kids. The only reason they got that house because they divorced the man who bought it.
Yep, absolutely.
That's it. Oh, so he had the kids. You got the kids, so you got the man. You got the man to get you the house. Once you got the house, you feel like you're done with the man. You divorce him, keep the kids, keep the house, and find you some trifling dude that ain't got none of that. That's the game, right? So you can still be good and be hot girl. Oh man, fuck you. That's such bullshit. And now he got to go buy him a new house, another house, if he can. If he didn't save up his whole life to get to that point, he got to go buy him another house, maybe find him another woman, maybe have some other kids. And if he has some other kids, you're gonna try to come back and fuck their money up too. Get the fuck out of here, man. This is a fucking scam. It's a scam. I'll tell you, man, watch your seed. The only thing you can actually do is keep your seed from being popping up anywhere in them. Get it in the face, but not in the bullseye. Nah, the club don't need to be shot up like that. You got to change that battery, man. That should drive me crazy. I'm gonna get Kevin Samuels on your ass. You ain't tall enough. Get a chair.
No, it ain't nothing about being tall enough. It's not my responsibility. I done that too many times. I check myself out from doing it.
It ain't my responsibility. Well, get on the motherfucker's ass what responsibility it is. Grease up your boot. Annoying.
I just wanted to come on and holler at you about that. I don't want to take up too much more of your time.
Oh, no worries. Hey, you good.
I truly feel your pain, brother. Trust me, I do. I know exactly where you're coming from. Man, keep up the good work. Keep doing what you're doing. Hey, how's the comic book game going for you? Still straight?
I closed that shop a few years ago. So that shop has been closed for about 2-3 years. It's been closed now. So as far as the comic book game of actually slanging them books, I don't do that shit no more. I haven't done it in a while. I mean, I've bought comics recently, but still ain't read the motherfuckers. They still here in the bag. It's a painful thing for me. It's a painful thing. That industry, how that industry is gone. That's why they had me ranting and raving last week. I think it was about Diamond filing for bankruptcy. Good. They deserve it for all the small shops that they fucked over. So don't think I'm gonna be crying for your asses. Fuck you. I guess all these smaller companies gonna have more business now. Good.
So. All right, I'm gonna get on out of here and get him back chat. But yeah, it was good hollering at you. I kept listening. I said, man, I got to show him some support. He is not the only one. It's a lot of us. I don't think
No, that's why I said it's a good thing that Trump did it. I wish it could have happened sooner so I could have capitalized on that, but it's good as happening for anybody behind me because I know one brother right now from the comic shop days. He was going through it with this chick that he had met in LA, and she was trying to run him through the ringer. She was trying to run his ass through the ringer about his daughter, and I was telling him some stuff to do to keep that shit from being as stressful on him as it was. And he worked in a hospital, so he got a pretty good job. She was trying to milk that nigga like a whole udder, man. She was trying to milk him. I'm like, this will help him. I know him personally. This will help him flat out. So good. It should, because she wasn't about shit. Wasn't about shit at all. I'm like, God damn, dude, they got to stop this. But appreciate you, AL, for coming up and sharing your knowledge. I know a lot of us older cats in here might have dealt with that shit. So Feel your pain, applaud your victories for you younger cats. Watch your seeds, man. Watch where you drop your seeds. That's the most important thing you can do for your life to continue on the trajectory that you want it to. Even if you ain't figured it all out yet, watch where you drop your seed, man. They cannot become mothers unless you drop a seed in them. Until then, it's just a bear trap. Might be a wet one, but it's a bear trap all the same. Leave it barren. Leave it barren. Because they ain't shit until you give them to them. You make mothers. They don't make fathers. Plain and simple. If you want to look at it that way. None of these shit's got no leverage without that. Other than that, they just motherfuckers bitching. Trust like, well, look, that's just the cold hard facts of that shit. I move in with his mom because his house was, bruh, rain fire. One of my favorite supervisors that I worked for in San Francisco. I've told the story about him before. He was like dad of the fucking year, dude. He's a supervisor with a big company doing big $1 billion jobs, right? And went all over the world with this company, right? So you're a company man. They move him, from job to job. He had just came back from doing a job in fucking Singapore to come do a job in San Francisco. House, wife, kids. He's scoutmaster and the son shit. They going on trips to fucking, where do they go? Alaska or some shit like that to go build an igloo, some bullshit. He father of the year type of shit, right? He doing everything with his kids, all that shit. On the job that we was on, that motherfucker ended up getting divorced. Now, at this time, I'm thinking Paul had to be about 40 something when I was hitting my 30s. He had to be about 40 something. This motherfucker would drink like a 64-ounce cup of coffee, smoke cigarettes back to back. Stressful job, right? He got divorced. That motherfucker had to move out of his house he bought. Wife didn't work. His boys stayed with his wife. He had to move in with his parents and put his bags back on as a regular carpenter to get out there on the job. That fucked him up that much. Now, if you don't understand what it means to actually work your ass off in the trade to get to a position of being a lead, being a foreman, to getting in with a company to where you are a supervisor, meaning supervising other foremans, other trades and shit like that on $1 billion jobs, what it means to go from that to putting your bags back on and getting your ass out there in the mud and the dirt and shit like that, swinging your hammer. You don't understand what a downgrade is. You got the skills, but that is a huge downgrade. To being 40-something years old and have to move back in with your parents, while the bitch who don't work got your house and your kids. That was heartbreaking. When you doing everything, you making the money, you spending the time with the kids, your work-life balance is ridiculous because you out there spinning plates. Yeah, I want something else. Huh? Dude on my job now, what is he, 56, 58 years old, just got divorced from his wife. She 55. She wants something better. Better than what? Better what? Who do you think you about to go out there and catch? You've been with this motherfucker for, oh my God. He had to leave his house and buy him a new house. Mm-mm. If you want out, you get out. Leave. Go find you another dude. But now her old wrinkled ass is gonna be out there trying to date or find some new dude and bring him over to the house that the guy paid for. Yeah, bump him on the furniture that he bought. The bed that y'all have shared for decades. And you'll be busting over for another motherfucker in that bed in that house under that roof. Man, I'm sorry. There's some shit that is just reprehensible. Reprehensible. I want to burn that fucking house down. Me personally, I would. Not saying I'd do it, but that's what I'd be thinking. This motherfucker need to go up and smoke. Fine, you want to start over? Start the fuck over from scratch. From scratch. It's my house. I paid for it. I bought it. I burnt it the fuck down. Too bad. Buy one of your own. Serious. Abhorrent. Absolutely, trust. I was laughing at this dude because he was saying it at work one day. He's saying in that work one day that he was going to get divorced because he was late. BGS, you'll love this. Salt of the earth. Yeah, salt of the earth. He was going to be late. He was late for granddaughter's, I think it was like Halloween show. Granddaughter is like, I don't even think she's fucking 5. She's like in kindergarten or some shit. He was stuck at work. So he didn't leave like he usually leaves, like right before 5 o'clock. He left at like 5:10 or some shit like that. Got back home. They left. The wife, daughter, granddaughter, they left. Didn't leave him the address or nothing to where the shit is. And he was stressing like, man, I'm going to get divorced because of this. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. You ain't about to get divorced because you showed up late. I was like, you home every day. This motherfucker is home like a child. Like mama said, you need to be home at 5:05 every day. And that motherfucker leaving a job with a bad hip like he running to get to the car to get home at 5:05. I'm like, that's a grown-ass man. That don't make no fucking sense in the world. So I'm being me. I'm bullshit with it. She ain't about to leave you for that shit. Look, you come home every day on time. One day, and she ain't gonna leave. She gonna leave you for that shit, man. Stop. You over dramatizing, man. Come to find out, that was not a dramatization. He was serious. That bitch is divorced from him now. I'm like, what? You were serious? Get the fuck out of here. Fuck her then. I'm serious. I told him that at the conference table in front of everybody, women included. And fuck her then. She gonna leave over some shit like that? Nah, fuck her. You better off then. And the other dudes at the table was laughing. Some of them are married. Some of them haven't been married. But the ones that haven't been married were laughing like he better off. Yeah, he better off. She gonna leave for some shit like that after all the time they've been together? The fuck she about to do at 55? Throw up her new Tinder profile? I can't wait to see that shit. The fuck she thinks she looking for and about to catch? About to catch nothing but nuts in the face. Goofy ass. You better off. Fuck her. And I told him flat out. I said, you know what you can go get yourself now? Old cat, little silver mane and shit like that. Cowboy. You can go get you a young chick, a young little lass with the cowboy boots and everything who just want to run her fingers through your little silver hair and top you off like you ain't never had before. Fuck her. You got your own house now too? Couple cars, good money? Yeah, fuck her, dude. Let her go. Let her be. She ain't going to be nothing but target practice for a hot minute. Mm-mm. No, she didn't. Nah, she didn't. And the trick of that shit, BGS, is I think she was an Asian woman. I think she was an Asian woman. If I remember the picture correctly. I think she was an Asian woman. But this motherfucker was so simpish after her. He couldn't make moves at work about his work, money, in business without clearing it with her. That was the joke of that shit. Everybody knew that. This motherfucker could not make a decision without her approving it. I'm like, who the fuck is this bitch? She ain't out here doing this stuff. Did she just run the money? Or what? 50%? Oh no. She's 75% off. She on clearance, BGS. She is on clearance before she go to the trash. Before we write it off as a loss. That's where her ass is. She has 70% off clearance. Last chance. 55? You ain't doing nothing but getting older. That ain't new cooch. That ain't new mouth. Ain't nothing on that shit brand new. That shit is criminal to me. That kind of shit is criminal. And it would be extra shocking if I had heard from a female friend of mine that I had when her parents got divorced after being together like 60-something years. I'm like, what? That don't even make no fucking sense. Oh, you just can't take it now? Like, get the fuck out of here. And these are women-initiated divorces. You done had all your kids. You done had 3 kids. You got all these grandchildren and shit. But now, up into your damn, 70s or something like that, now you getting divorced? Y'all about to check out in the next 5 years. What are you doing? Get the fuck out of here. I want better. I want a man to listen to me. The fuck you think you've been doing for 60 years? Oh my God, dude. That's insulting. That is insulting. I'm sorry. I have some barbarian ass ideas about how that shit should go down. Yeah, she is in the Smithsonian. She is. But it don't matter. Like y'all was talking about this week with watching Barry swagger his ass in there on the Boulevard of Broken Dreams by himself out to a presidential inauguration. It don't matter what level you at. That shit will happen. They got these motherfuckers gassed up. They don't give a shit about you one way or the other. It's always about benefit for them. So I told people when I got married and they wanted advice on being married, I was like, man, what's your secret to being married? Patience beyond patience. What? Patience beyond patience. You can't do it if you ain't courageous. Can't do it if you're a coward. If you're a coward, you'll never do it. And it's going to take patience beyond patience. I sat down with a couple at a club with my wife. And they were asking me, white chick, black dude, they're going to get married. And they're asking our secret. And it wasn't the wife's secret, it was my secret. So I told them that. And I said, take your partner's most irritating trait and stretch it out for 10 years. If you can't see yourself still dealing with that shit and just saying that that's just them, that's just how they are, and sloughing it off, then don't get married. Or don't get married. I told her it's not for you. Oh, are you telling me not to get married? I'm not telling you not to get married. It's on you, what you do. But I'm just saying that's what it'll be. Because dealing with something like that, it's going to take some patience beyond patience. Because you either think you're about to come in here and change them, or you're going to understand you're going to have to adapt to them. Some things you're going to bend on, some things you're going to say, no, we absolutely cannot do it this way. But it's going to be about the two of y'all. It ain't going to be about everybody else, your mama, your daddy, your sister, everybody who ain't been married and don't know him and ain't never sucked his dick, trying to tell you how you're supposed to be in a relationship with him. It ain't going to be about that. And likewise on his side. It's going to be the two of y'all. How y'all decide to work that shit out, because you don't make no books on this shit. Because everybody's relationship is different, because every person is different. The minute you try to start injecting somebody else's relationship advice into your situation with somebody that they didn't gain that advice from, you're fucking up. Because now you're not listening to your partner. You're listening to everybody else. about somebody they ain't never had no intimate relationship with. Fucked up. They went away and got some drinks somewhere else. Because white girl didn't like what I was telling her. Didn't. And from what I was seeing from the dude, he wasn't ready to be married anyway. She was forcing him into that shit. He was out there dancing, having a good time, looking at every chick other than his little fiance. He wasn't ready. He wasn't. And I know that shit. Wasn't ready. And forcing them ain't gonna make him ready. If he don't come to you and say, I want to marry you for real, it ain't time. Get over it. Enjoy being in the relationship. You can't force him to do that shit ever. Ever, ever, ever. Can't force him. Like they say, you can lead a horse to water. You can't make him drink. You'd have a better chance pushing his ass in the water than making him drink that shit if he ain't thirsty and don't want it. Same thing with marrying your ass. I did give good advice. I gave her actual practical advice on the side of, I'm on the other side of it now being married. And I'm understanding what it takes to be married. Because there's some shit that my wife did that I couldn't stand. Couldn't stand that shit. But in the context of how important is it? And is this who she is or is not? Like BGS will say, I couldn't change her paradigm. Like one of the things we'll laugh about was how she folded fucking towels. I could not get her to fold towels the way my mother taught me to fold towels. You know why? Because her mother taught her a different way of folding towels. And her mother worked in a fucking hotel. So all them years of having to learn how her mother did shit and getting her ass beat if she didn't do it correctly, I could not break that. Could not break that paradigm. She was not going to go there. That shit is forged in trauma. It's not happening. It's not happening. The same way her trying to get me to do shit the way her mother did was not happening. You know why? Because I got the same kind of trauma from my mama. I had too many smacks upside the head, nigga. Nope. I know this is the way to do it so you don't get beat. It's not happening. Now, we might clash over that shit because it don't make any sense to me. And I'm trying to point out the logic like, babe, can't fold them that way because the closet is only this big. If you fold them this way, they all fit and whatever. Yeah, she could agree with all that shit. It's not going to happen when she just autopiloting, folding towels and shit. It's not happening. Is it worth getting divorced over? No. Is it worth arguing about every fucking time? We did it twice, man. We don't need to do it a third time. It's just what the fuck it is. The towels are in there. What's the end result? The towels are in there. They either all fit or they don't fucking fit. We're going to have to move another shelf, whatever. Pick the hill you want to die on. That wasn't one. I wasn't dying on Towel Hill, okay? That wasn't me. Wasn't me. But that's the thing. That's a patience beyond patience thing. Like, just do it that way. And that was something I learned from watching older couples, and I'm talking decades, 30 years and shit like that together. They still the same people. And no, they don't agree on everything. They don't. They're still together because they agree on that part. The other shit is just something that's funny for you all to laugh at, watching them bitch about why he do things the way she do, and she's still trying to fuss at him about that shit because she's still trying to move the boulder. She's still trying to push the boulder. And he's still like, nah, I'm not rolling that way. You know this. Why you keep bugging me about it? That's part of how they get along, man. It's just how it is. Rainfire said, yeah, that trust, I don't think I put up with you kicking these leads after I raked them up for another 10 years. I'm out. It's like Lucy in the football. All right? Bitch, you keep pulling that football away, I'm going to kick you in the head. And that's Charlie Brown's problem. He never aimed for Lucy. He was always aiming for that football. He never aimed for Lucy's head. Just saying. I figured that shit out as a kid. Like, she pulled that shit one too many times. Why don't you just kick her in the head? Why don't you kick her football? It's a cartoon, so all that kind of weird shit can happen, and it's not considered, oh my God. If I can see Tom get set on fire and anvils dropped on people's head and shit, I can see Lucy get punted in the fucking side of the head for pulling the football away. Just saying. Aim for her hands. Bet she stopped doing that shit. So, yeah. It is what it is. It is what the hell it is. But that's just life. That's understanding people and understanding yourself and learning how to deal with people. Some things you fight over, some things you just whatever, man. Let me give you a pass on that shit. It's like child raising. There's some things you don't beat your kid over. So like, okay, some things can be handled with a conversation. Some things might need an ass whooping. Some things might be, you got to get the fuck out of here. There's levels. You have to figure out the levels, especially when it's dealing with people. That's everybody asking me shit while I'm on stream. I can't answer these questions right now. Can I answer these questions right now? So, for me, for my money, for what I've seen on this week in politics, it has been eye-opening. It has been some revelations for some people. And I have not seen anything I'm really upset about. I haven't. It seems like they're in there actually trying to do business for American people. Not just Democrats, not just Republicans, but for American people. And the first thing I clapped about was when they were talking about California fires and stopping all that aid they were sending somewhere else. Like, nope. No, hold that check, man. No, put a hold on that one. No, we got people here that need some help first. Thank you. I never understood that shit. That to me is I want to say it's some fucked up woman shit, but that's what it is to me. I've been around women who put on all these airs and want to help everybody else, and people in the house will be suffering. Fuck about you. We doing all this for everybody else outside. And my thinking has always been this. If you're not taking care of the people in the house, who gives a fuck what the people outside think? Why do they need $1 trillion of our money when we got people destitute right now? And not just talking about they just lost their homes. They lost their homes and their jobs. Now, I can get nitpicky on the Palisades for the simple fact of where it happened and the amount of money some of them people have around there, because the heartfelt story I watched on the news that they were really just trying to put out there was how this guy lost his whole home. And when he came back to look at his home, his vintage 1960 something Porsche was burned up in the garage. I'm like, oh, the hardship. Oh, look, you have this beautiful house overlooking the ocean, and your vintage Porsche in the garage was burnt up. Oh, my fucking God. My heart just breaks for you. Smallest violin in the world. Playing for your hardship. Fuck you. Some of that shit I can't really care about. I can't. That is not a broke ass area. They ain't talking about that shit ripped through South Central or some shit like that. Compton burnt down. The projects is burnt up. That ain't what they're talking about. That area is pretty valuable. Highway 1, Pacific Coast Highway. All the houses look over the ocean. You should not have taken a news crew to that house. Why don't you take your ass inland to some of those communities, neighborhoods, and talk to those people about what they lost and find out where they worked, if they business or whatever was in the area where they worked at, and that business is gone too. So now they don't have a job at all. And not only do they not have a job, they fucking employer don't have a job either because his business just burnt to the fucking ground in his house. Those are the people I need to be hearing stories from, not this motherfucker living on the Pacific Coast Highway. You can forget that shit. That is not ingratiating me. And sorry, but not sorry. I don't feel bad for celebrities either. I don't. You know why? Because they make millions of dollars directly to them. I can't find myself feeling bad. I can't. Told y'all before my view on celebrities. Whenever I see a celebrity fronting the cause to, oh, we need relief for this, can you raise money and say, why don't you cut us a check for all the times we supported your ass and say we good? How about that? How about it? You should cover that. You and your friends, why don't y'all all get together, pool your millions together, or your hundreds of thousands, and y'all write one check and cover it for all of us who supported all of y'all for all these years. Don't look at me asking for extra. I gave you extra. Just saying. Just saying. It can be fucked up. It can be fucked up. But I really feel some kind of way about millionaires asking me for money, or millionaires asking me to feel bad for them. Feel bad for what? You're a fucking millionaire. Do another movie. Build another house. I'm assuming all of y'all got insurance and had no problem paying it. So I'm really feel some kind of way about it. I'm supposed to feel sorry for y'all. I don't. I guess you'll live at one of your other houses. I guess you'll do another role and cash in another 20 mil, 5 mil for remembering some words and standing on your mark and smiling in the camera. And then you'll go back and build something else or buy something else. I like Ben Affleck. I heard his house burnt down. Well, if I remember my Ben Affleck news, he had just bought that house not too long ago. Because he, finished his last round with J-Lo and bought another house to get away from her. So I'm assuming he can buy another one. Can't feel bad. He'll be all right. You know what I'm not hearing? As much as I like Ben Affleck, I heard him saying he's going to step in and help rebuild anybody else's house. When he probably could. I don't know who MJ Moonlight is. Type it in the chat. What's up with you? I saw the picture though. Shout out to BLM that spends on 2 mansions in California. Just saying. I don't get it. I really don't. My heartfelt sentiment when I look at the tragedy that is for those people who are not millionaires, who are regular people living their damn lives, working in these establishments that these millionaires would actually go to. I don't give a shit about somebody's $200 million classic car. So what? Sorry, Joe Pesci. That sounds like a tragedy for you. But you know what? At that rate, you spent $2 million on a fucking car that you didn't drive. Buy another one. Buy another one. That's sorry. Maybe I'm too close to the dirt. Too close to being homeless to give a fuck about that. I worry about the people who are actually destitute. not the people who can bounce back from that shit in 10 minutes with a phone call and have all that shit taken care of. I went through that. We went through that up here in California when we had the Oakland Hills fire. And it was hard to feel bad for all those people up in the Oakland Hills because they all had like damn near $1 million homes. Even if you was house rich, the insurance on it would build you another home. You living in a wealthy area up on the hill looking down on everybody else. I think you got it covered. I think it'll be all right for you. Had that shit swept down the hill and got into all them regular ass homes and shit, yeah, them people would have been fucked. Because insurance would have been the first ones not trying to pay them for shit. What am I like to say? Charlie Brown couldn't walk away from Lucy and leave her alone because his low self-esteem was focused on looking for validation in her trust and letting him kick the football. He was trying to work with fucking Lucy ass. No matter how many times Lucy showed him her ass, he kept wanting to believe that this time she wouldn't do it. In that view, that's the abusive relationship. Charlie Brown didn't want to see the forest from the tree. That bitch was never going to let you kick that football. So you either stop trying to kick it or just kick her. Or you get somebody else to hold it. Just saying. But he kept trying to work with her, and she was not trying to work with him. She found a joy in watching him flip through the air and fall on his big ass head. She felt a sense of joy in that. That's why she couldn't stop doing this shit. It's her nature. She couldn't stop. Charlie Brown wasn't smarting up. I don't think it had anything to do with his self-esteem. He just didn't want to wise up. This is why I never am fazed by facades. What's beyond the surface? Exactly, trust. Same thing. That anything I see is a facade. I'm always looking behind it. That's why I always look deeper. I want to see what the rest of the iceberg look like. Fuck this tip. What's below the surface? Show me what's below the surface. I need to know. That's the part I want to get at. For that motherfucker flip on you, then actually show you how much is down there. How dark that shit is. What up, Elongo? What up, Detroit? I saw Moonlight in the back and he left. You can jump in the chat, man. Let me know your question. Super chat your question. So anyway, that was it. I think this last week has been more entertaining than not. I actually, dare I say, I know my mother would plug her ears if she heard this shit. I appreciate what Trump has been doing this week. And I still have to finish reading through the rest of these executive orders and shit like that he did. I can't see no foul balls in that shit. Looking like home runs to me. So if you're getting aid to people here who need it, bravo. Bravo. That's what you're supposed to be doing. That's what the president in that office is supposed to be doing. Yeah, you make our, alliances with other nations and keep those foreign relations good and shit like that. Yeah. You do. That's part of it. But the country got to be straight, man. We got to be straight first. Home first, outside next. If home is straight, you can get everything else straight. It's just like you as a person. If your internals is fucked up, I don't care how much you outside smiling, dancing, and putting on for everybody else. Man, get your mind right. Get your body right. And then tell me how you putting on for everybody else. If that shit ain't right, you can't be doing that good of a job outside. Can't be. Because you ain't got this and this straight. Can't. It's going to be dysfunctional as hell. All this airs and no actual work. Mm-mm. No. What up, Fracture? He said, white. You know what I thought of, JT? I hadn't talked to Chris. I don't think he's anywhere in the Palisades. I think he's more Santa Monica area, I think. But I hadn't talked to Chris. So if you've talked to Chris, let me know. No, he all right. Because that swath that I saw burn through that area of LA looked like a disaster movie. I didn't even believe it was real. I thought somebody had AI'd that shit. It's like, that can't be it. Is it? Is that it? Holy shit. It's going to be rough. It's going to be rough. If I was Charlie Brown, I would have kicked Lucy in the butt instead of the ball. Threw Peppermint Patty a dress, kicked her. Look, we ain't talking about abusing women, okay? Then invited both of them to my house. He was repressed. Charlie Brown was Charlie Brown is a metaphor for a dude being a glutton for punishment. Talk all the shit you want to, but apparently nobody's dug in Charles Schultz's ass to see why he was making them characters do that kind of shit. It was a reflection of the times he was living in. Just saying. Lucy is your feminist. Talking nice in your ear, but fucking you all the time. Chris is safe. He had to help evacuate Shell and her fiance, though. I thought Shell was back in New York. But this motherfucker be all over the place. Okay. Cool. Shout out to Chris. Chris from Fraction and his cousin Shell. Shell was cute, too. She got a whole fiance now? That's disappointing. She wasn't Chris's cousin. I would have tried to holler at her, but I don't do that shit. Can't mess with y'all family, with family members. I lost my best friend in junior high school behind that shit, fucking with his sister. I'll never do that shit again because of that. Lost my best friend. That's because he didn't like that I wanted to grab my girlfriend's titty. He didn't like that shit. I went about it kind of stupid, but I was young. But that's my fucking girlfriend. It ain't yours. What you upset for? So I'll mess with my friends' families. I don't. Not because I'm a fucked up dude. No, I just don't. I want y'all in the middle of that shit. And I want to keep the friendship more than I want to keep the girlfriend. What up, Dead Set? Charles Schulz began publishing the Peanuts in the 1950s. I wonder what he knew up there in St. Paul. Well, it came out in his artwork, right? If you analyze any artist's work, what they put out there is either their vision of the future, where they would like to see things go, or it's commentary on what is for them at that moment. And Peanuts, I think, was commentary on what he saw. Because even us saying it right now, joking about Lucy pulling a football away from him, why that's so fucked up to us, because our ideal is that a woman in Lucy's position would have held the football for Charlie Brown to be able to kick it. Just a version of that is that Lucy never let him kick the ball. She would always be there to hold it. She'd be talking to him and shit like that, but at the last minute, she'd pull that shit away. You ain't kicking shit. I'm going to watch you fall on your fucking head. Many times. Many times. What was the other dude's name? Was it Schultz, or whatever, the piano playing motherfuckers? The chick was always bothered with him hanging on his piano and shit like that. He ain't even interested. He into his art. He into his music. He trying to do that. She constantly trying to distract him. He focused. I think Linus. Yeah, Linus. Oh, Linus was the one with the fucking blanket. Schroeder. Thank you. Schroeder. I knew it was something with an SH. Jewish names. Yeah, Schroeder with his piano. Linus with his blanket. These are all commentaries on people. Because artists draw from the world that they're in at the time that they're in it. Linus and Lucy. Lucy was an asshole, and Linus was a man child. Sucking his thumb and holding his blanket. Boy, something was going on. What up, Rosie? I ain't seen Rosie in a minute. You good down there? I know you in the LA. Since Rosie popped up through here, I apologize. The last time you was ever on my stream, and my girl at the time was in there spazzing out because you donated to the stream. And she was, who was that bitch? You fucking her? It's like, I don't even know fucking Rosie like that. She way in LA. What the fuck are you talking about? My dick might be long, but it ain't that damn long. Holy shit. And sorry to hear about that, Rosie. Your house burnt. It's all good. I'm sure you had insurance. Damn, that's fucked up. Finally, somebody that I actually know was affected by that shit. Sorry to hear that. But if you good, good. Because I know you got your work situation straight. Oh, it's all good twice? Yeah. Man, we had a whole, you wouldn't even know, Rose. We had a whole fucking argument about that shit. Part of it was on stream because she was in the chat. And what she was doing was trying to outbid your ass. It's my crazy ex, dude. I was like, what the fuck? After that stream, I had to go in on her. I had to go in on her about that shit. Motherfucker, this is why you can't be on my streams and on my social media. You fucking up the church's money. Motherfucker donating to me. She ain't come here for that bullshit. Dumb. Insecure. But she's engaged now, so we'll see how that works. There's reasons why I know. Anyway. So, commentary. That peanut shit is commentary on actual people. Dilbert, commentary on actual people. If you know the story of the dude that created Dilbert, he worked for the phone company. So all those little funny ass work memes and stuff like that Dilbert would have, that's from actually working in the real world. That's where it comes from. Your best comedian right now that most people call the GOAT is Dave Chappelle. Why? Because Dave Chappelle does what one of my favorite comedians did. And he observes and commentates on life. And his observations are funny. I realized this when I was listening to Dave Chappelle. Somebody did a video talking about Dave Chappelle, and then that video went over to Drink Champs with Mos Def and Talib Kweli, right? And Dave Chappelle was there, and they were filming in Dave Chappelle's little warehouse, right? And Nori was taking that opportunity to actually ask some questions of Dave Chappelle. And then it really dawned on me that Dave Chappelle is this generation's George Carlin. That's what it is. He is just a very astute observer of life, of the world. And he makes his observations. And they're hilarious. He can make them funny. You had comic books? Get the fuck out of here. All my comic books burnt. That's the only thing that hurt. Yeah. I didn't know you had comic books. Anything really good? Because, for comic book fans, collectors and stuff like that, unless you're really serious about collecting some really expensive books, that would hurt a lot. But most of your collection is probably just shit that you enjoyed. It's not shit that was actually overly valuable. Sentimental more than anything else. But man, why don't you have your shit in a fireproof safe? If you got some good shit, If you got some really good stuff, like you putting in here right now, it was CG Seed. They were graded. What? What was graded? Because I've seen people grade some shit books. It wasn't even worth trying to send in to get CG Seed. The book ain't even worth $100. But you gonna send it in to get CG Seed? Look, man, you just want some plastic to put a turd in. We got Ziplocs in the back. I'm curious. I'm just curious. I have a bunch of first appearances. They were all CGC graded. You got fireproof, safe. If you're going to have that kind of investment in comic books, slabbing it, getting the CGC is a good thing because it will hold the value. It will keep air from getting to it, whatever. But the next step after that, you have to have a fireproof safe that you put that shit in. Or a cabinet, something fireproof. So that shit won't melt. Because that's the two things that'll ruin your comic book. Air, moisture, and fire. That's it. So, for the future, there's still some first appearances. If they're not anything super rare, they're probably still in circulation. But you can probably find them. Because everybody books who didn't burn probably out there trying to sell that shit so they can take money back up. Non-celebrities. My shit was worth thousands. Yeah. My shit was too, but that was a whole store. And a couple of books in there I know of, like first appearance of the real Captain Marvel or Shazam. $500-$600 books. Gave that shit up. Didn't take it out the store. Gave it up. All that shit gone. Didn't burn either. So it's in somebody's collection now. They were smart. They didn't send that shit to the dump or the paper or the recycling. It melted. Yeah. That's why you have to have the fireproof safe, because the heat on a CGC graded book, the plastic will melt and ruin the paper. Then it don't matter. They get graded though. Ugh, that gotta hurt. But the only thing, you can never read a graded sealed book again. No, you cannot. That's the reason why you buy two. Especially if you're going to get it graded. That's at the time, right? Hopefully, the part I was going to get to with Rosie is that if you're a collector, hopefully you read the shit. Right? That you actually read the book. That part will never leave you unless you get senile or something like that, a sharp blow to the head. That part will never leave you. Actually having what you have read and being able to show it to somebody else, the investment part of it, is the part that you want to get back. But the love for the story, where you were when you read it, the feeling you got from reading it, that will never leave you. You always have that. And that's just how I approach keeping all of this shit nowadays. Because as a collector, I might have a lot of stuff. I ain't taking none of this shit with me. And it's only of value to me. It might have a monetary value, but that's not the value I hold on it, because to me it's priceless, because I read it. I know what it meant to me when I read it. I know where I was when I read it. I know how it shaped and formed the geek that I am today from reading this. So if I have a copy of it, cool. Yeah, it's worth some money. But this is what I brought to the space of understanding. It's not what it's worth, it's what somebody will pay you for it. That's from selling books and having to have people come to me, oh man, this is worth $200. No, it's not. I will give you this much for it. Oh, how much you gonna sell it for? I might sell it for that $200. Oh man, that's the business, motherfucker. I might be able to sell it for $200. I'm not buying it from your ass for $200 though. But I have to hold it till I find somebody willing to pay $200 for it. Your fireproof safe with shit. Oh, you gotta look into a better one. I saw it on I can't remember who makes this cabinet, but it's a cabinet. Um it looks like a law office file cabinet. It's like 5 feet high. And the drawers slide out. They're wide drawers. And the whole thing is fireproof. I can't remember who makes it, but I saw it on MTV a while ago when they was doing cribs and shit. And they went into one of these rock stars' houses, and he was a big comic book fan, huge comic book fan. And his house was humble looking, but inside his house, he had one of those goddamn fireproof safes for his comics. He had his shit in there. I looked it up once when I was at the shop, but I can't remember who was the company that made it. But they make shit like that to guard your investments, especially if you got hundreds or thousands of dollars worth of books that have been graded and shit like that. Invest in that. I would say the same thing if I was a classic gun collector. I got me a fireproof safe. Straight up. Got me a fireproof safe because it's an investment. And your investments are always have to be secure against all of that shit. So better safe. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, that's the hurtful part. Especially if you love that shit. That's the hurtful part. I just never got into collecting for the money part of it. I got it because I was trying to hold on to those memories, and I think that's from. I don't know if it comes more so from us being or me being a black person, or just being a kid in the 70s and 80s, where I try to hold on to my good memories. That's one way of being able to hold on to your good memories. Cross-Gen and Blast from Past, some good titles in that comic book. Yeah, Cross-Gen was good. I still got my Cross-Gen books. So I was sick when Cross-Gen went out of business. I was following Jade Rat, Scion, Meridian. I didn't like Jade Rat or Route 66. Didn't really read Route 66, but Scion, Meridian, Mystic, Sigil, love those. Even Negation, good books. All my action figures, statues, it's all good. My dogs are good. Yeah, you good, your dogs are good. That's it. All the rest of that stuff can be replaced. I mean, it sucks, but it is what it is. I mean, if a fire broke out right now in my place, there would not be time to grab everything. That means my Chadwick Boseman statue is just going to burn the fuck up. It is. No matter how much I pay for the shit. It's going to burn the hell up. My Blade statue, my Vampire Hunter D statue, these are things that I kept my storage space for so I can get them back into a home. It just burned the fuck up because the most precious thing is life. That's what you can't readily go out and buy again. Can't. Even some of this stuff you might not, but I know what it means to actually have it. So it's not that. Life is more important. As long as you got the life, the rest of the stuff can be recouped, or you can get better stuff. My buddy Ford's dad, my buddy G.I. Joe, Ford's father, he had an interesting concept on why he got rid of a lot of stuff. I thought it was more so based on his wife, even though I like his wife, she's cute. His point of view was that if you never get rid of stuff, you can never have room for new stuff. All right. I hear that. I can hear that argument. And the part of understanding that is understanding some of the stuff you have to let go. Some of you have to. You can't keep everything throughout your whole life. You can't. Now, mind you, as a collector, I've collected a lot of things. Comics, action figures, music, pictures, movies. I have a lot of that shit. It might be worth money. It might not be worth money. But I can't carry all that shit around forever. Can't. And if I drop dead today, what's going to happen to it? Somebody's going to sell that shit off. Somebody's going to sell that shit off because that's all it's worth. Can't keep everything forever. So getting to the point of understanding to have that minimalist philosophy is better. That's a hoarder. No, it's a little different. It's a little different. Hoarders could be in the, I'm going to say this wrong because I always forget the words for saying it, but the DSRM, that could be in that psychology manual. It could be in there. That's a psychological condition. Okay? It is. My grandfather's wife, who's still alive, she is a hoarder. You know why she's a hoarder? Because it's not her own shit. She'll go to thrift stores and buy hella shit. Never wear, never use. It's just in the house. To the point where you can barely walk through that shit. To the point where they moved from LA to Phoenix, they had to have 3 fucking trucks. And only one of them had their shit in it. The other 2 trucks was all that bullshit that she bought from thrift stores and shit like that. Other people's stuff. It had to come with them into a brand new house. That's a sickness. It is a sickness. That's different than being a collector. All the stuff that I have is mine. First bought, first owned. First owner of all of it. It's not other people's shit. And at a point, the collection stopped. These books, these comics, these Night Thrasher books I have right here, and the books that I bought while I was in Georgia are the newest additions to that collection. The newest ones. But I don't have the same mentality on them now as I did before I owned the store. Before I was working in the store. Before I owned the store, these would have been in plastic already. These would have been red and in plastic already. I already understand that they may not hold a value. They don't hold value. My only interest is in reading them. And if I was a cheap motherfucker, I could have walked into their store and just read it while I was sitting on the shelf and put it back. And not spent any money on it at all. It's just not how I am. I understand showing up. Probably should buy something. They're trying to do business and stay in business. Let me spend a little money with them. Exactly. I never took you as a hoarder because you went through getting shit CGC. That's a waiting game. I'm a collector, not a hoarder. Yeah, I'm a collector. My collection stops at a point because I stopped buying certain things, so it didn't continue growing. But where it is now, outside of the 2 boxes in the closet, I think it's like 12 long boxes. And each long box is good for about 600 to 700 comics. And let's just say 95% of them are red. Like I tell people, my head ain't big because it's empty, motherfucker. They're all red books. So, but that collection is not growing anymore because I'm not putting new comics into it. Stop. So, I know there is a box in that closet of comics that I have not read that I bought while I was working at the shop. And I had them sitting to the side because I was saving them for the covers. May have read the comic, but this is the one that I was keeping for the collection. But once it got towards owning the store, at that point, I owned more comics than any geek I knew. Outside of my buddy who I got the store from. I owned more comics than any geek I knew. But it wasn't something I was beating my fucking chest over. And I had some valuable books too. A lot of valuable books. Wasn't beating my chest over it because, yeah, they were such and such. Somebody want to buy this shit from me? No? Okay, now I'm just holding product. Now I'm just holding product. It's actually a loss now because I'm on the retail side of it now. I don't make any money having this shit sitting around. It looks nice on the walls, but it don't make any money sitting there on the wall. And we still need to pay rent and the lights and staff. This should need to sell. All of it. All of it. And I think that's where it broke that thing in me that I have to hold on to all of this stuff. No, it ain't all worth holding on to. And if you're in a seller's mind state, it's what it's worth and what somebody will pay for it. If I was trying to sell it right now for money, I probably couldn't get it for that price. All right. So link is in the chat if you guys want to come up. Apologies to MJ Moonlight, because if I've never seen you in the chat before, I am sketchy on letting you up. It's not because you are Caucasian. Not because you're Caucasian. It's just because some people like fucking around. And I've been duped before with a video that I thought was my homeboy. And I got up here and it was wing ping all over the place. I didn't appreciate that shit at all. Oh, shit. Look, Rosie jumping in the chat again. See, nobody gonna fuss at you this time. Nobody gonna fuss about that this time. See, appreciate that, Rosie. You sure you want to do that? I mean, you lost your house. I didn't. And you lost your comics. You lost your comics. You might want to put that on, replacing some of those. So as long as you're sure, I'll take the shit. I ain't gonna fight against it. I will give you. I wonder if I want to be offensive. Can't help it. She said, I have money. I know you got money. I know. Appreciate it. As long as you're good. I appreciate the support. So, I won't give you the offensive one. I'll give you the easy one. Appreciate you, Rosie.
Oh, yo, I'm doing all right. Yes, sir. I get an attitude when my money ain't right. The team don't want to see me rich. I bet they all back down when they hear the click. Oh, yo.
Should have gave you the power of many, but I don't think you want to see chicks, grinding on each other. That's more for God. Unless you and the chicks grinding on each other. Otherwise, let me know. We can I'll play. Like I said, I'm a card carrying lesbian, so I don't have a problem with it at all. She said, let's see the other one. She wants the shenanigans. Let's give it a shenanigans, fellas. Appreciate you, Rosie. I will give you the power of many.
Power of one, the power of two, the power of many. The power of one, the power of two, the power of many.
The best thing that came out of that show. Comedy. So anyway, what else you guys got? I know there's a bunch of shit going on in the world today. What did Rainfire have to say? Let me jump back to Malika real quick because he dropped in right before that. A collector study shares and displays their collection. A hoarder has no self-control and allows their collections to control and disrupt their and their family's lives. That's an apt description. If you looked it up, you'd see a hoarder is a psychological issue that you need help for. Collectors do it with intention because collectors don't collect everything. Collectors don't collect everything. They can collect specific things, not everything. Right? Like Rosie was talking about action figures. I still have my G.I. Joe action figures I had as a kid in the 80s. Still have them. Packed like dope in plastic. Still have them. I didn't collect everything. But those action figures I do still have. They meant a lot to me. Still have them. That's why. So much so my kids didn't even get to play with them. I had one bag that they could play with. Very used ones. The rest of the motherfuckers, everything I got with them, battle cars, all that shit, packed in plastic. Vehicles, all that shit. The only reason I keep my storage space. One of the reasons I keep my storage space. I'm a collector and a hoarder. eBay was a bad side hustle for me to start. I have big death pile to give away, but I might be able to relist my Donald Trump brand dress shirt. Fucking funny. Fucking funny. I'm a collector. And over time, my geek collection has actually got very specific things, and within that lane, there's specific things that I'll get, certain things I won't get. Like I still have that first run of those Evangelion action figures still in the packages. And I got that because my first run of figures, like I told you guys before, from the Spawn movie, got sold off out of ex-wifey's storage place because she let it go. My box and my shit was in there, along with all my fucking pictures from childhood. So, very specific things. Not a lot of stuff. Very specific things. That's why I moved to statues, because you don't need to have as many of those, and they retain their value a little bit better over time. Keep it clean, or you keep it in a box, you get money. It's a high initial investment, but because they make such a limited run of those, they can retain their value and go up in value really quickly. And most people won't argue with you over the fact that if it's art or not. They won't. It wasn't overly mass marketed because there's a cutoff number on how many of them they made. So the value is still good. Comic books in and of themselves can get, the value can get fucked off if they decide to put out another issue or reprint. They decide to put out a reprint, they just screwed your value. They can flood the market with those motherfuckers. It's done. Well, like I said, classic action figures run, I had them too. Yeah. My G.I. Joes. I liked, I don't know, they were always fun to me. So I told you, I acted out. This is me as a kid, young artisan. I acted out the whole movie of Ice Pirates with my G.I. Joes. And they were never exactly on the teams they were supposed to be on. So one of my favorite ones was Torch from the Dreadnoks. His girlfriend was the Baroness. They lived in a Happy Meal box that I cut up and turned into a house. Okay. It was either that or the Castle of Lions. You know, so he had a motorcycle, he had cars, he had a band, played guitar in a band. blowtorch on the drums. I'm serious. Look, this is kid shit. Be judging me, motherfucker. I had an imagination where I got out into the world and had to lose part of that shit to deal with some of these stupid motherfuckers. Now I'm out of coffee too. Yeah, chicks laugh. I remember my brother's father. I got in trouble at school. That's what it was. And somebody thought it was the good idea of parenting to throw my toys away in the garbage. Because I kept taking them to school. I kept taking one or two of them to school. Well, part of it was trading with my friends at school for other figures that I wanted. I never got that hooded Cobra Commander because they fucked up my deal. But other thing was entertaining me while I was in school. These motherfuckers was stupid. It was slow. It was slow. Beyond being slow, they held me back a year because I was too young in my grade. So my birthday's in November, so I was always the youngest kid in the class. So they held me back a year. And now I'm the oldest kid in the class. But motherfuckers, they ain't as sharp as me. I was bored. So yeah, I would bring G.I. Joes and Transformers and put in my desk so I can entertain myself when I'm listening, everybody else listening to this stupid ass lesson. I got it. I get in trouble. It was either that or drawing. They kept taking my toys. I had to keep drawing. So, parent-teacher conference didn't go so well. Teacher kind of fucked me, gave my mother back a bag full of shit. Most of it wasn't even mine. She just attributed it all to me, got my ass whooped for no reason. And then my mother came home and threw away my shit in the garbage can. I went and fished it out. She had to know I did that shit, but regardless of that, I had to take out the garbage. And when I took out the garbage, I rescued my men's. I saved my soldiers. I saved my soldiers from the trash, from getting taken away, and hid them in my room. And then I would only play with them when her ass wasn't home. Ain't gonna throw my friends away. I rescued them soldiers from the hot zone. That's how important they were to me. That's how important they were. I'm gonna let that shit. Yeah, exactly. Hit flicks. Never leave a man behind. No, never leave a man behind. I was partially raised in a military family, man. We watched military movies and shit from World War I to World War II movies. You don't leave a man behind. These are soldiers. You can't leave them out there to die. Hell no. Rescue. Artisan, we are truly geeks and nerds at heart. We'll never lose our imagination and creativity. Not fully, but the world in itself makes it hard to hold on to some of that stuff. It does, especially your creativity. This generation right now, the reason why you see that they seem so bereft of creativity because it's stomped out of them so early. They're not allowed to be creative. Your creativity is in taking other people's creative works and trying to make it your own. That's it. You're force-fed stuff. You don't get to ask you what you think about stuff. They tell you what you're supposed to think about stuff. That is the nature of creativity, is being able to think your own thoughts and come up with your own ideas. Or that is short-stopped, cock-blocked, pushed aside, told you it's not valuable, only go this way. It's stifled. Your creativity is stifled. Expensive for hire. Yeah. I don't think you have to look any further than your media today when you look at the stuff and see how creative it actually is. If it's creative at all. right? Because when I look around, I'll see, okay, who's the new George Lucas? Who's the new George Lucas? And this will feed into the conversation I was having just last week about progression. Who's the new George Lucas? Throw a name in the chat. If you know somebody, I don't, because I can't watch everything. I don't see everything. Who's the new George Lucas? Person that's out there creating worlds that fans beloved and want to go around and play in forever. Where's the new Gene Roddenberry? Where's the new Charles Schultz? Where's the Octavia Butlers? Isaac Asimovs? Who are these people? And I'm not saying that they have to be exactly like this person, but who is doing work on that scale? That's all it is. Who is doing work on that scale, in that genre? Who's doing that kind of work? I don't really see it. And a lot of y'all is in here saying, nobody, no one I can think of, no one. That's heartbreaking. For a creative person, that's heartbreaking. And it's not necessarily the new hotness, Beastly. It's not the new hotness. They could be old. Just that they are creating. Just creating worlds. Closest thing that came to my mind was saying Taylor Sheridan, because he's creating characters. He's writing a lot of shows. And the shows that he's writing are pretty good, especially to the people who watch them. Like Toya was talking about last week, Lioness. Lioness is a pretty good show with a lot of characters in there that apparently he's writing. Okay. So black folks stop being creative? He's the only creative person out there in Hollywood right now who can write something that works? Really? That sounds really fucked up. If you want contemporary news, okay. Everybody's writing off the Captain America movie, right? Why? Is it because it's a black man in front? No. Mostly because they don't think the writing is going to be any fucking good. Who's doing that? Malika on point. Bo DeMayo. Well, yeah, he wrote some good shit, but it's not his. Those aren't his characters. That's the funny part, right? All the people that I listed outside of, this will go for Taylor Sheridan too. They're all making their own original creations, their own original characters. None of them are working with somebody else's characters. Reading comics, understand a little bit how that works, where Marvel has been guilty of this just like DC. Marvel will hire anybody, damn near, any competitor to come in and write their characters. They will. That's how they stifle competition for so long. One of my favorite comics runs that's probably not worth a hell of a lot of money, which is Rising Stars by J. Michael Straczynski. Well, why did that universe go down when it had a lot of hype coming out and the stories were really good and intelligently done? Because Marvel hired J. Michael to come write Spider-Man. And by him taking that deal to go write Spider-Man and then Thor, they kept him busy doing they shit with their characters, and it fucked off the Rising Stars universe. And then they screwed him. They do that shit often. Or at least they have. Got to make the competition. And the Rising Star book had to stop so he can be doing that Marvel shit. And then Marvel just Screwed him over. He wrote some good stories. Shit they still use. They even put him in a movie. Rising Stars never came back. It just left it wide open for some asshole to make, I don't know, a TV show with heroes in it that basically just ripped off Rising Stars. You know, some uncreative motherfucker who ain't doing nothing right now. So Bo DeMayo is a good writer, but he's writing other people's characters. He's not writing his own. If he is, point him out. I ain't seen the Bo DeMayo universe. And even if I did, I would think that you're going to see a lot of bare-chested and a lot of maybe rainbow stuff in it, and I'm not upset about that. Fine. It's his vision. I don't give a shit. See what it is. Maybe it'd be written worth a fuck. I know the new Gene Roddenberry sure wasn't working on Star Wars Discovery. That show was crap. No, he wasn't. No. Like I was saying last week, who carries on your ideals after you? Who carried on Gene Roddenberry's ideals after him? You could say his wife, but did she have any say-so over that Star Wars shit? No. Jordan Peele, Ryan Coogler. Small scale, I could say, because Jordan Peele still makes movies that have characters in it, but they're not tied together, so he has not made a universe. Same thing with Ryan Coogler. Yeah, he did a good Black Panther movie, but Black Panther ain't his character. Killmonger is not his character. He made Killmonger cooler than he ever had been in the comic books, so he gave it that Blade treatment. But Killmonger existed before he touched it. So that's the idea. You may not like it. I'll say it right now, but you guys may not like it. But one of the people who does that, and he got a lot of shit for it, was M. Night Shyamalan. All his movies have been original takes. Unbreakable is an original take. Glass is his original character. Split is his original character. And they all share the same universe. I told you guys after I saw Split that M. Night Shyamalan could catch up to the MCU and have a better universe if he made one more movie. Because within that Split movie, he showed you that the universes were connected. It wasn't a separate thing. It was now a universe. And I'd have been down for that. Just Glass didn't do as good as it could have. And people really want to hate M. Night Shyamalan for I don't know what reasons. But it could still be said loosely that all of his movies still happen in the same universe. If you brought The Lady in the Water back, you would see it. Because that's an original story. So, I personally don't see it, especially not in sci-fi too much. Hitflick said, I'll give M. Night credit for his originality. Yes. He just too hit and miss for me. Mostly misses, but he does his own thing. Misses how, though? That's the thing. Every time I hear somebody talking about how they didn't like an M. Night movie, it's because of what tempo or how much money it made. And it's always related back to Sixth Sense or Unbreakable. Like, that's 2 movies out of how many is he up to? Maybe 12, 20 movies now that he's done. All of them original concepts outside of The Last Airbender, where everybody wants to shit on him for. and After Earth. "13 movies? Okay, is that counting that last one that came out last year, Watchers or whatever it was?" He always has an interesting concept. Old was an interesting concept. It was, if you ever seen it, I told y'all I had actual, not a panic attack. I was having some issues sitting there watching Old. That shit was affecting me. That shit was really affecting me. For real. I had to leave the theater for a hot minute. Like, oh shit, what the fuck? What the hell's going on with me? That was good to me. The point behind it, the reasoning behind it was fucked up. And not in a bad way. In story of what was happening to them and why it was happening was, man, that's crazy. Because I can tell you this is how, to me, how good the movie was. If that movie had said it was made by Christopher Nolan, a lot of people would have clapped that shit up. They would have clapped it up. If you just said, oh, Christopher Nolan's new movie, Old, motherfuckers would have went and watched it and would have clapped like circus seals. But because it was M. Night, oh, we ain't gotta like that little Arab dude. Fuck him. He ain't gave us another Sixth Sense yet. Shut up. It's not Unbreakable. No, it's not Unbreakable because it's not about fucking comic books. Facts. M. Night is relevant, creative, unique, and knows how to create a universe and is a great storyteller. He is a good storyteller. In the Hitchcock tradition, if you ever watch Hitchcock movies, told you, I recently went back and watched The Birds, Rod Taylor. It was funny in some senses. In other senses, it was like, yeah, that's terrifying. You'll never walk past another playground full of birds again. Be like, these motherfuckers. You'd never see a flock of birds in the same way again, man. You would understand what that sense of inherent dread is when you see, if you've ever seen a flock of birds just flying around the sky, like, oh, that's beautiful. You'd understand that low-key sense of dread you feel when you see that in you. Like, that could be a bad day. Not just because they might shit on me, but can go really wrong really quickly. My only beef with M. Night is that his style of storytelling is slow and twist at the end may not pay off, but sometimes it does. Well, here's the thing. His style of storytelling is his style of storytelling, but what you're sitting there running up against is it's too slow for you. You have changed. He is still the same. M. Night is still telling stories the way he's been telling stories since he was like, what, 13? He's grown. He gets his ideas out better. But one of the things that people always write him off for is because they always, since the Sixth Sense, they always expect a twist. And so they anticipate the twist the whole time. They're never engaged in the damn story. They're looking for the twist now. Oh, he does twists. Because that's what he does. So now you're always looking for the twist. That anticipation that way, that meta shit that you're putting into it, ruins the movie for you. Because you're expecting something to happen. Right? Why did I say that Joker 2 sucked for a lot of people? Because it subverted their expectations. Well, what were their expectations? They wanted carnage. They didn't get that. And because they didn't get that, they were fucking disappointed. And they shit up and down on the movie because of that. Because they didn't get the carnage that they wanted. They didn't get the comic book Joker that they wanted. You either gonna watch the goddamn movie or you going to try to tell the movie what it's supposed to be for you. You either watch the movie and get into the story and follow the story, Or you're going to sit there and watch the movie and then keep expecting what they need to give you. That's not how I watch movies. I'm watching the movie to see the story, not for me to dictate what the story should be. I put M. Night in company with Nolan, Hitchcock, De Palma, Roman Polanski. I do too. Definitely M. Night and Hitchcock. Hitchcock, if you ever watched a Hitchcock movie, some of them is in black and white right now, you'd see it was slow as shit. But I understand for the time frame that they made movies, that was the attention span of people. They could sit and let some shit develop. I watched The Hustler again for I don't know how many times this makes that I've seen The Hustler with Paul Newman and how slow that was comparably to watching Pool Hall Junkies, which I watched for the first time Friday. A lot quicker, but it's made in a different time too. 2000 versus what, 1960 or some shit like that. Just watching The Hustler and The Color of Money back to back could see the changeover. How it's more quick scenes, more quick cuts. It made me think, The Color of Money ain't really that good of a movie. It's not. It's not that good of a movie. Especially not compared to The Hustler. Yeah, I said it. Look up the director. You get a lot of praise for a lot of shit. I'm sitting there watching it now. I'm looking at that movie like it's not that damn good. Tom Cruise is funny. I don't give a shit really about Mary Elizabeth Mastrantonio. Her character was kind of a bitch. And certain things that should have been played up more with Fast Eddie and Paul Newman's character was good. You see some of it, but they don't tell you the development that's happening because they're dependent on you having seen the other movie. So otherwise, you just did shit. It's just money. It's just about money, but it's in the title, right? The color of money. That's all they cared about. It wasn't so much about playing pool. Pool was how they got the money. What's up, Jackie said, I'm scared of seagulls because of being shit on. Yeah, well, seagulls are good for shitting on you. They are. That's what they good for. But if you ever watch the birds, you'll be afraid of seagulls for some other reason. Fuckers will dive bomb you and start picking the shit out of your head, your eyes and stuff. You'd be scared. He has 21 credited films, with 16 of them being ones he directed and produced. Exactly. He does his own shit. Most of the time, he does his own shit. His most recent movie was Trap. Yeah, I didn't see Trap yet, but I heard people have some issues with it, especially the brothers on Double Toasted. They have some issues with some of the things that happen in it. Like they said he was getting sloppy or something like that. I was like, motherfuckers don't pay attention anyway. So, yeah. And not talking about them specifically, but the general movie audience anyway. You always will see people go see M. Night Shyamalan movies, right? You put his name on it, you say, this is weird. Well, who's this? Oh, it's M. Night? Yeah, I'll probably go check it out. Why? Because they're looking for something. They're looking for the twist, right? Why do they come out not liking it? Because they predicted the twist? Just so they can say they didn't like it? All right. What's up, Charles? He said, woo to the brightness. Only to you, nigga. I told you, I'm not light-skinned here. Don't let this white light on this camera fool you. I'm not that damn light-skinned. But whatever. Different folks. What up, Mr. Matt? He says, she's what a movie? Yeah, what movie was that? I got gangster goals out here. Yeah, in the sunset, yeah, you do got gangster goals. They are so used to people, they ain't even scared of you. Like, whatever. You be laying out on the beach, and motherfuckers will walk right onto your towel. Like, the fuck you doing? Yeah, whatever. What you got over here? Man, if you don't get the hell out of my bag, seagull, and fuck off somewhere, you ain't gonna do shit. They don't even fly away when you shoo them. The motherfuckers just walk a little faster. Don't fly away at all. They ain't scared of people. They have no fear of people whatsoever. They ain't totally unbothered, man. What you got in the bag? Any chips? Get the fuck out of here. Sunset goals. Birds was crazy. My mom showed it to me as a kid. Didn't sleep right for days. Hell no, because that looked like some painful shit. Just being attacked by birds, even as little ones, little beaks and shit like that, just like you getting attacked so much you can't see. There's so much feathers and squawking and pecking and shit like that. You just go out. You just pass out from the attack. Just like, oh, fuck it. Relentless, dude. That is terrifying. He said that legit happened yesterday. I know shit. I know shit. Look, the analogies are funny, but the analogies are sometimes based on a lot of truth. That's what makes them funny. Gangster Ocean Beach goals. I'm just telling you ever come to Cali, you go to Ocean Beach, watch them fucking seagulls, man. They are not scared of man. They are not afraid of man at all. You can be downtown, like around the pier and shit like that. Them things ain't scared. You ride a bike past them birds. They never fly. They never flap their wings at all. Just skirt out the way. Like I only open my wings when I want to, man. Fuck you. Funny as hell. I felt like they waddled away talking shit in bird speak. They do. They do. When you hear them squawking when they walk away, that's what the hell they do. They tell you, go fuck yourself. Afraid of you, nigga. Birds, cats, piranhas, jaws, Cujo. I'm afraid to go outside. Look, that's the generation, Rosie. Our generation, you were afraid of animals. You wasn't abusing no animals, man. You was afraid of animals. Because animals will fuck you up. Birds, cats, piranhas, sharks, Cujo, dogs, fucking cat. Like you already said, cats. What was the other one? Night of the Creeps, little slugs and shit like that. Squirm with the worms and stuff like that. Lake Placid, crocodiles, shit can fuck you up. That's what these movies were. Anacondas, snakes. Shit can fuck you up. That's what was known. It didn't matter what it was. These things could fuck you up. You end up having a healthy fear of certain things. Fucking, you forgot arachnophobia. These are just pests. But fuck around long enough, they'll come after your ass. Like squirm. A power line hit the ground and activated all these goddamn worms. And then they just start attacking people. Slithering into their face and shit. Oh my God, dude, that was horrifying. Well, young kid, bats, mimic. There's a bunch of movies. Regular shit will fuck you up. Let's see. I gotta get my one. Oh my God. 76. Oh my God. An official trailer. Oh my. Kingdom of the Spiders. They end up taking over a whole town. Oh, JT in here. Zombievers. That dumb shit. Yeah, them squirrels too. Yeah, fuck a squirrel. Squirrel to get you ran off the road for real. There you go. Let's take it back. While we're gonna go way back. I think I had to cut this out later. What did you do? Here we go. I gotta make a smaller symbol now. There you go. There you go. There you go. There you go.
It was a violent summer storm.
Where are you?
Millions of volts slashed the earth.
That was the worst storm we've had since I was knee-high to a duck.
Folks talked about it and started getting things back to normal. When Mick hit town for his vacation.
Well, it's straight ahead about 5 miles.
But things weren't normal. There were changes.
Mother bit me. I never saw him bite like that.
Strange, frightful changes. That night, it all started.
Stop doing that.
I'm not doing anything.
This was the night of the crawling terror. American International presents Squirm. They came from everywhere.
Now, this is stuff from the 70s. This is 76. It's 3 years old. I still remember this. And the part that I'd remember was this shit, squirming into this motherfucker's face. Like, worms can get it. Worms can get it. Now, I know what scene is going to mess people out. You're going to be taking a shower tonight. You're going to be thinking of them worms coming through the shower head.
Millions of writhing, seething creatures oozing out of the mire to feed on human flesh. You sweat, but you don't dare move. Terror grips every nerve in your body. You want to scream, but you can't. Your heart beats so fast, it feels like it's going to burst.
Jerry? They're dead.
Squirm, a new experience in pure fright.
Boy, the shit that we grew up on. Like, bro, I got the chili willies. Yeah, you got the willies too? I did. Like, ooh, fuck all that. Like, I remember watching that movie too. That's what was so funny about it. Like, goodness gracious. Yeah, the oozing, opening the door, they was all out. And them damn worms was eating people, boy. They was getting them. Like, oh my God, I got too many orifices. No, not okay. Not okay at all. Now, it's funny as hell to look at now because, you've grown. Oh, special effects and shit like that. It's hilarious. But there was a time they had you stomping out worms every time you saw them. You'd be river dancing on them. The Locust and the Exorcist too had me twitching. Yeah. But that's because I woke up in a house yard covered with caterpillars because of worms. The worm tree in the front yard, all the way up to, ants. There was one about ants too. That's fucked up. My daughter was just telling me one of her friends is deathly afraid of ants because when she was a kid, she stepped into an anthill. And I'm like, I understand. You ain't got to explain nothing more to me. I get it. Because that little girl looked down and saw her little leg covered with all them fucking ants. Like, I bet the hell she did freak the hell out. She's from the East Coast, maybe the South. Maybe they was little biters. Yeah, I'd hate ants forever for that. Like, so they had ants in the house and the chick was frozen solid. That's a psychological trauma she ain't got over in 20-something years. I get it. Totally get it. JT, fuck ants and gangster goals. Yep. Both of them can get it. Both of them can get it. All right. So where we at? We about 3 hours, almost 3 hours in. Nobody has wanted to come up except Mr. Moonlight, MJ Moonlight. Oh, scared of me. I ain't talking about shit. Damn sure ain't talked about no current geek news. I haven't paid much attention to much geek stuff lately. I have not. I'm just getting back to paying attention to it. I can tell you, yes, we all know Captain America 4 is coming out within another week or 2 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks. Okay. It's going to be what it's going to be, man. I'm not looking to hear anything positive out of it unless I do my review on it. Clowns are scary too. Yeah, that's actually has a psychological term for being afraid of clowns. So Killer Clowns from Outer Space is funny, but scary at the same time. To some people, it's terrifying. I think it's just about people having these fake masks on and trying to act jolly when you know they ain't fucking jolly. For me, it would probably be it. Fuck a clown. Pennywise is not a clown. It looks like a clown. It is not a clown. And Pennywise is not cool and don't like kids. Well, he likes kids, but just to eat them. No, sir. No, sir, no, sir, no, sir. So, yeah, I get it with clowns. I get it with clowns. I don't get it with the people in the costumes, but clowns, definitely. Because think of it this way. You got somebody with a painted white face, which will automatically make you think of dead people are dying or the morgue or something like that, right? They usually have either happy expressions or sad face expressions. But for this phobia, let's just use sad face expressions on their face, right? Overly painted. So you can't really, you're seeing two images. You're seeing the person's real eyes, but you're also seeing these painted on things over it that makes it, in your brain, it can make it hard for you to focus on which one, right? Because one of them is like a subliminal image. And then they're acting opposite of what their face tells you, which you learn from a child on up, that you identify with the faces that are looking at you and understand their moves from seeing that face. One face is showing you one thing, and then the other face is showing you something different. It causes, a little disconnect. Like the face is sad, but he's being all happy. Something is not right. Your brain is telling you this. It's not right. Something's not right. And then they want to touch you. No. The fuck are you trying to touch me for? What the hell is going on? No. So that's why I can understand it. I'm not afraid of clowns, but I understand it. It's like, nah, bro. That shit don't work. I always want to be extra. Get down to your level. Don't come down here to my level, man. And stop reaching out your hand trying to grab me. No. Fucking gloves on and shit? No. Rosie happened to be friends with professional clown. Great guy. Even grown-ass thugs love this guy. I think there can be some grown-ass thugs scared of his ass, too. This is before reading comic books and understanding that Joker is a murderer. Flat out. A happy, rapacious murderer. And a problem killing nobody at all. It's all fun. Anyway, you already know that Captain America is not going to get a good review. It's not coming. There was some other news that came out today. I saw something pop up on my feed that I didn't even pay attention to. Let's see. What was this? Superman got another trailer. I don't give a shit. I'm going to watch it regardless, so it doesn't matter. I don't need you to keep ruining the movie with another trailer. What's the other one? I don't know what the whole deal with Ryan Gosling is in Star Wars. Don't know what that whole deal is about. I have to look into it. I'm not interested in plot leaks for the Fantastic Four movie. I'll check it out. I don't need you telling me all about it before I actually watch it. I don't need to see that shit. Ray movie, I don't give a shit about that. They should just not make it. If it's not done by Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni, I don't care about the Ray movie. I don't think that director needs to be making a geek movie to save her life. It cannot be good. It cannot be. If it's going to be so damn good, let her do that shit in Bollywood or something. Because Star Wars has used up its credit. I still ain't even finished watching Skeleton Crew, but Star Wars has used up its credit. They can't charge shit else. Okay, they done. They cut off. I'm sticking around to watch Andor. That's it. And I'm really expecting them to ruin the ending of Andor. Even though it's the same director, I'm still expecting somebody to throw some shit in there that'll mess it up completely. So, oh, that's right. AB's birthday was yesterday. Shout out to AB Media. Happy belated birthday. He popped into my stream Saturday when I was doing my gaming. But I got to do with Beastly Nerd at that. Yeah, Beast finally got to pair up. I guess shame works for some people. Got to run and see some of the same shit I was seeing. And I actually had more fun playing with Beast. So that was cool. Fuck. But yeah, Geekdom is in a slump right now. Don't laugh. You know it's true, Beast. I did want to say this too. I don't know how you're going to take this shit, but it's just a critique from a friend. You should change that title to Welcome to the Danger Room with Beastly Nerd. Just a suggestion. That's just my suggestion. Outside of the fact that it makes it hella long to put when you try to leave a at motherfucker, like, God damn it, how did he write all of this shit? And I changed the color. I changed the color on the image if you can. It needs to have an outline so you can read the words across Beast's chest. Because I can see the icon. I see his Beast, and I see that it says something, and it's in the traditional X-Men, blue and yellow colors. I get that. But I can't make out the words because the image is so small. And when I went to, I think when I went to the page, no, we're not banning the Beastly Nerd. What are you? Calm down, YouTube. Let's see. Let's go there first. There we go. Who the hell is this asshole? I remember you told me about this before. Somebody else had your name. Who the fuck is this jerk? Interesting. That's goofball. So, like I said, I can see the image. I know what you were going for. This works. But this one on the body, you can't really read it. That yellow, those two yellows are playing off each other where you can't read the words. I know it says something, but you can't read the words. So in that case, I switch the colors or work on the outline of the letters, so you can still do or work on the background, make the background darker, so the letters and the character pop up more. Because the banner head is fine to me. It's fine. But it's just my opinion. It's just my opinion on shit. And he said you was thinking about it. Look, this is all I do, dude. I make stuff. I may have remade it 4 or 5 times while I was working on it. The time I put it out, I've reworked it 2 more times. I'm never satisfied with shit like that. I'm always trying to flip it around. It's hard. It's hard to just leave it the way it is. I never think anything is actually finished in that sense. Like they say, all art, no art is ever finished. It's just abandoned. Yeah, you just have to move on at some point. Like, fuck it, man. I'm going to keep obsessing over this forever. Let me just work on something else. I was thinking about Beastly Nerds Danger Room. And this is the link to his channel to subscribe to that channel, because he got videos up there, him playing Rivals. If you like me getting killed, watch somebody who can actually play the shit. Actually play this shit better. I would ask you, saying that, Beastly Nerds Danger Room, what's more important, that your name is out there first, or that people know what they're showing up for? Of course, it's Beastly Nerds Danger Room. It's your channel. So if you put "Welcome to the Danger Room" with Beastly Nerd, your name is still in there, but they understand what they're showing up for. Are they showing up for you or the Danger Room? And what's the Danger Room? The Danger Room is you playing these goddamn games. This is your gaming channel, right? So to me, that's the logic behind it. You can take it for what you want. Like, I am not a huge YouTuber, obviously. I'm obviously not a huge YouTuber, but I think I understand some things. And if it's more important to put your name out there than it is to make people understand what content they're getting, what are they showing up for? They don't know who you are yet. Don't matter that it says Beastly Nerd first. They don't know who you are. But if you put the Danger Room, people automatically make the connection to the X-Men. And then they say, oh, hosted by the Beastly Nerd, and his icon is Beast from the X-Men. Oh, this must have something to do with geekdom. Now they've walked through the door. That's how you do it before you actually have a name. That's just to me. I mean, my channel is artisanmc because it's been artisan since I started that motherfucker. I changed it for a brief stint to Shop Talk Live. But Shop Talk Live was falling in line with all the woodworking shows and shit like that. And so it was harder to fucking find. But Artisan is really easy to find because it's only me and MC Artisan. And Artisan has been my name since I came on the YouTube. So it was never, something I had to build up. It's just what I was. Ooh, sir, it was nice talking to you. Have a great rest of your day. You too, Rosie. I appreciate the support. I'm glad you came through here without being an impetus for anything. Sorry you lost your comics. Really sorry about that shit. But you can get the motherfuckers again. But you got yourself, you got your dogs, you still got your money. You're good. You're good money. So you're welcome to come back anytime. Appreciate you coming through. I know I was winding down this show because it's not really about shit. But it just is what it is. It's Sunday at the end of the month. You know how people is. Geekdom is looking kind of sparse right now. Everybody got something to look forward to complain about, and nothing to look forward to really to be engaged or happy about. And that's just where geekdom is right now. Like this next couple of months, you have things coming out. but nothing anybody is overly excited about in a positive way. Just excited to see how bad it's going to be. If it's going to be bad. It's the geek industry, be it movies, games, and shit like that. Oh, AM is live. No wonder. It's kind of it's in a bad place right now, truthfully. To me, as a fan, it's just in a bad place. And I don't expect any one movie to save anything. I don't expect any one show to save anything, because the Daredevil show could be awesome. It don't save the MCU. It doesn't. Andor season 2 could be awesome. It doesn't save Star Wars at all. It doesn't. It doesn't. Superman could be awesome. Doesn't save the DCU at all. Doesn't. It's a step in the right direction, but it would have to be Superman to come in and save this whole industry that they have taken a lot of time to ruin, and to ruin a lot of goodwill with a lot of long-time fans. You know, the ones who support this shit or have supported it forever. This stuff is dying. It's really dying. And like I told you guys, I may have come to the point where I realize I might have been aging out of this shit, or I have to just watch and let it die. And at this point, I'm thinking I'm just going to have to watch it die. And I never wanted to. I was too invested in this. But it's not being done by people who have any real talent at doing this or care anything about it. It's a stepping stone, and nobody really complains about a stepping stone falling below the water. They don't. They just know to step over it. It's not a stone there. Let me just step over this. And I think for geekdom, comic book properties and stuff like that, that's where it's going to have to go. It's going to have to slip below the waves and become that thing that people don't look at anymore, so it can get back to actually being good. If everything has a rise and a fall, then the bubble bursting was Endgame, at least for the MCU. And we've continued that slide down with all of Phase 4. Okay, they cut it off with Ant-Man. Now they're trying to bring themselves out the basement. No, you weren't at the basement. You were just downstairs. You in the basement now. Because no matter what happens with Captain America, it is not pulling Marvel out of shit. Daredevil is not pulling Marvel out of shit. Deadpool and Wolverine couldn't pull Marvel out of shit. And it ain't even a damn movie, really. That's the farewell salute to the Fox universe. That's not a full MCU Deadpool movie. No, that's what will be that Deadpool 3. That's what that should be. So it's in a really sad place right now, and I don't like saying that, but it is. A lot of these things that I really love and really enjoy have been ruined by people who cared nothing about it to begin with. It was just a stepping stone. And when their shoes get a little bit too wet stepping on it, they're going to find something else to step on. They just ain't found it yet. And they ain't creating it. None of their new fans, nothing else. They're just going to wait for the next IP and sink this one while they're standing on it. Malika say, here's a few graphic design rules. Never put yellow text on white background. Yeah. It's not legible. Make your brand name simple, easy, and memorable. The Danger Room. With Beast and Nerd. And don't let your text and images compete. Yeah, that's composition. Composition wise. That's a good. I like a graphic designer. You can take it or you can leave it, but that's actually good advice. I just got that from doing computer work, what would be considered graphic design work, but I made pamphlets and all kind of other shit and advertisements and whatnot. That's where I get that shit from. Is how it all works together. But I wanted to be a comic book artist, so you got to understand the composition for that shit. So true. I just want to see the text. To me, when I look at it, the first thing I thought of was I can't see the text. I want to be able to see the text because that's the important part. So true. I've been a Star Wars fan since '77. I couldn't tell me as a kid it would stop watching Star Wars. You couldn't tell me that shit either, Netflix. You can't tell it to me now. But what I've had to pacify or comfort myself with being a Star Wars fan in 2025 is I have the memory of the old stuff. That's it. I remember the old stuff. I can be happy at knowing that I remember the excitement in the theater when you heard the lightsaber sound or saw the Lucasfilms logo show up. Like, oh my God. It was a surprise. It was an event. And being able to go to a theater with a bunch of fans, robes and lightsabers out, and it wasn't because that was the thing you just did nowadays. No, it was because that was people really devoted to that shit. Like, damn, that motherfucker got a whole lightsaber and the whole get up. Really into it. Really into it. And having those fans and being able to talk with those fans in a comic shop, in a movie theater, at a con. Because we all enjoy something that was really good. Really intact universe. And being a creative person, having those aspirations, like, you know, if I wrote something really good, it could find its way to George. And George could read it and decide that, yeah, that can go into the Star Wars universe. And my character could live in that universe. And it would be worked in a tight way because the continuity was so tight. It'd work. Now, to make Star Wars work nowadays, we got to excise things. Like, let this acolyte shit happen in a pocket universe somewhere else or alternate timeline or something. That's the only way we can think about it and divorce it from regular canon to have it make any kind of goddamn sense. The fact that I would want the sequel series movies to just be a Kylo Ren nightmare to erase them says a lot. Says a hell of a lot. Because that's the only story beat I think you could take it back to make that shit not exist and change it. You can still introduce those same characters, just in a different way, because Kylo had a force vision of a possible future. And he went a different way. So did Luke. And it became what we would need and not what we got. Just that shit was a nightmare. It was a nightmare. But I'm having to entertain ideas like this to salvage Star Wars just for myself as a geek. Just for what I love of this universe. Just to salvage it. That's a sad state. I'm having to tell myself lies to be able to continue to enjoy this shit. Marvel is somewhat the same way. The competitiveness needs to come back, in my opinion. Yes. Competitiveness in American society can never go away. You got to compete. It's the only way you can make you even better or bring down your goddamn prices. It's the only way it's going to happen. Government regulation ain't the way. You're going to have to compete. And market will decide, because if you got a better product at a cheaper price, people going to fuck with you. It's just what it is. And in that sense, then people will support you to make you grow. Otherwise, they won't. They're charging too much. The drive and the hunger to be great needs to come back as well. Well, the drive and the hunger to be great is there. This is how it's fucked up. The drive and the hunger to be great is only about having pseudo celebrity. It's not necessarily about putting anything really good out there, because trust and believe. Leslie Headland believes she put out the greatest Star Wars thing that was ever made. She does. She believes that wholeheartedly. And you can see it in her airs that she believes that she is great. But as Star Wars fans, you know that ain't the case. The problem in that situation is that one of us is really fucking delusional and trying to enforce their delusion on all the rest of us. And we're supposed to accept it and say, yes, you're right. That was the greatest show ever. And not that the delusional person gets smacked back into reality and understand that, no, this is what you've done. This is what you've ruined. Not because this bitch that's paying you said it was okay, because we, the paying customers, told you this is not good. So much so, we don't want any more of it ever again. We're trying to find a way to get out what we had. So, they have the drive. They don't have the competition. It's not a competition. Unless they're trying to figure out who can offend the most fans the biggest. Because who's the chick that worked on She-Hulk? I've almost excessively purged her name from my memory. She thinks she did a great show too. They both do. So they think they're great. Who told them they were? Damn sure wasn't the fan base. Yeah, Jessica Gal, thank you. Thanks for playing along at home, JL West. Yeah, Jessica Gal. She thinks she did a good show too. Can't tell her shit. Who told her that she did a good show? Was it the fan base? Because I'm part of that. I definitely ain't said that shit was ever good. I said there was good points in it. But the good points in it, curiously, weren't written by her. They're written by some dude. You know, the one who knew comic books. And had a sense of humor. So, no. So who you want to listen to? Shout out to Studio. Appreciate your Studio for supporting the stream. Damn. Studio said, I'm behind, but I'm enjoying a few audiobooks. Favorite being My Vampire System on Pocket FM. Really good concept. I have not heard of that. So maybe I'll check into it. Because I don't like vampires. Better be paying you for shouting out the service like that. Audiobook should pay me, but they should get the BGS first. So appreciate the studio. I will give you a thank you. Appreciate it.
Yo, I'm doing all right. Yes, sir. I get an attitude when my money ain't right. The team don't want to see me rich. I bet they all back down when they hit a click. Yo,
I have too many things on here, so I can't put up this new clip that I have. I'm not 100% on it. Probably 80% on it. I think it needs something else. It looks too plain. Not clean enough. Let's see if I can bring it up. I have to move it to the Google Drive. There we go. All right. And we will show that to the Google Drive. Because I have to delete something on my StreamYards to put this on there, and I haven't decided what I wanted to delete yet. I haven't decided, so I can't put it on here like I want to yet. Made the decision of big booty bitches. What? What the fuck are you talking about? Hitflex says, yeah, have Ray wake up, run to the bathroom, pull the shower curtain, and find Kylo taking a shower. Then Star Wars can move forward. Yeah. No, I said that they gave you a perfect spot to start this shit all over from. Right? They gave it to you in, I think it was Last Jedi. They gave you the perfect spot to start this shit over from. And that's just taking what's already existed, right? You started from the point where Kylo wakes up from his dream while he's at Luke Skywalker's temple. And Luke, having realized that he couldn't kill his nephew, has turned off his lightsaber. And instead of being scared and using the Force to bring down the structure on them, save his own life, Kylo tells his uncle that he had a nightmare. And his uncle asks him about the nightmare he had, and they talk. And through that conversation, Kylo tells Luke about Rey and all these other things. And Luke is smart enough to understand, being Grandmaster Skywalker, that this may have been a vision from the Force of a possible future. Because as Yoda had explained it in Empire, clouded is the future. What you do changes it. Right? So even Yoda couldn't tell you exactly what is definitively going to happen in the future because it is cloudy. The Force is always moving. Right? The events are always changing. So in that sense, Luke would be smart enough to understand that, having that teacher from his old master, and understanding that it's just a vision. We need to do some things differently. And he would be more Luke Skywalker about raising his nephew in the Force, more mindful of the Force. And then you could still introduce Rey. It'd be an interesting point to have Kylo on some, backwater ass world, Jakku, and run into Rey and feel a connection to her through the Force. because the Force was trying to bring them together. And you could eventually get to the point, Rainfire, where you find out that she still might be Palpatine's granddaughter. Might be. That'd be something interesting for Luke to get over, to deal with. Do you punish her for the sins of her parents or some people that she don't even know? The First Order could be around, spinning out of the Imperial Remnant, looking for her, looking for that Palpatine seed. They could be still running amok. But from then you can get a scene where Rey catches Kylo in the shower, trying to look at his one lightsaber. Good. If you had sex in Star Wars, because remember, Star Wars don't really do sex. That's what makes it, so much fun for the whole family. Most sex they got into was kissing. And there wasn't no whole, no. Face pressing. That was it. And you understood that, hey, this is somebody's baby. Oh, okay. You don't have to show the ins and outs of how they made the sausage. It's not what Star Wars did because it appealed to kids. 5-year-olds, 8-year-olds. With no sex if it went up and pinched them on the ass. What is wrong with this person? I think somebody touched me inappropriately. So that was a great spot to take that without having to throw away everything. You just introduce it, and that wipes away the rest of that prequel series. It wipes away the whole prequel series from what they introduced in the prequel series. That Luke had a temple, he had students, and he trained his nephew, meaning Han and Leia had a child. But you just take it from that point and go in a completely different direction. Kylo doesn't turn to the dark side and destroy and run off with some of the students and destroy the temple. He doesn't do all of that shit. Luke doesn't become the hermit curmudgeon who thinks the Jedi should die. He doesn't. He goes in a different direction. The direction they go in eventually leads him to finding Rey. And if you want to go with the dark Rey thing, you can go with the dark Rey thing, that whole point. Then you can get a badass dark side female fighter and her kind of twist with another Skywalker, or not even a Skywalker, someone with Skywalker blood in them, a Solo, who tries to turn her back to the light. You can make that a whole masculinist versus the gynocracy situation. And trying to turn her back to the light. And by the end of those 3 movies, maybe she turns to the light. Then you can get another 3 movies of her trying to take down the rest of, the Order, the First Order, and fight against her dark side. Good work. And it's just from what they introduced. It's just repurposing what they already introduced. You take it from that point. You take it from the point of him waking up from that dream. And weave a completely different future. What takes away all the rest of that sequel series bullshit. What up, Beast?
Not much, man. I'm throwing.
Got you drunk?
Like
Roscoe Jenkins. Hey, what up, man? I'm just out here getting this cheap wine and trying to find a turn. Yeah, Hitflix. I only watched that movie once too. That's a joke between me and AB. I've watched The Last Jedi one goddamn time. I have never watched that shit again, and don't really intend to ever. Told you, I will do a marathon of Star Wars, and it will stop at that prequel bullshit or the sequel series shit. No, I'll throw in the Mandalorian, but I ain't watching that prequel series shit again. I can watch Force Awakens. I'm not going past that. I don't need to. I don't.
I watched it only one time as well.
One time, and I watch movies. You seen? I just told y'all this time. I watched The Hustler again. You know how old that movie is? How many times I've seen that movie? I ain't never watching The Last Jedi again. Fuck you. Perfect diversion plot. It erases. Yeah, perfect diversion plot that erases everything. Yeah, and they can still. You want them to exist out there? Sure. It puts it into a pocket universe without having to make a pocket universe. You don't have to do that world between worlds bullshit. You don't have to do any of that. You just have him wake up from a dream and have his dream have been what you saw. That was his dream. Now here's the reality. Done. Moving on. Fans will thank you, I think. I'll thank you. You can keep all the same actors. Don't matter. Just weave a better story. So what you got, Beast? I appreciate your help on Rivals. I really do. I really do appreciate that shit because that bit of levity helped me through another hour or two trying to get my assist up. Because I ate, I had me a drink, I had me some coffee, then I finally sat back down to that shit and said, man, let me knock out these other 25, 30 assists I need to get. Took me a couple of hours, but I was patient. I was a little bit more patient. I was like, got some good help. Okay, I'm good. I can do this. I can do this.
Oh yeah, especially with that one asshole when we in the first game we locked in together.
I forgot all about the fact that even when he was going through his shit, I'm forgetting this shit that he's saying. This is hate speech. I'm streaming, motherfucker. Everybody else can hear this. I got to go back and edit that video now.
Yeah, that's why. That's why I muted his mic.
Yeah, thank God, thank you, because I didn't know how to do that shit. To mute his individual mic, I didn't know how to do that. Holy shit! Yeah, because I was like, oh shit, this is going out over my stream, motherfucker. I didn't say this shit. I mean, Jesus. Yeah, JT, it was all a dream. Yeah, it was all a dream. That's the easiest way to do it. The easiest way to do it without having to rewrite and throw away everything. It was just a dream, and now it's over. The dream is over. Let's move on with the hope. Need to get me Kathleen Kennedy's job. I'd take it if they offered it. If I get to kick her out,
dude, you bring up somebody I completely blocked out of my damn mental cortex.
I haven't blocked her out. I live in California, motherfucker. That bitch is never far from my thoughts when I think of Star Wars. I just know she ain't gone nowhere, and that's the problem. Like you got Joe Biden out of office, you got Kamala away from the office, bagging up her own groceries and shit like that. Why does KK still have a job? I thought we were cycling out all these old ideas. These old unproductive money losing ideas. I thought we were cycling them out. You ain't got to her yet. Disney.
He got rid of Victoria Alonso before he got rid of her. And
no shit.
And Victoria Alonso was around for a bit. Because I seen her name pop up on several credits. I said, damn, she was part of this. What the hell happened? And this shit she was part of was actually good. Executive producer.
Look, KK had enough Hollywood credits on shit that she was, partially on the plate for. She got enough credit. She can live off of that. She can live off of that. It's time for her to push it on down the road, man. It's time. Now, the shit that Elon and Trump is talking, maybe it'll get there when they start rolling into these companies because all that DEI shit getting pulled back. Okay. That's why I'm not sad about that shit. Oh, so that means that people like Leslie Headland wouldn't get to direct Star Wars? Awesome. She sucked. And not because she's a lesbian. She sucked because she's not a good writer.
Yep.
Period. Not because she's a woman, not because she's a lesbian. It's because she's not a good writer. Plain and simple. Don't matter. Maybe you're better at eating pussy. I don't know. But you ain't good at this part. Do something else, or get some training or something. Talk to a writing coach. Get better. But you suck at this one.
Just understand the material is not about you.
No, it's not about what you put into the material. It's about the material itself. And you start off on a bad foot when you disrespecting the creator of the material. He doesn't know everything. Yes, the fuck he do. But you the type of motherfucker that's going to sit there and argue with God with how he created the universe, right? Got you. They couldn't possibly know as much as you. They just created this whole thing that you want to come play around in. Got you. You didn't do it alone. Nobody said he did it all alone. But the genesis of this shit is him.
It comes from his thought process. He the one that put pen to pad, sat down and wrote the information and said,
sit down and pen the loose leaf and wrote it.
Taking notes, walking through the park.
Yeah, we had people who helped design ships and make paintings and all that shit. Nobody said the movie making process wasn't done by a collaborative effort. But the story, the script that they was reading off of, that was him and some of his wife. That's him. You can't disrespect him. Never. I don't see that even happening unless George Lucas is out there being a reprehensible asshole, beating his chest and pulling back his plan like I did all this myself, bitches. Then you can try to say something about him. But that man has been humble about that shit from jump. Just trying to get his vision out there and made stuff so other independent people can get their voices and stuff out there. So I wouldn't disrespect George. That's probably a no-brainer. That's the first wrong foot that you put in your mouth.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to disrespect George to put anything in George's universe, because George would probably be the first one kind of welcoming of it if it's good.
And like most creative, his mind's always working. So there are things he probably don't already like. One thing I always mention, J.K. Rowling, even though them damn Harry Potter books have been out forever, there are aspects that she still don't like and still always trying to retroactively change and everything.
That's the nature of an artist or creative person. Like I said, the quote goes that no artist ever finished, it's only abandoned. What you saw on the screen in the 70s, that Star Wars later called A New Hope, you know why George Lucas went back and redid that shit? Because he never thought it was perfect. It wasn't. It wasn't good to him. No matter how much we love that shit, it was never where it should have been for him. It was not his vision 100%. And I understand that feeling. No matter how good I can draw, it is never 100% of the image I had in my head. Never. And that other percentage, that other 10%, is what I'm always fighting to achieve. Always fighting to achieve. Y'all know I play pool league, so I'm back. My 9-ball league has started on Thursday nights. We're defending champions. I played a game. I lost the game by 3 points by somebody that think they skewing the shit because I leveled up. I hit another skill level after last season. Apparently, some kind of way, he's below me in skill level, which is he's not. But okay, whatever. I lost by 3 points. No matter how good I played, no matter how much people was like shocked at the shots and stuff like that I was making, it was not a perfect game to me. I don't give a fuck about that. It was not the 100% of what I saw in my head. That's the part that I agonize over. I don't give a fuck about this dude winning. I'm critiquing my performance on the table. No matter how good everybody else thought it was, I don't give a shit. I do not care. I am an artist. That was not the best. There were 7 shots that I completely fucked up on that I'm thinking about. That's the nature of an artist, dude. No, it's never 100%. So I don't fault George people didn't understand it when he did it, and that's the mark of somebody who's innovative, thinking outside the box. When you actually go back and start making prequels or redoing the movies that you've already done and put more stuff into it, because technology has caught up to your vision a little bit more. So, let me go back and put this in it because this is where it should have been.
Yeah,
they didn't get that shit from him. That's a creative person. He wants to keep perfecting that vision. Yeah, he might have gave you another cut that made you feel kind of fucked up. Like, man, okay, I didn't need Jabba here in this original Star Wars. Yeah, but that's the way it was supposed to be. Okay, George. All right, I got you.
Limited to the technology.
Is this just a cash grab? Not really a cash grab, motherfucker. I'm trying to perfect the vision of what I had intended, but we couldn't do. All right, but I like this 80% you gave me the first time. Yeah, but I got 15 more percent for you. All right. That's what the fuck it is. That's just what it is. That's an artist. So if you can improve on that, good, but you don't got to disrespect him. He's still looking at his work sideways because he knows what he had in his mind and he knows what he actually put out. And it's not 100% what he had in his mind. He's trying to get as close to that as possible. So I don't fault him for that shit. Neither J.K. Rowling. I'm sure. Look, you wrote a book, a series of books. You know what you left out of some of them other books.
Mm-hmm.
What you had on an outline, what you edited out. Like, okay, I'll leave that idea. It's not fully cooked yet. Maybe it'll work better somewhere else. Maybe it didn't. It should have been back in here. I get it. I've written enough stories and done enough stuff where I understand what hits the editing floor, in a sense. And what the final product is, no matter how much people like it, you're like, should have been this, though.
Yeah.
What I really wanted it to be.
What you got in the Jurassic Park movies with Michael Crichton is what you actually was supposed to get in the books, because in the books is much more, a little bit more scarier in the books, a little bit more graphic and gruesome in the books. And he said the editors made him go back and rewrite it because that's what they wanted, not what he wanted. What you saw, like I said, what you saw in the Jurassic Park, the first movie, is because he wrote it through the eyes of a child, seeing dinosaurs for the first time. Like, oh my God.
Shit. I never read the Jurassic Park book, but just saying that through the eyes of a child, that shit is terrifying.
Well, as far as the excitement aspect, the movie, like when you saw the movie, how they all in ooh and all, that's what he originally wanted. But the publishing company made him go back and write. So if you read the book, the shit's graphic. Like everybody's death is fucking detailed. And they made him write it that way because they wanted the more grittier, edgier, like, oh, this is dinosaurs eating everybody. He was like, he really didn't like the book as opposed to the movie. He favored the movies as the first movie as opposed to the first book because it wasn't what he originally intended the story to be. He didn't want it to be that graphic, but they made him do it that way.
Yeah. All right, let's get y'all opinion on something real quick. Speaking of work that is not finished, it's something I was working on today. It's not exactly finished. I don't exactly like it completely. But y'all can tell me what you think of this shit. I thought it was funny, but I don't like some of the things that's in here. So here we go.
That's pretty good.
Well, it made you laugh. That's the whole point. Like, that's why I laughed about it. But it's the sync is off. Told you I was gonna make that shit. So I was working on it, and it's not the way I like it yet. But it does make me laugh every time I hear it. I had to put my voice on it. I didn't realize how long I could not say aqua. I couldn't say it that long. I was recording that shit in there. I was like, damn, I didn't realize I don't use that much air. That shit.
Aqua.
Yeah. I ain't seen him today, so he ain't heard that shit yet. So don't nobody tell him. Catch that shit on the playback.
I want to see well, maybe not see, but hear the expression.
Hear the expression. Yeah. It's pretty funny though. I finally got that clip. Studio like, it's good. Like, no, it's not, dude. That water, one of them water splashes in there. I can't get rid of the outline of the. It had a black background, but I can't get rid of the outline, so it looks just bubbly, and it hits against the edges of the frame. So I either have to make it bigger or mask it or some other bullshit to it, and it's not getting it where I want it. Everything looks too static to me. Too static and just stacked images, which is basically what it is, but it could look more professional. Put it that way. I'm not a professional. I just play one on YouTube. Mm-hmm. So there's some work that could be done on it. And it's not there yet. But I can't even put it up on here so I can keep playing it back and forth for you. I got to play it in another goddamn window. Because I did it on my phone and not the computer. And even though it's the same program, I'm using the same program, but I'm using the program on my mobile device and not the program on the computer. I can't port this over to the computer, even though it's the same program. Can I just move this from the mobile onto the computer one and it'll just work? Stupid as fuck. So basically I pay twice for the same program on two separate platforms.
Yep.
Yeah. If you won't get the copyright strike, a little Aqua Boogie Baby sample from George Clinton would work too. Not really, because the whole joke is on Kendrick Lamar doing well, it's not even Kendrick Lamar, but that DJ Mustard putting that in that Kendrick Lamar song. That's what the whole joke is about. Because I thought it was funny and ridiculous at the same time. Like, the fuck is that about? I'm like, God damn. We know who did the beat, nigga. Monster! Stupid. Seems stupid to me. But flipping it was making the joke with Aqua Techie that it would work better like that. So that was part of the joke. So it made me laugh. So if it makes me laugh, I want to share the laugh with you guys. So that's what I did. And have some fun with Aqua Techie. This is awful. Fans reject Captain America and things get even worse. Like, I ain't seen this shit yet. Shut up, man.
Are they still talking about the test audience? Just relax.
Yes, they so out in front to say how bad this movie is. It's like, dude, Jesus Christ. What if it was awesome?
Look, we get it. The MCU is fucking not what it used to be. Just
we get it. You don't want to like Captain America without Steve Rogers. I fucking get it. Okay. I got it when they did it in the comic books. I'm really overhearing about it on YouTube. I'm really over it. I get it. Y'all don't want to like it. Cool. Awesome. You talking about the money like you got stake in it. You make more money if it fails than if it was good, I would think. So, great. All y'all repeating the same shit. Awesome.
I mean, let's be honest. The people already had their mind made up whether they was or wasn't going to go see this fucking movie. So what is the point in even trying to still talk about it? You already decided long before that you was not going to go see that movie.
And that wasn't going to be good. And you didn't want to like it because it wasn't Steve Rogers. Only Captain America is Steve Rogers. Well, if only Captain America is Steve Rogers, it would have made a difference if Bucky was Captain America, would it? Because the only Captain America is Steve Rogers, right? No. Bucky in the MCU could never be Captain America. Never. Did too much reprehensible shit. Like killing Tony Stark's parents. Couldn't be Captain America. He couldn't carry those ideals.
Look, there's a reason. Like I just watched Age of Ultron again the other night, and when they all picking up the hammer to see if they're worthy, what does Black Widow say? He said, "Oh, that's not a question I need to have answered."
Yeah, he never answering that damn question, right?
Because she already knew what she said in the first one. I got red in my ledger.
You got too much red in my ledger. Let's not even fuck around with that, because that's not happening. Yeah, she knew. And Steve only budged a little bit. So let's not get it twisted. You think if Bucky was in there, he was about to lift the hammer? Even halfway knowing some of the stuff he's done is like, no. You don't know everybody that Winter Soldier has taken out for, what was it, 50-something years that he was operating.
Mm-hmm.
And he was working for the Russians and Hydra. I can guarantee you there was Americans.
Shit, let's not even think about the other stuff he's done in the comics. Original Sin, anyone? We killed Uatu?
Well, he didn't kill Uatu. He wasn't the one who killed him. Nick Fury was the one who killed him.
That's right. I remember. They pinned it on him.
He took Nick Fury's place at the end of Original Sin. At the Original Sin, Bucky became the man on the wall. He took Nick Fury's place because Nick Fury became the Unseen. And them other Watchers came and punished his ass for killing Uatu. And then Bucky became the man on the wall. He took his place because that was perfect for his skills, because Bucky is prodigious at killing people.
Mm-hmm.
He's good at that. That's what he know he can do. Metal arm and all. So Bucky even his Captain America run was short. Wasn't a long run. It was short because he shouldn't be in that position. And he knows it. So I don't know what everybody is so wrapped up in sense for that Sam is Cap. I listened to one reviewer talking about this shit, and this is a brother, so I'm really understanding where his lane is, being that he's younger, he's in his 30s, and he don't read comic books, or he don't pay attention to the movies either, because he said that Sam Wilson took the shield. He took the shield from Captain America. No, the fuck he didn't. He didn't take shit in the MCU. In the MCU, the shield was given to him directly from Steve Rogers. The military came in and decided they owned the shield, and they gave it to John Walker to be they new Captain America. That's not how that shit works. They don't own that shit. They didn't have the vibranium to make that shield. Howard Stark did. And Howard Stark, though he worked with the military, he was not military. He's an industrialist. He believed in Captain America and Steve Rogers, and he gave it to him. It never belonged to the military. Although they want to take ownership of it and tell you anybody that we say is Captain America is Captain America. Well, if you believe that kind of logic, then Kamala Harris was the best president in the world for you. Because they said so.
Not to mention, he wasn't even a frontline fighter at first. He was a goddamn mascot.
Yeah.
So he wasn't even in the fight.
He was a propaganda piece that wasn't even in the fight. He was pretending to knock out folks, like was in the original comic books on the cover. So when I'm listening to this young reviewer talk about this shit like this, I'm like, you didn't watch this show and you don't know the comics. And you obviously didn't pay attention to the fucking movie. He didn't take it. And by that rationale, John Walker was never really Captain America because the military said so. Captain America is a propaganda piece. You know who created it? Somebody who made propaganda for the military. You know who that was? Stan fucking Lee. I think he understood that very well. So, at that rate, Sam earned it because he fought for it. He fought to get it back to the person it was actually given to him by the person who was Captain America, Steve. You don't have to like that shit at all, in which I'm fine with people having a disagreement of not liking it. Well, this is the same situation as Shuri being a Black Panther. It only happened for a little while in the comics, but it still fucking happened. So let it play out. Let it play out.
Well,
you saw what you got from Shuri. Yeah, it is what it is.
They're already talking about giving you your recast to T'Challa, and the theory is using that multiverse shit so you could see all of the shit go back to what it originally was after this damn Doom War, and
it will go back to formula eventually.
Mm-hmm.
They have to, because any comic book fan understands this shit. It doesn't last that long when they make changes like this because Marvel does not have a mantle system. And every time they try to introduce a mantle system, since comic book geeks are so resistant to change and so fucking persnickety on shit, it can't last that long. They'll give you a year, 12 issues. By issue 13, that shit better be switching back to what it was. Okay, yeah, we can have a different Peter for a while. Yeah, that's all well and good, but you need to be back and being Spider-Man really soon. It doesn't ever last that long. Somebody else can be Captain America, but it's going to be a short amount of time. Even Spawn could not stay Tim Dallins for that damn long. It had to go back to being Al Simmons. Mm-hmm. Don't matter. Because comic book fans are slow to fucking change. They do not like changes like that. And I understand. I'm not upset about the shit because we get used to things being a certain way. We do. Peter has to be Spider-Man. He has to. No matter how many other Spider people you introduce, Peter Parker has to be Spider-Man. He can never not be Spider-Man. Mm-hmm. You can do a story where he loses powers, where he give it up, where he throw his suit in the trash, just want to go off and fuck Mary Jane for a while. You can do all of that shit, but he better bring his ass back and be Peter Parker, be Spider-Man. That's the job he got to get back to, because that's what you're tuning in for.
And then what they will do a lot of times, if you notice, kind of like similar with when Jason Todd became the second Robin, kill him off, bring him back as something else that everybody eventually likes. Mm-hmm. They always, that's one thing they always do that. Everybody loves the Red Hood.
Go ahead.
Everybody loves the Red Hood now, but you remember they hated him when he was fucking the second Robin. I was like, okay.
Yeah. They hated the second Robin. Why? Because he wasn't Dick Grayson. Well, Dick Grayson can't be Robin forever. Did you want to see a 30-year-old man running around in his little boy trunks and shit? No. No. He couldn't be Robin forever. Those characters actually age up. So he couldn't be there forever. Jason Todd was interesting. He was shit as a Robin, and that's why the fans voted to kill his ass off. They love him as Red Hood, which is the most interesting turnaround you've ever seen to a long-term comic book fan. Well, I love Red Hood. Oh, you like Robin now? Really? Mm-hmm. Huh. Everybody like Robin too now, huh? Oh, okay. Guess it happens. And they written better, you enjoy it a little bit more.
Oh shit.
He became a different character. Cool. Sam can go back to being Falcon. He ain't never lost the wings. And if you're mad that he ain't got the super soldier serum, look, I'm kind of disappointed he don't get the super soldier serum either. Because if you're trying to create a mantle in Marvel Comics, the easiest one you should be able to get away with is being Captain America, because you're just standing for ideals. It's about having integrity, mostly, not about having a super soldier serum, even though that's what gives him his powers. You're supposed to be a tactician, a fighter, and the focal point where people can always look to you to understand that you're going to do the right thing. It is an ideal of what initially America was supposed to stand for. That ideal. That's what Captain America stands for in the superhero landscape, even though he's not superhuman. Well, if that's a mantle that you want to pass down to people, and you want to make that a mantle, that could possibly be the best one, because anybody who's an American should be able to
Wear that shield.
live up to those ideals. This is the one time I'm hearing people shit on somebody who was a whole soldier in the military for not having this one position. He's good enough to be Falcon. He ain't good enough to be your focal point of the superhero community. Well, he ain't got the super soldier serum. So, is that all that Captain America is about? Or is it all about what color that American is? Because that's all it keeps coming down to. This is a decorated military man, at least in the MCU. What you got a problem with him for now? You didn't have a problem when he showed up in fucking Civil War with stolen wings and machine guns. You didn't have a problem with him at all. It was cool as shit, right? You got that red, white, and blue on. Niggas like, hey, wait a minute, though, man. That's a bit too far. Why? It's the same dude. He was there fighting Thanos, too. He got a couple kills on his record, too. What's the problem? He said it himself. I do what he do, only slower. So what's the problem? Black folks ain't Americans? He can't be the ideal? The standard bearer? Oh, okay. I could feel some kind of way about that shit if I didn't understand what I was dealing with.
Yeah, where the Thundercat hose at?
I don't know. Where the Thunder hose at? I don't know.
Thundercat hose, where you at? Where the Namek hose? But anyway.
Yeah, complexion with zero protection. Exactly.
See, you gotta understand. See, we got Captain America. You can't be Captain America, but you sure can be G.I. Bro.
Shout out to Booker T. Shout out to Booker T.
Be G.I. Bro. That's all you need to do.
G.I. Bro.
G.I. Bro.
Shout out to Booker T.
People don't even know that he's a paratrooper, which he's not a soldier, he's an airman, which is the Air Force. They literally go through training, the longest special forces training in the U.S. military, which is roughly 2 years. To give you context, since he's a PJ and they explicitly said that he was in Winter Soldier, he goes through drowning proofing, shooting, locating lost military personnel. Basically, if 911's called by a Navy SEAL or Green Beret, you got a paratrooper looking for you. And they have to be strong enough to bring your ass up, carry you. And the next year, they're going through a whole year of training because every PJ is a licensed paramedic. That's why they call it Superman School. You would think somebody with that, what I just told you with the last minute, oh yeah, that motherfucker's Captain America. And he was in Afghanistan and Iraq, so he's went through a war. But now let's get the psychopathic, jealous white boy.
Yeah. Nah, he can't be Captain America. And understand, when I talk about this shit, most of the time I'm just talking just in the MCU for what that character Sam Wilson has done just in the MCU. You really got an issue with him being Captain America for one movie? God damn, you motherfuckers got an issue.
It just lets you know that racism is an MFer. No matter what you say, no matter what I say, they know it is. You still don't believe that a black man can be the hero. Oh, he could be the hero as long as he's in Africa, as long as he's just shucking and jiving. But Captain America, oh no, give it to Bucky. Give it to sociopath.
Yeah, I thought Americans was a melting pot that it's made up of all kind of people. So if you want to live up to them ideals of being Captain America and what that standard has been set for, it can be anybody under that goddamn hood, then, right?
You know what?
Holding the shield.
A color being Captain America, you silly brightness.
Look, you pointed it out yourself, Charles, many a times, just in real history. How many wars have Black American males fought in?
Everyone, even the ones before this was considered a country.
Almost all.
Oh, so you can't carry the shield?
See, look here now, color.
Yeah, it's only the one that got the jab from the juice, right? Science juice. It's only him.
You know the one.
Only him is the one that can do it, right? The Uberman.
Yeah, you know the Ubermesh.
Look,
don't
remind them that remember another person wore a leading Avengers suit of armor at one point and was that character for a minute as well.
Mm-hmm.
Forget when Rhodey became Iron Man, not War Machine.
Oh, they hated that shit too.
Oh yeah. You gotta forget. I'd rather get the billionaire alcoholic womanizer than the Marine who's actually something that you can have your children follow.
Yeah,
wait a minute. You're a good guy. You're a Marine. Yeah. You're a trainer. Yeah. Bodyguard too. Yeah.
You don't get the same.
Take off your mask so I can see eye to eye. You sound like a hell of a man. Oh, he's black. Give me the alcoholic.
Yeah, that's Blue Marvel.
You know,
Rhodey is the Air Force. Air Force.
Yeah, well, Rhodey in the original comics was in the Marines, but they changed it to Air Force. I don't know why, because you still have pilots. You have Marine pilots anyway.
Yeah, but he could be War Machine. He couldn't be Iron Man though. They didn't like that shit.
You could be Nigga Machine. I mean War Machine.
Yeah, you can be that dude with the guns, the black armor with all the guns. Yeah, we like that.
Yeah, you know, because you buddies love the guns, don't you? You can turn them sideways on your little armor.
No, you can't be Iron Man.
Just promise.
I won't read that for too long. You can be the knockoff.
Just promise me one thing. You don't put graffiti on it. You know, I've been to New York a couple of times. You know, you love that.
No spinning rims.
No spinning rims. No bling bling.
No spinning rims and no chains on the armor, okay?
Oh, yo, what's up? I really hated when white boys did that. Yo, what's up? Like, dude, I greet me like a goddamn man. Oh, man.
But that's my thing with it. It's like Beasley was saying, their opinion on the shit hasn't changed at all. I don't know why they keep making videos about the shit, other than the fact that they must get them numbers.
Yeah, that's pretty much.
I don't talk about it that damn much, and I'm fucking black.
I'd rather people just say we don't like Captain America because he's black.
No, they just say the only Captain America is Steve Rogers. No, he's not the only one in the comics or anything else. Because if Captain America is an ideal, then any American can damn near be Captain America. And to me, that would make it more accessible than just saying it just has to be this one white boy.
And why not have Captain America be a native guy anyway?
Yeah, that really going for him. Captain America is a Native American. Like, oh.
Go ahead, say something.
Same smoke, different smoke.
Hey, you lucky they let T'Challa be black. At this point.
Yeah, they could have went with the Richard Dragon.
The king of Wakanda has returned, starring Christian Bale as
White Panther.
Shit, Tarzan, anyone?
Yeah. Tarzan was the one when I first realized that when I was a kid. Like, how is he the king of beasts in Africa and everybody else is black and he the only white dude?
White.
Just got dropped off there, motherfucker. How you in charge of everything? Like, get the fuck out of here.
Me, Tarzan. Me, got affirmative action. Real superpower.
That's fucked up. That is affirmative action for your ass.
Oh, it's a double entendre joke.
It is. That's funny as fuck. But no, that's my thing. I wasn't all pissed off about Sam having the shield, dude. He can have the shield for a fucking movie. It'll eventually go back to Steve Rogers just like it did in the comic book. The number of people who have held that shield is what, 5 or so?
I mean,
it's always gone back to Steve.
Even Superman held the shield, for God's sakes.
Oh, goddamn, yeah, right? He ain't even in Marvel Comics. Like, come on, man.
Oh, like, goddamn.
It's okay. It's okay. He'll get it back. Okay?
You know, the shield's a whore. Yeah, that's coming back.
Yeah, don't worry about it. It'll be back. A year and a day. You know. Let them get this 1 year out of the way. But they riding so hard for shitting on this movie right, left, and center. You would think they actually had stock. Like, man, they got money from us to make this goddamn movie. Look how much it's lost. Gives a fuck.
I can't wait till a white guy dresses up as T'Challa and he's overweight.
Man.
I come here as the Fat Panther. Ugh.
Look, traditionally, comic book movies ain't made that goddamn kind of money. Traditionally. Outside of the last 10 years, you know, the 20 or so before that, they was never making that kind of money. Never. So you could say, okay, it hit a new peak with the MCU movies. Yeah, but it also hit a new low with MCU movies. You're catching that, right? So if it gets back to some kind of normalcy of amount of money that they can make, then okay, it got back to being normal. You ain't got to make $1 million for me. It don't.
You know what's really funny? A lot of these people only want to go to the comics when it suits their purpose.
Exactly.
Sure, he was Black Panther, yeah, for a cup of coffee, like for 5 issues, if that.
Oh, a drink, the bitch died too, quick.
And she died. So here's another thing. Like, I actually like Jane Foster Thor.
I like Jane Foster Thor too. It was interesting.
It was interesting. It spread the mythos a lot further than it was originally. And shit, I mean, to me, I think the best Thor comic series arcs, of course, was Ragnarok, and while he was wearing King Thor, and he had to go through all the challenges. The God Butcher, and a good amount of Jane Foster being Thor, and plus, you know, the War of the Realms.
War of the Realms was good.
So you got to think about it. That's within the more recent 15 years. 10. Oh yeah. By the way, I love that noise when you do it when somebody come up.
Yeah, that's for AB. That's specifically for AB. Said he beaming in.
Beaming in.
And some media. What's good? Happy birthday, old nigga.
Oh, happy birthday.
Welcome to the old nigga club.
Yeah, you hit the 40 plus club. Congratulations.
I'm just a 42-year-old man collecting his action figures and putting them on his dresser.
Right.
And I'm making them go to war. For some reason,
my action figures and make my money. Just leave me the fuck alone.
Yeah. For some reason, we got Lionel, Beta Ray Bill, Thor, and Captain America squaring up against Juggernaut, Ares, God of War, and Killmonger. It's going to be a rumble.
Yeah, it's a rumble. Right. If I said most Marvel fans are going to see it, not just to not have a gap in the storyline. When Bucky was capping the comics, he was packing a gun anyway. I wouldn't say that's most Marvel fans. You got to remember, most of the fans nowadays that go and see these movies are not comic book fans. They're moviegoers.
Yeah.
That's why I have to couch it in what's coming from the MCU and what's coming from Marvel Comics. What happened in comics versus what's happening in the movies. Because most of them only know the fucking movies. These are kids raised on the movies. They became Marvel fans from movies. So they only know the MCU.
Which
you look at the age of some of these. You look at the age of how long the MCU has been making movies. And then you look at the age of the reviewers. You'll find that discrepancy that they don't know anything about 20 years of these comic books. They don't. They only know it when some old nigga like myself mentions it, and then they go back and Google or Wikipedia it, or go buy the comic and actually read it themselves. They don't. They'll tell you passionately about their first time seeing this shit. Oh, seeing Iron Man #1 and how old I was and where I was. You're fucking in elementary school?
Like a lot of
and you got strong opinions on Falcon being Captain America. Man, shut the fuck up.
You didn't even read.
You still on the side seat. You ain't riding a motorcycle yet.
If anybody deserves to be Captain America, comic book and movie wise, it's Falcon.
Falcon. It would be Falcon.
Why would you make Winter Soldier a guy who, even during, if you pay close attention to Winter Soldier, Falcon and the Winter Soldier, he's still on his redemption arc. He's not the guy you put front and center to represent America. He's the motherfucker you put on a Black Ops mission to do some dirty work.
Yeah, you put him on a team like the Thunderbolts.
Yeah, like
that's where his ass to work.
Notice the Thunderbolts are not nice people.
No, they're not. What's good, A Dizzle?
Hey, what's going on?
You feeling older yet?
Yep.
Yep.
You know what? The only difference
creaking yourself in your spine when you got out the bed, like, oh, nigga, it's too cold out here.
What they say, it's the same size, your balls get longer.
Get shorter, your balls get longer.
You just piss a little bit longer. That's all.
Start feeling that toilet water, like, ooh, what the fuck? Water's cold today.
Like, oh shit, god damn.
What's going on here?
Like, god damn, it's deep too.
What would you say, AB? Go ahead.
Yeah, I hit my knee the other day, and oh man, I felt it.
Oh Lord. Oh my gosh.
I actually had to sit down for a minute because I was like, damn.
My experience has been after 35, every 5 years I feel something different.
Yeah.
Every 5 years I feel something different that just wasn't hurting before, but now it's like an issue. Like, what in the fuck? What is this? This is the shit they don't tell you about when you're getting older, folks. Most people don't, they just deal with it. They ain't publicizing it. But every 5 years I feel something different. Getting on the other side of 50, I'm scared. Always what's gonna fall apart next, nigga. Can I still find my dick? Okay. Woo.
He's like, I'm suffering from elephantitis.
Oh god.
I said I wanted bigger, but goddamn, let it be controlled. Shit.
Holy shit.
Oh man, I'll be 43 April 1st. Shit. Where have the time gone? You know, still having college girls hit on me. Oh my god, she didn't look that. I never thought, like, Shorty, you see my son, he's gonna be 18 in July. There has to be something.
I mean, don't think about that shit. So AB, what you hit? You should be like 42 right now, right?
42.
Yeah. So I keep track. Y'all niggas don't think I do. I keep track. I know how long I've known some of these people. I remember AB when he was way back in his 30s, nigga.
You know? Like, I'm not saying Artisan's old, but he does have that Zordon feel to him, you know?
Shut up.
That ain't right.
I remember that show when it started. I watched the first episode.
Good luck.
We need some teenagers with attitudes. How old are you? 30. Shut up, nigga.
I was grown when that show aired the first time. I watched it at work on the TV so other people can watch it. Like, damn, this is a good show. And I know where they are. I know that building. I know that park. I've been to that park. I drove to that park.
Oh, they shot it in San Fran?
No, they shot it in L.A.
It was LA.
But that park that they were shooting at, that was supposed to be Angel Valley, Angel High, whatever the fuck.
Angel Grove.
Angel Grove is on the way going to L.A. outside of Magic Mountain. Going through that. That's why I remember the background. Like, oh, that's that waterway that they feeds into that reservoir. Oh shit, that's where they filmed that shit. I know exactly where that is, man. I've been there. Been in that park.
I can visit that park because I'll be thinking a putty's gonna attack me and some shit.
No shit. That's what it's like.
How do you hear the music? Combat.
Right.
Like shit, you're gonna have to be like, who's playing that fucking Squabble Up?
Right.
Like, oh my god.
You had Tommy's classic key. I said, oh yeah.
That's why I'm gonna keep telling
that kid.
That's why I keep telling Artisan to come out to BlairCon one day so we can nerd out with some of the celebrities and we could hold a panel about the 30 and over gang or the 40 and over gang.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all don't know shit about some comics. Geekdom. You don't know shit about like Robert Mayweather.
Go ahead, AB.
Rest in power to David Frank, man. He went.
Yeah, JDF. Yeah, R.I.P. to JDF, man.
Yeah.
He was a force on that show. That show changed complexion as soon as he got on it. And I was
oh
like,
yeah, his energy, man.
Right
Yeah,
there. That Green Ranger is my dude.
That Green Ranger saga was no whore.
Look,
I didn't even like the show.
I watched them goddamn movies in the theaters. Paid money to see the movies in the theater. Tommy on the team, it's gonna be good, man. It's gonna be a good fight.
Oh yeah, I watched that first movie in the theaters with Ooze or whatever his name was.
Ivan Ooze.
Yeah.
Is this the OG serotonin?
Yeah, what's up with the guys, man? Peace to the guys.
Good. What's good with you? Jay ain't seen you in a minute.
I'm doing good. What's up with you? I said, what's up, Colin? How you doing?
You know,
they said Colonel. How you say? What's the proper pronunciation?
It's French. It's Colonel.
Okay. How you doing, Beasley? What's up, AB?
What's going on?
You know, my favorite nigga G, the oldest sounding young nigga I've known.
Man, what y'all got going on today, man?
No, just talking about bullshit.
Yeah, I'm in the middle of Gladiator 2.
Oh, you watching that shit?
Torturing yourself.
I got a bromance going on with Denzel over that movie right now.
Oh my god!
I'm seriously having homoerotic moments about that.
Too much information.
No Diddy though. No baby oil included. No Diddy.
Oh, no, hell no. You can't get away with saying some shit like that.
I'm talking about pure normal male adoration of ascension of rank, not sexual eros love.
You keep mentioning shit like that.
No, we gotta break these barriers, man. We gotta break these. It's okay for a young black male to admire another older black male in esteem, and it's not sexual.
That's cool.
Okay,
but
you
bring
I am not a dark elf of Menzo Berenzin, no matter what.
In a non-sexual way, yes, it's fine.
Exactly.
Charles, you hear that?
But you said you was having homoerotic dreams. That's different.
Yeah,
I mean.
You hear the music, man. You hear the all about the Benjamins instrumental.
No, what's the proper word? Homosocial. What they call it? I was trying to be facetious because some girl made the video saying men were homosocial or some shit like that. I don't know.
What?
I was trying to be deep. I said the wrong word.
Yeah, never listen to a woman telling you about what men are.
Yeah, players fuck up too. Players fuck up too.
I know what you're talking about, and it's a proper term. It's homo something. It's not like in a sexual sense. It's describing the male bonding experiences amongst men and shit, like how we buddy as opposed to women who always getting into conflict and shit with one another. That's why they can't be good friends.
Bullshit. They be good
friends.
Yeah,
and it's called homos. Like I want to say it's homosocial or. It's something like that, man. But it was like,
or some bullshit like that. I heard it in college a long time ago.
But it's some real shit though.
No,
yeah,
I'm not taking that shit.
I tried watching Section 31. I just couldn't get into it.
Oh damn! I'm in the Federation. You can't watch it. It can't be good if you can't watch it.
It started off when you first see it. It's like they're ripping something out of Star Wars. I'm like, is this what we doing now?
That's what I've heard for a while. People complaining about Star Trek is that Star Trek has been trying to be Star Wars for so long in recent years. It never was that. Star Trek was supposed to be the more intellectual side of sci-fi.
Yeah.
And in recent years, it's been skewing hard towards we just want to be Star Wars. Like that's not what you're supposed to be. You're supposed to be Star Trek. Motherfucker.
Isn't Star Wars supposed to be like Gene Roddenberry's idea of a perfect socialism? Like they don't have money.
Oh, Star Trek. You mean Star Trek?
Star Trek.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I say it's not the same as Star Wars because Star Wars is more like the Anunnaki story type situation. Like the Galactic Federation, the remnant of civilizations, and a kingdom that lasts forever versus a society of everybody doing what's perfect for society because nuclear war happened. Like it's a whole different story base.
Yeah, it's a whole different genesis point for it.
I remember watching a movie called Star Wars, but I don't think that was the right movie.
It wasn't the right one.
I need you to find out that director and email me that, Charles.
He needs a link. He needs a link.
And you got to be careful with the homo Stacy, whatever the hell you put it as, because one thing about it, if you keep making two more comments like that, Puff Daddy and Roland Martin will come out the dark and get you.
Listen, Lord. It's okay. Listen, I've already
you will summon the Puff's Daddy.
It's okay. I've already been called gay because I want to practice abstinence. So I don't know.
Well, when a woman calls you gay, you're supposed to fall apart.
I already know. I was mortified because I didn't want to hit that old box.
Yeah, that's what I got. I got called gay for some shit like that because somebody sent me some picture of some ugly looking shit. I'm like, I would not be interested. Oh, you gay? No, the hell I'm not. I guess selective, and that does not make the cut. Hell,
it's hard to be selective when you're dealing with either chicks that's so old that they fart, coochie dust, or it's the chicks that are so ran through her lips look like bed sheets when you hang them in the wind.
Or
I can tell you this since we talking geek stuff. You guys remember Return of the Jedi?
Mm-hmm.
And you remember that chick that was sitting up there in Jabba's palace singing on the microphone?
Yeah,
she was shaped.
Yeah,
okay. That was a chick that was shaped like that, wearing some supposedly sexy gear.
Oh my God!
Picture. And she was overweight and looked like that, and was mad at me because I was like, I was not interested. I didn't say nothing negative about her. I said that's just not my speed. That's not my flavor.
No, I'm not going to lie.
I'm gay because I'm not interested in hitting that shit. No,
I'm not going to lie. If she would have caught me 12 years ago, she had a chance.
No, there wasn't a year in my life that would have been a chance for me.
I ain't gonna lie. When
as a hard on,
was the young. What's the word before Padawan? What's before Padawan?
Youngling.
When I was a youngling, sir.
Oh Lord!
I lived in Nebraska where it snowed out, and I was forced to make some survival decisions.
Oh God! That's how I knew where this was going.
No. Cure for cancer.
She would have called me when I was young and unskilled without any certifications in the society. I might have to make that risk.
Yeah, you're supposed to be knock out them cobwebs. Hell no, nigga. No, look, man. If you start treating that shit like a privilege to people, you'll understand a lot of them don't make the cut.
Mm-hmm.
Because the problem is a lot of times nowadays, if we got to swing this shit back to some shit that ain't got nothing to do with geekdom, but the problem nowadays is you pump up the heads of these motherfuckers that really don't make the cut. Shouldn't be getting no ass. Because think about it this way. Does an ugly dude have a chance to get ass from pretty women?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a bad. I know some ugly dudes as players.
I'm just saying, if he ain't rich, he ain't no celebrity or nothing like that, does he have a chance of bagging fine chicks?
No.
Acting entitled. No.
Oh, hell no.
So when you do
this,
give ugly chicks that's out of shape and all the rest of this shit, dick from handsome dudes, you know what you do? You overflate their fucking ego and pump them up.
No,
that's you getting the same thing ugly dudes get. Not at all.
You're from California, so you guys have high standards. So
we do sometimes.
But that's what I'm saying. This is the issue in the Midwest, right? You got these guys.
I don't have standards in the Midwest. I thought Midwest standards would get them coming to California.
No, listen, man. This is the Midwest standard. I'm gonna be honest with you. What the fuck race is like? You will have a hut. You know what I'm saying? That feels inflated.
Oh my God!
Because a Mandalorian was stuck in the snow for the winter, and he had to go over there to survive the snow. Like the gynocracy is hard as fuck. Like you niggas don't know the truth of the gynocracy.
Artisan, I hate to take this L, but he's there are no lies told. I have seen hut-like creatures have children. There's no lies told there.
Listen, Colonel Charles. Charles, you're a police officer. Listen, Charles is an officer of the law, sir. He has pulled up the houses. He has pulled up the houses of 378-pound behemoths with 140 pounders.
I told you, BGS remembers the story very well. This was like around 12 on a nice spring day. I get called to a scene where this chick had to be every bit of like 5'3", 310.
Damn.
You know, you should not step on the scale and you see a zip code.
Damn.
Fuck. I mean,
that's your spot for that height.
I mean, and her boyfriend had to be around 5'8", 150, 145 pounds. And sometimes you got to forget that you're working and trying to be professional, but things slip. And she said, my boyfriend choked me and threw me across the road. Number one, she had no neck.
Oh
Number two, when she said it, I was like, "You're a goddamn lie."
Hey, officer, I'm gonna address you in your professional sense, officer. This bitch ain't nothing but head and shoulders. How could I choke her?
Like, I mean, he choked me, and I'm just like, how? Like, it threw me across the room. I'm like, this motherfucker can have gamma rays, Kryptonian DNA, and the powers of Grayskull, and he couldn't lift you.
Hey, listen.
My partner looked at me, and he just looked at me with such shock and walked outside of the house, went to his patrol car, and bust out laughing.
Hey, and listen,
he's being professional.
Hey, Charles. We've been talking on this thing for years, right? So, you know, I talk a little bit of shit, but I really do got kind of like respect for police. Even though where I grew up from, I got respect for police officers, right? And like, one of the reasons why is because like one day, like I really did some shit to this girl. Like I really slapped this bitch like one day. Like she had me fucked up. You know what I'm saying? But when the cops got there, I was just honest with them. And it was two white dudes, and this is why I say all cops ain't racist either. And they looked at her, and they looked at me, and they was like, man, just go ahead, man.
and there's another time talking about, by the way.
Hey, Officer Faulkner, I swear to God, I thought I was going to jail. Like, man, I ain't never been in jail for domestic or nothing, but I really slapped this bitch, and I wasn't even about to lie about it. You know what I'm saying? And the officers looked at her, and like, this bitch was a big bitch. I was like, bro, I had to get this bitch up off me, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, and he looked at her, and they looked at me, and they was like, hey, man, just go ahead and go down the street.
Yeah. Like, this bitch, I mean, this bitch fat on her cheek was so fucking thick that Swords of Plundar couldn't cut through.
Swords of Plundar.
Hey, Artisan. Hey,
Oh my
Artisan,
God.
I swear I see the two white dudes. These look like some real Nordic ass cops. They was blonde, and these motherfuckers was 6'3" and shit. I'm like, man, I'm going to jail. They done sent the super troopers out this motherfucker. And they looked at her, and they looked at me, and they were like, sir, just go down the street. We'll be down there to talk to you in a second.
You know what? I'm going to say this on another thing. And another time, I can tell you the plight of the homosexual, as I'll call it. Like this one dude, I was like, I asked him, it was like when I was on the midnight shift, I said, you just came out of jail not too long ago, did you? He like, yeah, about 2 months. How'd you know? And I looked at the wife.
No.
Man, that's what I'm saying, Charles. The brothers be mad at us. Like, I be trying to tell them, y'all are not envious of what we had to do in our youth, bro. Y'all just think that this shit was fun. Like, this shit was a matter of survival.
I swear to everything holy, man. I just put a clip of Hihachi Man versus Mungra with the Swords of Plundar. Dude, whoever designed this fucking shit was a fucking genius. Like, god damn the weapons design on this bitch. But back to big bitches. I mean,
I'd like to move it off of big bitches if I can on my channel, because I cannot see myself ever reaching 1,000 people talking about big bitches.
Big back.
No, we're not necessarily talking about that. We're talking about
the plight of the Midwest. I feel for you, but there's two options you got.
Listen, we're talking about
upgrade your standards. Hold on, upgrade your standards, or move the fuck out of there. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Hey, no.
I've seen some gonzo ass porn with some big hefty ass bitches in it with some Negro there dicking it down. I'm like, why the fuck is he fucking that big bitch?
But this
He
is
can't be getting paid for it. He can't be getting paid for it.
You telling me artists
that is his chick. That is his chick.
So you telling me
Slim Pickens.
So you telling me the artisan known as MC would not partake into the heavy piece?
To the big bag.
I will say this: far as I know, this is my philosophy on this. Every brother got one big bitch in his closet. Now, my one big bitch is my son's mother, just because she got a big ass, right? That's it. That's it. It's just not my thing. It's not something I'm trying to swaddle up to and get warm at night or none of that shit.
I ain't gonna lie to you, artist, and I agree with you.
No, it's not. It's not attractive to me, and I understand that I lower myself when I do shit like that.
I ain't gonna lie to you, artist, and I agree with you. Everybody do got one, except I got 40. You know, so I got 40. Like I ain't gonna lie, I struggled in my youth. Like I got 40.
Your youth is different than your 40s, right? Your youth is different from an older age. When you get up in age, there is for me, in my understanding, when you get up in age, it's kind of understandable because these bitches have had kids and they older, they ain't in the gym all the time working out. So you'll get a smattering of shit, right? Because at that age, they all kind of fluffy in some areas. Okay, it's just what it is. In your youth, in your 20s, the only person that want to fuck more than a teenage horny boy is a big chick. So I give you that one. After that, though, nigga, it ain't supposed to be none in between that.
Unless you like
there's not supposed to be any between your teens and your 30s, nigga. It's not supposed to be no big bitches in there.
Unless you like some of my friends who have a plethora.
Yeah, exactly. That's like, oh man, it was just that night. No, like, nigga, this is your dating profile, man. This is what you look for. Easy marks.
I had to like the funniest time we were watching one of the UFC fights at my boy's house. We had the pizza and the wings in the basement. And of course, he was looking for some extracurricular activities after the pay-per-view.
Of course.
Dude, sometimes you got to wait till your chick comes down to the basement and not with your fellas. Because you know your fella's going to joke the shit out of you, whether if you get laid or not. In the 10 Commandments of women, thou shalt not have a chick walk downstairs sideways because that's the only way she could fit.
Oh. Look, if you fell in love with some big chick and you fell in love with some chick and she got big, it's understandable. If it's your baby mama and she got big after having a baby or some shit, some of that stuff is understandable, right? It's different. Not hard. It's a hard and fast rule, but there are some things where you can, tip the scales in one way or another. Yeah. But if you specifically going out and this chick is big when you meet her, nigga, your standards is just low. You just like easy marks.
Yeah, pretty much. That's
so at a point, I can't be mad about the shit you getting from her. I can't be mad about her having her head blowed up. Because if enough of you niggas keep running up on her and she recognize y'all really attractive and you could be doing better, but you still fucking her, if she keep catching niggas, her head gonna keep getting blown up. Stop blowing these bitches' heads up with that shit. You bringing yourself down. You ain't bringing her down none. No. She boosting her esteem and lowering yours. If you can't take that bitch around none of your family and friends and them not be looking at you like, what the fuck is you doing? You know what you're doing, man. You looking for target practice. You looking for easy, wet holes, man. That's it.
You're not a competitor. You're not a competitor.
You a smash, bro. You just looking for the easy win.
You're not a competitor. You're not a competitor.
It ain't that much alcohol, man. It's not that much alcohol in the world.
She's not you're not a competitor, nigga. You're not a competitor.
You just want the easy mark.
Let's go back to old school. Lower
she couldn't run from you fast enough. She was easy enough to catch, and you already knew you didn't have to pour that much attention to her, and she would treat it like it was gold. You know what it was. Come on, man.
God. Especially you niggas who cook for. Oh,
yeah. In the South, in the Midwest, California, whatever. There's big bitches out here in California. Everybody ain't fit over here.
No. Nobody works in the South, bro. That
even
shit in
them
the South
is
atrocious.
Like, come on, man.
That shit in the South is atrocious.
If I was a big dude, my options would be limited. Flat out. It don't matter how much game I got. It don't matter how I can talk to people.
No, always,
it might not matter how much personality I got.
Even
would be limited.
when you're a bigger, muscular dude, it's different.
Charles ass gonna be able to catch young chicks for a while.
Yeah, Charles a thumb.
The what?
A thumb.
Exactly. A thumb.
A thumb.
What is
remember on Spy Kids, the henchmen? They were so muscular, they was just a thumb.
This nigga.
What the fuck?
He talking about the damn thumb-thumbs, really?
Charles just he just one of them big, muscular, bald-headed old black dudes. And just like this nigga's he used to hang out with Action Jackson and shit. Like,
you know what? I think I'm agreeing.
That's how I picture Charles, like Action Jackson drinking.
I think one day I'm a cosplay as Action Jackson, get the afro or some oil sheen, jump over a car.
Like Charles remind me of Bill Duke when he played old cops and shit. Just a big brother that just no nonsense, swole ass. He was homeboys with Rodney Coleman when he was a cop ass niggas. Like,
like you try to tell us like we just give each other like really strong thumbs ups and shit.
No, I just be thinking all the swole ass black cops know each other. Like all y'all niggas gotta hang out together. You big.
That's an ugly rumor. That's an ugly rumor, but it's sad because when everybody asks me about this muscular bald head cop, I kind of do know him. You know, what about that? Oh yeah, that's Jason. What about that guy? He retired. Shit. Oh, God damn. Like a bunch of like we got a league of our own superheroes to be a part of this. You must be able to bench press 300 pounds, grow a full beard, and be bald.
There you go. Charles, this is who G is saying you are.
I know what Action Jackson.
No, you're not Action Jackson, motherfucker. You this big motherfucker next to Action Jackson.
I'm not that damn big.
No, that's what that's Charles.
I'm more like
Action Jackson's drinking buddy, not Action Jackson. His drinking buddy.
I'm more closer to Action Jackson with bald.
I didn't mean big like that, but just a big muscular ass Action Jackson, kind of like William Clark Duncan.
He looks like to stay in that suit. That's what he looked like.
Because that's how William. Like I had met William Clark Duncan and shit, and like he was swole like that. It's a big thumb. Like you just a big ass thumb.
Thumb.
Like that's how swole they just be so swole. Like you niggas is just muscles.
So point being is that given the way Charles is built, the way he keeps himself in shape, he'll be able to catch chicks for a long time. Charles has absolutely no reason in hell, no excuse in the world. If you saw Charles with some big 300-pounder, he would not have an excuse.
Precious.
It wouldn't be that it was cold. It wouldn't be that it was cold. Let me finish, G. It wouldn't be that it was cold. It wouldn't be that he was in the Midwest. It wouldn't be that he was in the South eating butter biscuits. It wouldn't be none of that shit. He would have no excuse. None. And you can't tell me if you saw a nigga like Charles with a big 300-pound bitch, you wouldn't think that her status is being elevated and his is being dropped all at the same time.
But no, you know what's actually crazy in our community, Artisan? It's not the unattractive dude. Like you will see a tall, slim, in shape nigga with him. It's just, I just don't like a lot of brothers. Just I don't know what it is.
And that's why I say it's the easy mark. You giving these motherfuckers too much status when you do shit like.
No, listen, I know homeboy. I got homeboys who they eat like even their side chicks are like superior, but they still love the. Like it just, I don't know what it is, man. We Midwest niggas, bro.
I would actually add to that artist.
You validating her with that shit. You
validating. But I'm saying it's not
is.
About validating her. It's like what they really like. Like I don't. Yes, I struggle with it because I don't see nothing wrong with anybody likes. So
no, it's your choice. I'm just saying.
I will say this, right? And I've said this.
Let Beastly jump in first because y'all keep talking over everybody else. Let Beastly jump in
man,
first.
Fuck Beastly, you smart hairy motherfucker. Sorry, look at Beastly.
Yeah, I'm about to step down, fellas. I'll catch you later.
All right, AB.
Happy birthday, boy.
I would actually also add to this. It's also a self-esteem issue with a lot of the guys because the conversations that I've had, and especially with a couple of the dudes in my family, it's they don't think highly of themselves. So they will go get a chick that matches their self-esteem level. If you had to put it on a scale of a 1 to 10, or you put the chick on a 1 to 10, they go get a chick that's that rates like a 3 or a 4 because they don't see themselves greater than a 3 or a 4.
Yeah, and it's a very passive thing. Like Malika was talking about before with the Charlie Brown and stuff like that, and his self-esteem and stuff like that. And I didn't agree. He can have his view, but I didn't agree with that. It's the same thing with dudes understanding, they value what they're worth and stuff like that. Sometimes it's not something actually you just say to yourself. Like I think I deserve this level of chick. You might not say that to yourself out loud, but when you start picking, that's exactly what the fuck it is that you're saying.
Well, I mean, that's what some of my homeboys. That's what happened with some of my homeboys, especially the bigger ones. And it's like, dude, you can get a much more attractive chick. But this is the thing I talk about when black men are the dating world, or the garbage men of the dating world. It's either because you become such a pussy hound and or you don't like to compete. And being part of a man is competition. If you don't like a chick, and we could take it out of being a big chick. We could talk about you deal with disrespectful women.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. You don't think that you deserve anybody unless they disrespect you. You normalize dysfunction.
Right.
And you see a lot of these guys and you're like, why you deal with that person? Well, I don't feel like being alone. That's a poor excuse for anybody. And to me, there's too many. We have so much knowledge, and I agree with Artisan. It's one thing if you dated a woman or married a woman and she gains weight. Hey, she gave you healthy kids, she gained weight. You could let her grow about 20 pounds. But when you come out come stepping up to the plate and you already like looking like, the second coming of King Kong Bundy, that's a bit much. And I've told a lot of this.
Van Vader.
You looking like Big Van Vader. What time is it? Vader time. But I've trained people and women who lost weight, they will tell you. They know it because that's why I always had a saying to a lot of dudes who are married or longtime girlfriends. If you're both heavy and she starts losing weight, you got 6 months to a year.
Keep up. Yeah, you better keep up.
Or he cheats on you and leaves you. It happened in many times in the police department. Like if a guy's going to cheat, but he's not going to leave. I'll say that. That's just guys. We know loyalty and a strange way.
If you can stop a biological urge, let me know how to do it.
I know how to do it. Cut off your sack. You ain't doing it, so you ain't stopping it. But the craziest part is when a woman knows she's not used to certain acknowledgement, and somebody out the blue who she always thought was out of her league says hello to her, boy, her brain cells just went to Apollo 13 out the stratosphere.
She gone.
I just got to say this because I'm going to make up a new motto for 2025. Say no to heavy chicks. But no.
Say no to it's just understanding that, look, man, if you was a trifling ass dude, just grimy as all hell, and you could always bag fine chicks, why the fuck would you ever not be grimy?
Well, exactly. It's what got you to the game.
What's the point? You don't need to.
I know. For me, I've dealt with all types, like bigger, smaller, thinner, fat, all that shit. Like, for me, it was just more so if they was doing something for me or not. Like, honestly, like if I do something for them, would they do something for me? That's what I always base it off of.
True.
You know what I'm saying? And Like I was, you know, like it was like a low self-esteem issue a lot of the times. A lot of the times it was like shit, a necessity thing. Like, you know what I'm saying? But as you get older, yeah, you do start drifting in a different way. But
Yeah,
like I'm not
if
even
you're
in the
homosexual, I understand it. You gonna find the easiest path to have you someplace to sleep, eat, and suck you off every once in a while.
but really it didn't. Then at a certain point, it wasn't even that. When it was like I figured out how to take care of myself. Like once I figured out how to take care of myself, it was more so just nigga, I'll be bored. Like you know what I'm saying? Like you know what I'm saying? You when you finally do, like I got the Xbox and shit.
I feel like
I'm
that
chilling.
Enon
I
brother.
work. I got some paper. I don't drink alcohol. I don't do drugs. So I never not have money. So
You need a
it's like
different hobby than fucking Big Baby.
You need to collect
yeah,
action.
but no, and that's what a lot of times it'll be like. It's Thursday.
You
I'm
need a
bored as
different hobby.
fuck. You know what I'm saying? Motherfucker blowing my shit up. Like, man, what you on, man? Come over here and chew something down.
I was bored, but then I went to fat. Diet fat, you know.
But no, I mean, cause it wouldn't always be that though. Like they wouldn't always be like it wouldn't always be that. You know, sometimes they be slim or thick.
You're
Like,
just a lusty devil, man. You
yeah,
need
it was just on some real life. Like, nigga, I'm bored. Like, you know what I'm saying? Ain't nothing to do. Like, I know there's nothing going to come out of this situation.
You
At this
understand
point,
that one of the easiest ways, the easiest way that even other men know to manipulate dudes is sex and boredom. That's the easiest way to manipulate a dude. Because one, if you use sex for your boredom relief, you're gonna always be fucking some trifling ass bitches.
That's why I'm
you acted in an animal way, which means you only taking the shit that's readily available.
Exactly. That's why I'm practicing that's why I'm doing what I'm doing now willingly.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm cool. Like I don't want to talk. Like I'm not interested. I'm really trying to figure out how to get to BlurCon in September. Like, I'm not worried about. I'm hoping my job give me time off for BlurCon. Like
that's March.
That's
just me. Just like I'm saying, I'm just expressing my views on what kind of standards I try to have for my damn self. And while I understand brothers make their own choices, I might not understand that choice completely. I don't see the sense in it. And me, I'm always looking for the logic in things. If it doesn't make any logical goddamn sense to me, I don't understand why people do it. But that's part of what psychology is. It's understanding why people do shit like that.
This is when it really fucks with you, artisan. This is when it really fucks with you deeply. This is what made me stop like a couple years ago. Stop doing that shit.
Listen
one day,
bullshit from a chick that you know.
Yeah, no. Listen,
did you a favor fucking with you? What you talking about? Talking crazy to me?
No, listen. This one day, I was chilling with one of my paramours. You know what I'm saying? Somebody that I was participating in those activities with.
I know what the paramour.
And they were on the phone with another female. And when I got on the phone, like I had fucked with her too. You know what I'm saying? And I was like, oh shit. And when she seen me, she was like, oh, you with that? And it caused the whole issue. And then it came to find out that they had got into it before over another nigga. And I was just looking at myself like, what the fuck? And these are some bum raggedy hoes.
Damn.
And you realize you're the plaything, not them.
Yeah.
And that's when you be like, oh, I got to do something different. Like, when you realize that nigga in the situation, nigga, you're the actual valuable thing getting played with.
If you understand your value in that situation, it's like, why, outside of payback and, karma and stuff like that, I've told people, like, yeah, the easiest person to fuck around with is somebody married. Well, why don't you do that shit? Well, you understand after a point that you are the plaything.
Nope. I mean, when you realize that women that sleep with niggas easily sleep with a lot of niggas easily. like, nigga, you just, like, nigga, you might got something, brother. Like, you might have some type of bacterial infection, brother. Like,
well, the main thing is that there is really no care for you. And if you actually want somebody, like Grinch would say, if you really want somebody to prioritize you, make you a priority, why would you waste your time fucking with some chick that's using you as a side hobby horse?
No, it wasn't even that for me. I just got to think.
No, G, it's a separate question I'm asking.
Okay. My fault. Sorry.
I'm asking it to everybody. Why would you? What would be the point?
No,
you still got your cold night. She can go back and have her fucking life and her husband and everything else. You still over there on the side.
You're just Dickelodeon. You're just entertainment.
Exactly. You just a dick. You think you want somebody to prioritize you that way? That's not a priority, motherfucker.
Oh no.
Yeah,
you're a recreational use dick.
I'm speaking more
basically the slave fuck.
Exactly. When we're out there participating in like loose sexual relations, and this is real shit, like they are too. That's what fucked it up about me. Like, cause I had a myopic view, like this is what men do, and not stopping to think like these girls do this shit too way more than men. Like the average woman has more sexual partners than the average man. So well, in my lifetime, only in my lifetime, I knew that the girls in school with us had way more sexual partners than we did. Like dudes are actually in denial about how outrageous they number counts is. I be hearing niggas say 10. I be like, boy, you crazy. She had 10 before she was done with high school.
If she told you, whatever she told you, just
times
say
100.
Can I finish my sentence? It's probably twice. It's probably twice that, whatever she told you. If you dumb enough to want to ask. If you dumb enough to want to ask, whatever she told you is probably double. Like I told a chick, I always gave you at least 2 other dudes on standby. Why you say that? That's wrong. You assuming something about me. No, I'm not. I'm just assuming there's 2 other niggas around somewhere.
Trust me. Every woman has an emergency.
Making me upset.
Some dude floating in your gravitational field.
In your orbit.
I mean, I think it's worse.
Fine, I'm here right now. When I leave, it might be somebody else.
I think it's worse than that. If they tell you a single digit, I think that's like 50 plus.
Yeah, I think depending on their age, that's why I always age this shit up through tiers, 20s, 30s, 40s. Depending on their age, you're a fucking liar.
If they tell you anything over 10, it's at least 100.
If she tells me at 30 she only been with 5 dudes, I'm already thinking at least 35. Plus, I'm gonna give you an extra 7 for your age.
You got kids? You've been fucking a lot.
Wait a minute. Hold up. You got kids?
Pretty easy to get.
Are they by the same man? No. Oh, you a hoe.
No, you've been pretty busy. You've been busy.
Listen,
you already know to use that thing for something other than just having babies.
Yeah, if they
ain't got no kids, you just fucking.
Like most of them won't tell you, but if you like over 10, they be like, yeah, it's 100. Like I just go straight to the 100 number.
Like God damn, everybody been to your hidden garden.
No, that's not a lot.
I'm not turning them into a complete fucking prostitute or hoe, but I'm knowing.
That's where y'all in denial, bro.
G, I'm letting them know that the number is high. It's not the number you telling me. I know that. That's why I say I only double it. If I'm going to look at a woman and say, like, you said you only been with 5 people, that means it's been 100. Why am I even trying to line up to be 101? I wouldn't be fucking with her.
That's why I have mental problems. Don't listen to me. Like I'm like something wrong.
I'll double it. I'll say it's probably 10. Because if you get into it and you ask her the next couple of questions on what she classifies as her boyfriend, somebody she was dating, and all the rest of that shit, you'll find out it's a lot of motherfuckers in there that just don't make the cut for the conversation she's talking about. But they were still people who was fucking.
And that's why I said I got mental problems, because I had situations where I've seen my girl cousins that lived with me, and like I've seen the stream, and it was like, nigga, there's way more than 10 niggas in a year.
Oh yeah,
like you know what I'm saying. So I'm talking like it might be 3 niggas this week that was over here.
They get more gifts than Santa delivering.
You know what I'm saying? Now I'm not saying everybody did something, but I'm saying most dudes are in denial about the sheer amount of niggas that women deal with. Like women have streams of men. But I don't care about that though. That's irrelevant. So
it could be denial, or it could be, well, if I say it this way, it still just sounds like denial. But I think motherfuckers tell themselves stories so they don't have to think about that shit while they trying to get their piece. They trying to take their turn. That's it. They don't want to think about that while they're trying to get their little bit. Because if they did, it would make you really disgusted a lot of times with dealing with some of these chicks. You would not be able to move close to them. You'd be like, oh, no, this bitch nasty.
And listen, and that's what I'm
There's a
starting to
lot
do
of
now in my
difference
life.
between. There's a lot of difference between dealing with some chick you see out in the bar and think, yeah, she probably been with a couple of motherfuckers, and then seeing a chick right outside the bar selling pussy, thinking like, no, she been with hella niggas. Completely different. One of them you trying to hit on, the other one you're not. One of them has got a sign out saying it's easy to get if you got some money. The other one putting up airs to like, well, maybe it's not that. It's a difference. You'll feel completely different about that shit. If you thought about it in the sense that you might be sticking your dick into a cesspool the whole time, you would fuck with a lot less chicks. You would be. So I think it's something that it's not that guys don't know that shit. I think that they just don't want to think about it at the time. They really trying to line up and hit that shit too. That's it. That's all it is. And for me, chicks don't need to be acting like dudes. You don't need to be running around with your pussy like a dude with a dick, with a loose dick. You really don't. That is not the winning combination for you. It's not going to make you psychologically right in the mind. It's not going to make you psychologically right in the mind. Because I know chicks that have guys' mentality in terms of sex and shit. They can't keep a relationship for shit. And they will sell you. That's all they want. You can't. You can't have it. You got too much of the guy's mentality. Who want to be with that? A gay dude wouldn't want to be with you. No, it's not going to work. You're not supposed to have that mentality like that. Your shit's supposed to be sacred in some senses. If it's not, BGS has lighted up many a time. That's a broken vessel. It is. It is a broken vessel. And everybody knows it. They might want to use it from time to time. Fill it up. They ain't trying to keep it. No. So that's just me. I'm cynical because I'm an old Negro now. I'm cynical on a lot of this shit nowadays, and because a lot of it just don't make any goddamn sense. And no sense in the sense that, in the way of thinking, why would you continue to do it that way when you see it does not work? It does not work to do it that way. Why do you persist in doing it? Yeah, you have the choice to, but why do you keep making that choice? To go down that same bumpy ass road, you think it's going to be different the 15th trip you took? It's the same fucking road. Come on, man. I don't have time to waste like that. Life is too short to be doing dumb shit over and over again and still, making excuses and looking for a different result. It's going to be the same shit.
Hey, but if you're the only ones who lease with it, send them my way. So they swing my way.
Hello, everybody.
Have at it. Have the fuck at it. What's good, Rainfire?
Hey, yeah, I had to step in for the BBW portion of the panel, since I do live in the cradle of the BBW birth of civilization here down here.
You have a cradle, or is it?
Yes, then it's Mississippi.
I was just going to say it's somewhere in the goddamn South.
Yes. Well, I was not playing about that 85% BBW rate down here, and it's like you cannot avoid it in some cases. It's just like at some point you're gonna hit there. And as far as G trying to figure out the body count numbers, he left out like two whole math rules that they have, and that one is like some of them don't count the guys where they didn't enjoy the sex. They leave those off. And some like, well, if it happened on vacation or out of state.
Bro, listen, hey bro, I'm so mentally messed up because of how I grew up and what I've seen, that like, bro, I'm on some Life Hood Bachelor, go get a boat and sail around the world shit. Like, because I know I'm too old. I'm 35 now. Like, I came into this space when I was 28 and I was a young man. Now I'm like a normal man now. I'm 35. You know what I'm saying? So
you're an adult. You're an adult.
Yeah, I'm an adult now. Like, I went through phases with the manosphere. and like just growing, but in my self development too. Just I'm really thinking about the shit I growed up seeing, bro. Like
that's what
that shit
happens
was
in your 30s.
atrocious, bro.
Yeah,
And
that's
I'm
what happens in your
struggling.
30s. You start thinking about it differently. Like, you know what? It's testosterone calmed down a little bit. Now I can think clearly.
Yeah, bro. And it's like I don't
35.
even. I'm not even aroused, bro, because I know I'll be random. Like I know, bro. Like I got cousins. Like the women in my family are the ghetto ideal: big booty, big lips. Like, listen, what I'm telling you.
Ratchet.
Yeah, this is what I'm telling you. You, the numbers that niggas be saying, I just be looking like, boy, y'all crazy as fuck. Y'all's in denial. Them Instagram chicks y'all love, you're talking about 200-300 niggas, bro. That's how they survive. That's how they get food. That's how they pay their phone bills. That like, how do you think women with no jobs get $300 hairdos all the time? Like, and I be trying to fathom what niggas think is going on. Like, and in my mind, I'm like, bro, just because she doesn't have a price tag on there doesn't mean that's not how she moves.
It's not for sale.
And it's not even the ones that's selling it that's bad. That's the worst thing. It's not the ones that's selling it. See, the ones that's selling it are protecting themselves. They're staying clean. They doing that shit in safe environments, and they're not doing it with everybody. You see what I'm saying? It's the ones with the green hair, with the fucking septum ring that's twerking everywhere. Man, they done hit everything in that motherfucker. It's the ones that's going to college. I'm in here for liberal arts and psychology. She done chopped down the whole football team. Gargle. She done went in there and did gargle mail with the Smurf. She's trying to eat them. And it's like dudes be perceiving because she work in this office or she works at H&R Block. Like, boy, that's the one. That's the one that be on Pornhub trying to find a dude to trick her to put on the mask and go crazy.
Yeah, you'd be surprised. But
no, I wouldn't be surprised because I grew up in the heart.
In general, you would be surprised. Guys would be surprised about this shit. That's why when I'm giving advice or my view on shit, I'm making it known. It's just from my view at where I am in age. That's all it is. It's just my view from where I am in age. Because some of this I've seen already, and some of it doesn't bother me, and I understand I can't be bothered with anymore. Because my preoccupation with women is not just about having sex.
Yeah, mine isn't either. Like,
that's awesome. That's a fun part of it. Most of the hard part is dealing with all the rest of this dumb shit. The sex part is easy. Yeah,
I'm sorry,
I'm sorry, bro. Yeah, the sex part is easy. That happens regardless. That's why it's not that big of a deal for me. It happens regardless. Like them, don't like them. They think you about something. They think you ain't about shit. That part will happen regardless. That's the easiest thing to get. And since that's the easiest thing to get, that's the first thing disqualified when you're trying to, balance out and weigh up this chick about what she about. Because my hang up with it is not about fucking sex. My hang up with it is about mentalities, behaviors, attitudes, all that other shit that happens after post coitus when you laying there and she say something fucking stupid. I'm like, damn, this bitch is dumb as fuck. Sex was good, but goddamn, she ain't got shit to talk about. She rude and all. That's the part that gets you. That's the part that I think about more so than the other shit. I don't worry about the sex part. That's happened. I've been young. I've had sex. I've had kids. I'm good. This other part is the hard part to get. The sex part is the easy part to get because they always trying to get that to you to keep you from thinking about, no, here, take this pussy and don't think about the rest of this stuff. Oh, you trifling. Your house be dirty. You don't take care of yourself.
But honestly, Artisan, can I comment real quick, brother?
Mm-hmm.
Like I've been married before, bro. I was married for 7 years. And
what age?
I was married from 20 to 27.
Pretty young, yeah.
Yeah. So, but this is what I'm gonna
married
say.
in your fuck it up years.
but this is what I'm saying though. Now I'm 35. Like, I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, I struggle because it's like they're all like that damn near. Like I haven't found one that's not. Like I love women. I love to be with them. I love to spend time with them. But like I don't. That's what I'm not tripping about getting married and shit because I don't think that shit is for me. Because I've never had a problem getting women. I've never had a problem having women want to be in relationships with me.
Mm-hmm.
It's never fulfilled me because they don't want to do shit. like
part of that,
okay, like I'm trying to figure out how to buy
married,
a sailboat so we can circumnavigate the globe, and they want to fucking go to TJ Maxx and eat some crab legs. Okay, I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. Like, you need to help me figure out how to get this sailboat and sail around the world. They don't want to do that.
It's like, a different trick. It's a different ideal. So where you're fishing at, you probably need to pick a different hole. You got to go to a different spot where somebody is interested in that kind of shit. It's like coming to the manosphere. You understand. You find your tribe where you find your tribe, right? That's not your tribe. Obviously, yeah, you can fuck her. You can, because the parts always fit. But that ain't the person that you want to be fucking with, because they are not on the same shit that you on. You got to go somewhere else. Maybe around a college town or something to find somebody who's on the same type of shit that you own. That's the problem. You're not in a place where you can find the people that you want to find. And that means you're going to have to move, or they're going to have to come to you one way or the other. But you need to cast a wider net, because that hole cannot produce, the hole you fishing in cannot produce the type of person that you're looking for. And you are, in that situation, you are the rarer commodity in that situation. If every chick that you found, outside of it being just you and being the one doing the picking, if every chick that you found on the same dumb shit that you're not into, that's you. Stop letting your dick decide for you.
When does that dick stop being a, that shit is a problem?
35.
30, 35.
That motherfucker do damage. That motherfucking dick got a
30, 35. My dick don't make no good decisions. I will talk to that motherfucker like this. You the motherfucker that got us into some of these other situations.
Man, we need psychotherapy with him.
I'm bitching about this shit. My dick like ratchets. My dick does like ratchets. It does. That's why I don't listen to him, because he's a fucking dick.
Such a prick, isn't he?
Such a prick, dude. He don't care about none of that other shit.
Oh, I love the ratchets, boy. You never been fucked, but you got fucked by a ratchet, boy. She can do tricks on your shit, cartwheels, backflips. I mean, she will suck the Tin Man through a vortex hole.
He does not care about none of that shit. He care about how tight it is, how wet it is, and how deep he can go in it. He don't care about none of that other shit that I have to deal with, which, she ain't really got nothing to talk about.
And my brother,
she really about some drama. He don't care about none of that shit. He don't care.
My brother from Mississippi,
like he might taste good, man.
He understand the plight of the tight, deep, wet BBW.
Yeah, no, man. He don't care about
they ain't all tight. I'm sorry.
No, they not.
Some of them get plenty of X2, especially, like I said, once again, when you live somewhere where the peer, they have been programmed to prefer the BBW, like here, because see, I was always the odd man out. Cause I remember, and I know y'all remember when Monique was big in comedy, not just in size. And she, that was like a movement. Like Lizzo ain't got nothing, back then. And I can't, and she had like little bitty, like 10-year-old girls around here talking about, yeah, man can't do nothing with a stick. I said, no, don't listen to y'all aunties. Like, they're gonna have y'all paying for men just like them. Don't do that.
Look, I'm all
you trying to mess up the economy, man. You better stop messing with
I'm all for positivity, but you have to understand that you have to put forth the best product.
But
you
it
can
was
be positive, but you have to be realistic too and understand, like, I like myself, but I could do something here.
Yeah. Well, like I said, it's a regional thing, because like he was saying, it was peer. I've seen the big girls peer pressure, like smaller women to get them complexes and low self-esteem because they smaller than them and shit. It's hard. And then the dudes have associated having a big ass with having a big body. So it's like, I'm like, where did y'all get this? We used to like the shape. They like the size. I'm like, it don't have to be 60, 70 inches to be
understanding of
Bro,
a
they
big
bully
ass.
you.
A
Like
big
they
ass
bully
means
you,
that she don't
bro.
have a big stomach.
Bro,
You
they
can't have a
bully
big
you,
ass and a
man.
big stomach. That's just overweight.
Yeah, but see, they think it come together, and I'm just like, I feel sorry for y'all because they mostly younger than me, and I'm just like, y'all, and they look at me weird, like, man, what's wrong with you? Why you don't like a big girl? I'm like, I don't know, maybe because I was, born in the '70s, and that wasn't a thing.
But
Like the
no,
only big
listen what it
women
is,
that were
bro.
around when I was coming up were like our grandmothers and shit. That was it. Most
Big
of the
mama.
other women was small.
But what it is, no, they bully you like you weird if you don't like. Why don't you like her back? Like, what do you mean? Like, she like you. You supposed to like her back. Like,
no, I ain't supposed to do shit. That
Nope.
supposed to shit is all automatically a problem. And telling me what I'm
listen,
supposed
it's
to
like
like
you.
is two
Listen, the
problems
whole
already.
narrative. Listen, every
You
time it's
fucked
a
up twice.
narrative. My fault. Every time it's the narrative of a dude leaving, it's like you a dog because you don't want to stay over there with her. Like what? Like like it's always you. Like it's always like you the super villain when you say you don't like BBWs and the black shit. Like that shit crazy.
It is,
Yeah,
but
they aggressive
you
as
can
hell.
you can care about that shit or you cannot care about it. It's very fucking simple. It's very simple. It's very simple. You can care or you cannot care. My understanding of being a man in this world is a lot of things. I'm not necessarily supposed to care about anybody else's opinion on that shit but mine. Because my opinion is the one I got to ride with. I can't ride with a head full of other people's opinions on my life. No, I don't necessarily like that shit. I'm sure a lot of people do. I personally don't. So it's not going to be my cup of tea. Don't mean we can't be friends. Don't mean we can't be cool. Don't mean I can't hook you up with one of my friends who might like big bitches. But it ain't for me. Tried, it's not for me. It doesn't tickle my pickle any. There is no erection I get from thinking about some big chick. None whatsoever. None. It doesn't operate like that. That's how I know it's just not for me. And I've had big girlfriends when I was younger. That's why we ain't had sex. It didn't work. It didn't work. He does not like that shit.
How did you
He
do
does
that?
not like that shit. He does not like it. Does nothing for him. Nothing.
You stalled him out, artisan.
Man, it wasn't happening, dude. It don't matter what the fuck I was thinking about. He was like, nope, I'm not interested. No.
Hey man, I need a new series to read, man. I'm tired of reading shonen anime right now, man. I need something different. I'm tired of reading shonen manga. I need something to read that's have substance, man.
Read some Octavia Butler.
Octavia Butler.
Yep. If you want to get into it, read the Xenogenesis, I think it was called. Read some of that.
Xenogenesis. Hold on,
read her Xenogenesis saga.
Oh, let me get my Kindle. Let me get my Kindle. Let me get my ebook.
Imago, Adulthood Rights, and I think the first one is Dawn. Dawn, Imago, and Adulthood Rights. Dawn, Adulthood Rights, and Imago. Read that.
Hold on. Let me turn my stuff on. Hold on.
Because that sends you into some sci-fi shit. That'll be interesting. It's the female protagonist. But you might get into the Owen Collie, the aliens and stuff like that in that. It might be interesting to you. How these motherfuckers get down.
I'm about to see right now. Hold on. Let me see.
Man, you can't be on the screen with no shirt on and shit, nigga. This ain't that kind of stream.
Hey man, I'm in my lover boy phase. I'm in my
Yeah, why is the screen all foggy and blurred? What the hell going on over there?
No, that's my iPhone screen is messed up, man. Don't judge me.
Make me drop your ass down.
It's dirty. Don't judge me.
I'm trying to run a show here. I can't put that shit up on YouTube. I'm trying to get my channel a strike for some shit you want to be funny about.
Turn it off. I turn it off, man. Y'all can't handle all this chocolatiness anyway, man. Let me alone.
artisanmc, the only hand
go
stream.
again with the more suspect ass comments.
Hey, look, I'm not a suspect. Come on, bro, with this suspect stuff, bro. I've been a suspect of many things, though. So,
yeah, them motherfuckers slop. You stop the whole chat. Motherfuckers disappeared.
That's that new age stuff, bro. I'm not with the new ageism. But what is it called, though? I'm sorry, artist. What is it called?
So Octavia Butler and it is look up the book Dawn first, and it should get you to the other two books, which is Adulthood Rise and Imago. Hold on a second. Hold on one second.
Octavia Butler.
Well, G, do you like older science fiction?
Like all books. I just like interesting. My favorite is fantasy, sci-fi, but I'll read anything. Anything that's interesting, I'll read it.
Well, I tell you, if you want to go back a little bit, Anne Rice, two of her books that's not the vampire, one of them, Ramses the Mummy, is a good one. And well, it's in the Vampire Chronicles, but Memnoch the Devil is in the Vampire Chronicles is pretty good too. If you like playing around with religion a little bit, because he, the devil gets to tell his side of the story in that book. It's
okay, yeah, I like those type of books. I've read like 5 of Anne Rice books, so that's going to be
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So I like being right about shit. It is the Xenogenesis saga. It was Dawn. Oh, fucking hell, this damn light is too bright when you put something shiny up to the screen. All right, here we go. So, Dawn, Adulthood Rights, Imago. Octavia Butler. Now, this is how old the books are when I bought them, how long I've had these motherfuckers. And you see they're still in perfect condition, even though I read them, because I take care of shit.
Okay.
Adulthood Rights. And then Imago. So they sci-fi stories because that's what she wrote.
Is that a series? Hold on. Is that a Chronicle series?
It's a series. All three of these
I'm gonna
books go together.
Then.
Yeah, these 3 books go together. It wasn't a long drawn out series. It was 3 books, and then she was in and she was out.
Okay.
But the character, the stuff that happens in this story, in this series of books, spun out of some other things that happened in some other stories that she wrote. Right, but this is its own series of what's going on. But it's a progression from series to series in a sense. But this series is kind of contained, and it's a novel. If you ever read the book Clay's Arc and Pattern Master, you would find out what happened to these people, and this is some of the shit that happened in between there. So it was a good story with these aliens and shit like that.
Okay.
And since you on your sexy man shit, you might be into this, seeing how these fucking aliens be fucking with these chicks. Now, yeah, automatically understand they got white folks on the cover, but that's not what's in the damn book because Octavia Butler was black and she wrote about black folks mostly. She never overly emphasized it. Most of the time, it was black folks. So it is a female protagonist in this for everybody who think must be some kind of hateful misogynist. But the story is interesting when it goes into her, the aliens, and them abducting these people and what they was doing with these human beings. It was some different shit. So those are the books. Still have them because that's one of my favorite authors. And anytime I want to recommend a book, especially sci-fi, I can always recommend Octavia Butler.
Always. What is the series called, though? I know that each book has a different name, but what is the actual series of books called?
It is the Xenogenesis Chronicles.
Okay. Okay.
Hold on. There you go. If you can see it. Xenogenesis Chronicles, but it's just the titles. Dawn, Adulthood Rights, Imago.
Yeah, I just sold these. I just sold a Helena Blavatsky set on eBay. I gotta ship it. You know who Blavatsky is? You know who she is?
I've not read her.
Oh well, she's like I did like some book collecting with this. There's some stuff I was into, some magic shit, some real like California magic. I thought you would probably know who she was. You're a comic
crystals,
like
some
you know
crystal
Manly
magic.
P. Hall in them. You know who Manly P. Hall is, right?
Mm-mm.
Okay,
Don't look. I told y'all before. I don't know everything. So if you bring something new to me, I don't have a problem telling you. No, I don't know shit about that. Tell me.
Oh man, I think you would
That's how
like
you
that
learn.
type of stuff. You give me those vibes. Like check out Manly P. Hall and like in that whole mysticism movement. It was like a whole. It's a whole stuff. It's about like the Church of Satanism with Anton LaVey and what it really is. But it's not religious though. It's just a whole bunch of like
Some of that shit. I can tell you some of the mysticism stuff I do not get into because, as far as I believe, there's certain doors you don't open if you don't understand what you're opening up. So you don't open yourself up to shit like that and not understand what it is that you're doing. I just don't. Some of that shit I don't be fucking around with it.
Well, I went into it deeply because, like, I was just getting into my literature, just reading self-development, but a lot of it is the core of what white supremacy really is. Like, just not even white supremacy and the supreme mind state and what they had with the idea of the higher man and higher, like, you know what I'm saying? It's just shit like that, man. I'm fucked up.
So, just for anybody else who was interested in this Octavia Butler book, I'll read you the back of this to tell you what it was, what it's about. Right. So this is just from the back of Dawn. This is the back portion of it. Xenogenesis, the birth of something new and foreign. Lilith Lapato, I'm saying this shit wrong, awoke from a centuries-long sleep and found herself aboard the vast living spaceship of the Oankali. Alien creatures covered in writhing tentacles, the Oankali had saved everything or every surviving human from a dying ruined Earth. They healed the planet, cured cancer, increased human strength and disease resistance, and were now ready to help Lilith lead her people back to Earth, but for a price. For the Oankali were genetic engineers, DNA manipulators, gene traders. They planned to give us their alienness. They planned to make our humanity. They planned to take our humanity. They planned to interbreed. I'm sorry, my eyes are getting old. They planned to interbreed, and there was no way to stop them. Dawn, Butler's most imaginative novel yet. So basically, the Oankali were gene manipulators, and they saved humanity, but they're gonna bring you back to Earth in a dark city kind of way. But to do that, we want something from you, and that means you're gonna breed with us and give us some of these hybrids. So when you get to Imago and adulthood rights is about this genetically, inbred human Oankali person. What that looks like running around on Earth. And what it looks like when they mature and come into their full powers like a fucking mutant. It's interesting.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna love that book. I'm gonna love those books. Like I like those type of books because they real psychological. It's a lot of It's a lot of dialogue and conversations and what ifs and yeah. I like those type of books.
Yeah, a lot of questions you can ask yourself about what's being told outside of the view of, because if you just take it away from being aliens and shit like that, what do you think them colonists was bringing them black women over here for?
Well, when you get deeper on that level,
where do you get your Colin Kaepernicks and your Steph Currys and shit like that? From mixing, right?
Yeah.
From fucking around with genes and DNA and mixing and trying to get, your strongest bang for your buck.
Yeah.
It's the same shit.
And that's why I like reading books in history, because
that's why you like reading sci-fi.
Yeah, and because people don't realize, like, some of these motherfuckers think that they're wizards and sorcerers and shit, right?
With us.
Like, that those are real, like a mage and those are real things. You go to their courtrooms and shit every day. Like, you don't even know what you're looking at when you're looking at it. Like, why do they wear robes and shit? Like, you don't. Like, what is a priest for real? Like, what is a priesthood and a fraternity for real? Why is it called the Fraternal Order of Police? Like, do you understand what's going on around you, boy? Like, but the ghetto boy, like us in the ghetto, in our gynocratic dumb shit, we don't learn the hierarchies of the world. So you don't know that.
You're not trained to look at it deeper than that. Not trained to look at it deeper than the surface, even though the words are there, the English is there for you to understand it. You don't look further than that. You just, this is just what it is. It's just a judge because it's a judge, and that's tradition, and That's the way it is. Well, why is it tradition? Why is he related to as the judge of what? Why? Why is that the tradition? Where'd it come from? It's all kind of shit. Nowadays, it's almost easier as hell to find out because you can look all of this shit up on the internet and have access to all these other libraries you would have had to go to and start going through their damn books to find the shit out. It's there now, which makes people nowadays more fucking ignorant and more smart at the same time. You got it all at your fingertips, but you don't even want to go through and use it. You'd rather have somebody tell you about it than experience it for yourself.
Yeah, well, what clicked it for me is like I was talking to the brothers in the space, and just I had the same immature thoughts on society and all of that. And anyway, he's like the way the brother broke it down to me, like, bro, you got to work every day to maintain to society, but like, why would we need plumbing and plumbers if nobody wanted water to come in their house? And like it takes you a while to fathom that you have to keep people working. You have to like bills keep the society going. Like the economy, like when you start understanding things as an older person, you don't mind going to work or you don't mind having to save and do things. Like this is how the world works. This is what civilization is. But inside the gynocracy, like they're not talking about civilization at all. Like there's no talk about what we are in civilization, our position, how to increase and better yourself or be more. Like it's all a bunch of nonsense.
Well, it's all about being fixated on just what's here, what's now, and what's beneficial at the moment. There's no forward thinking. It's not forward thinking in that sense, not in a positive way, to where you can do something more. Otherwise, they would actually promote your boys a lot more because you understood that their future lies in your boys, not necessarily your girls. The girls can help perpetuate that shit, but somebody has to build it first for them to perpetuate anything. And if nobody is there to build it, y'all don't build nothing, then there's nothing for them to perpetuate. Because as BGS has taught many a times, they carry your culture forward. So if you keep fucking these big bitches that ain't about shit and having babies by them, you are leading in the wrong fucked up direction. So you can't be surprised at what you get. Can't be, because they can only put forward what they have. And if their attitude and everything else is fucked up and out of shape, then what the fuck you gonna get? More of that. Just saying.
I mean, I heard one of the BBW porn stars say about she was speaking on a comment that the black man in the industry make the comment about, well, that the bigger women are the real women, and I'm guessing the skinny. I'm like, that's because, and I'm listening to what this chick say this in the interview. I said, that's because them black dudes grew up around a lot of black people that don't understand thing about exercise and fucking nutrition outside of sports
and so overweight.
So of course
saving mama. I'm saving mama. You ain't saving your mama.
Yeah, that's why she said that, but that's not. I said most black dudes ain't really chasing that because that's why they always go get with the skinny mini bitch. That's why your little goofy Brittany Renners is able to do what she able to do with the black athletes.
Yeah, that's still a chick I still don't understand. Mad about chasing dick and not getting paid from it. And that's the complaint that she got. Like, I'm supposed to listen to that shit? I don't give a fuck. You a single mama.
She was she was what BGS always said, the tragic mulatto. And she's from here where I'm from and went to my college, so I feel bad.
I feel bad for her ass. She got what the fuck she got.
She good. She Muslim now, I guess.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, that's the new grift. That's a new scheme.
Yeah. You already know the final phase of a hoe is a religious hoe. So come on now.
Yeah, the final phase, her last ploy to catch somebody. Yeah. Like, I found you. I found God. Like he didn't see you coming. Yeah, right.
Well, I mean,
you need some status some kind of way. Need some status over a man some kind of way, right? And being Muslim is a good way to ensure that you will actually have a husband, huh? But guess what you won't get to say? You won't get to tell him who he ain't fuck. You're going to have to be down for a little bit of, you might have a second wife.
Well, I think he can get up to 4.
Old. Depending on what type she involved in, yeah. You can have more than one. And you don't get no say so on that shit. You think that her mouthy ass is about to all of a sudden turn a new leaf and be quiet and meek and humble? Get the fuck out of here. That shit is about to last like Mia Khalifa being out of porn. So.
All but 10 seconds.
Yeah. All but until it becomes not beneficial and not paying.
I think she got to be out of porn because she caught something. Yeah, I think.
And how'd she catch it?
Doing porn. Yeah, I'm just saying.
No. She spent all that time trying to trick herself out to actually get into porn and be getting banged the fuck out. Now she want to, I'm out and I want to speak about the ills of the shit. That's another grift, bitch. Shut the fuck up. You'll be back in that shit soon somebody offer you enough money for it. Soon as what you're doing ain't paying as much, you'll be back at it because that's the one trick you can always turn. Any cute chick that somebody want to see naked could always turn that one trick. I'm gonna do this and they're gonna pay me to see it. Even fucking Rachel Dolezal's ass did that shit.
Oh my god.
Low key on OnlyFans. Like, yeah, like I didn't see that shit coming.
Yeah, I saw that story. I was like, ain't you a little past the age for
no.
Wait a minute.
No.
Whoa. When she do some shit? I ain't hear about this.
She had her OnlyFans.
Yeah.
She had her OnlyFans page.
Oh my god.
And it got busted out because I think she was trying to teach somewhere. And somebody found her OnlyFans page and put that shit out there. And black, mulatto, white, whatever the fuck she's supposed to be, she didn't look half bad naked, nigga. She was taking care of herself. So I can see why people was paying for that shit.
Oh, she white.
The person that busted her out was probably some chick. Wasn't no dude. Couldn't have been no dude. I was like, hey, she don't look bad. So somebody would pay to look at that shit.
Yeah.
Oh, she just up there posing. Yeah, Bo DeMayo was just up there posing too. But look, it's just what it is. Just what it is. He fucked up her racket. She got to make some money somehow. What's the easiest thing to fall back on? Somebody want to see me naked?
TNA.
TNA. It is an ass. Always a soft part to fall on. So it is what it is. Anyway, I'm about to close this out. Y'all drove off the rest of the actual people who want to listen to some geek shit talking about fat bitches. Now fat bitches and naked black men's on screen. I got some final thoughts. Let's watch this motherfucker make a whole chess set that looks awesome. Sorry. Final thoughts. So this Negro can.
Peace and love, man. I'm gonna check those books. I'm gonna let you know what I think of the first book next time I talk, man.
Will do. Appreciate it.
Sure.
Hopefully they never get to making a Drizzt movie because nowadays they fuck it up. But it will be a good franchise, a good IP that they can jump into and start making movies on if somebody wanted to do it actual justice. Could probably happen nowadays in this next year since it seems like we've turned the corner on this feminist bullshit. We'll see. Hopefully, yeah. That is the hope. That is the new hope. To turn that is the new hope. To turn a whole phrase. That is the new hope. We will see. So what you got, Rainfire? You always like coming up late.
Well, I had to get out of my area so I actually wouldn't be breaking up while I was talking. Yeah, I'm in a dead zone at home. But no, I'm just glad to get out of the house and get out. The freeze is finally over for the last couple of days, so I ain't really have any movies to watch this week either because it's nothing in movies right now for me.
No, it's a lot of stuff out. We went over that last week with Malika. There's a lot of stuff out. Not a lot of stuff I actually want to see. That's why I said it's like kind of a dead zone. It's kind of a dead zone right now. Like this shit is in such a low point. It's like I don't even feel like watching some of this shit. I really don't. So don't be upset at me that you ain't seen much content. There ain't much of this shit I feel like fucking watching, dude. I don't feel like suffering right now. I don't. Maybe I'll finish the Skeleton Crew. Maybe I won't. I don't know. It was. I was just watching it for shits and giggles at that point, just to see what it was, and it ain't making no ripples in anything. It's not turning the ship around for Star Wars. No. So it is what the hell it is. It is what it is. They ruining this shit themselves. Moana 2 was good though. Was it too triv? I didn't think it was gonna be bad. It just was not for me to watch. I don't see my granddaughter enough to be taking her to the movie to see Moana 2. If she'd be wanting to see that shit. Maybe they might. I think they just went to Disneyland. So maybe she would have been down for seeing Moana 2, but that's her dad's job. He's stepping on his toes.
Closest thing I saw to that was Sonic 3, and best thing in that was like one fight scene and the damn, for whatever, the dance scene from with Jim Carrey playing himself and his granddad has people obsessed. It has people obsessed. I was like, but it was actually one of the better parts of the movie. I was like, damn, he old, but he got moves.
Jim Carrey is a body morph, dude. He can do all kind of weird shit with his body and always has been. That is a skill that ain't going away anytime soon. He spent way too much time developing that as a physical comedian. He spent way too much time developing that shit. That's never going away. Sonic 3 was interesting to me because I watched the other two. I thought they were fine. I'd want to watch the third one. I like Keanu Reeves, obviously. I like Jim Carrey. He was fun. So, but it wasn't nothing I was rushing to the theater to see. It came out. I was doing something else. Didn't go to the movies and ain't felt bad about it either. It's just not drawing me like that. It's just not. So I don't know if I reached a new level of cantankerousness, as Dad Set would say it, but I find myself saying that a lot more often nowadays. Like, get off my lawn. I don't feel like hearing that shit. Turn that down. I don't know. But, it's always on a feeling, and the feeling was not that I needed to just go see it. I had to see it right then. No, I'm not going to jump on the train of just talking shit about a movie that ain't came out and I ain't seen nothing of yet. So I'm just watching that. I'm just sitting back and watching that, and it's like, this movie can't do shit with y'all trying to put that much bad publicity out about it. I mean, y'all not even a trade magazine. Y'all shitting on this movie every week. For what? It ain't even out. So if it do bad, I shouldn't be surprised. Talk to a lot of people badly about something. I shouldn't be surprised. If I can look and see 1,000 or so people, let's say they're all in the US, watching one content creator who does geek stuff do a stream, and in that stream they are talking with 7 other content creators about how bad a movie is going to be coming out. Do you actually fucking think that 1,000 or so people for one content creator is going to show up to watch that movie? No. Because people, for the most part nowadays, are fucking sheep. They're waiting to be led by somebody, for somebody to tell them what to think about a thing. They ain't going to see that movie, and if they do, it's only to reinforce what their popular content creator has said. Because they damn sure ain't going to jump in their chat room and say, I disagree. It was actually good. No, they're going to echo the same points they've already been told to echo. It's shit for these reasons. And all the content creators will sit up there and echo the same point too. Now, if each one of those 7 has 1,000 or more people watching them on a regular basis, 7,000 people who already ain't going to see that damn movie. 7,000. And we're just saying that they're in the US. That's it. How does bad news travel? Does it travel as fast as good news? No, it travels faster because everybody gets on board with it. Well, all those 7,000 people told two friends, and they told two friends, and they told two friends. And now you have a failing movie before it ever hit the theaters. Even though they ain't put up no money to make the goddamn movie. They don't work at the theater that's producing it. They're not paying the actors. They ain't paying the movie theater owners, the concession stand worker. They ain't paying none of them goddamn people. But they already told you what to think about something. And that's more important. Especially if you follow suit. I usually tell people to make up their own damn mind. I made up mine. I'll see it regardless. Why? Not because I support Disney and what it's doing. Not because I support the MCU and what it's doing. If they, in fact, are trying to right the ship and turn it away from iceberg feminism. That the people who made this movie, that are acting in the movie, Anthony Mackie and stuff like that, I want him to get his starring role. I think he deserves that. After the time that he's put in the MCU, he deserves a starring role. Is the material good? I don't know. I haven't seen it. Are the spoilers in the test audiences? Well, I ain't in the test audiences. And I ain't responsible for rewriting this damn script. I can only judge it on what I see shows up on screen. And I don't need you to tell me all of that, what it is, before it actually gets there. I don't need to know all that shit. But what I will do is I might show up in the theater. I might pay that theater to show me that movie so the people that work there can get paid off of it.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll sit there and watch the movie and see what it was. And then I'll have an opinion based on my personal experience with seeing that movie. And then I'll tell you what I thought of it. If I thought it was good, if I thought it was bad, what parts were good, what parts were bad. And it probably won't be anything you'll hear later on. Won't be. Because I have no vested interest in being right or being the first to tell you. I just try to be accurate in what I say about what I'm talking about. And if it didn't work for me, it didn't fucking work for me. It ain't Anthony Mackie's fault. He didn't write the shit. He's just an actor. Not the director, not the writer, not the producer, an actor. I'll actually support him getting his starring role in the MCU, just like I supported Robert Downey Jr.'s starring role in the MCU. Mm-hmm. Just like I supported, Scarlett Johansson's starring role in the MCU. Just like I supported Benedict Cumberbatch's. Because I like these characters. And sometimes I actually like the actors. So I'll do that to support them. It ain't about the company. But watching it one time ain't killing the company. Not going back and rewatching it does. That does. Like The Last Jedi, re-release that bitch now. I bet you nobody show up. And the people who do show up is people who actually really like that shit. No matter what some old school Star Wars fan like us said about it. Cool. Like what you like. I think it's shit for me. I wouldn't go see it. I ain't watched it again since I paid for it the first time. And I can watch it free now. Still don't want no parts of that shit. That's where they get hurt. Them repeat watches. If those don't happen, that word of mouth on the next day after and shit like that, the following week, where the drop off happens. Yeah, everybody watched and saw what's there. Now, will they come back and watch it again? No. You can get one view. You might not get two, based on what you did. So, I'll do my part to support Anthony Mackie, Giancarlo Esposito, some of them other characters and actors that I like that's in this shit that have nothing to do with the damn script. It's not about propping up MCU's shitty progress. It's not. It's about seeing what happens with this character next and what happens in the MCU and how they use this goddamn movie to tie up all these bullshit loose ends that they've created over the last phase. I want to see how they do that shit. I'm actually fucking curious to see how they tie this shit up before they move on to the next thing that I don't want to see, which is Robert Downey Jr. coming back as fucking Dr. Doom. I'm not excited about that shit at all. At all. I am not excited about that. And it's not because I dislike RDJ. It's not. Told y'all, I've been watching RDJ for a long goddamn time when he was a young kid on screen. He's been growing right along with me. I've been watching his ass acting in movies. Don't hate him at all. That was a bullshit move for them. And he bending Marvel over the fucking couch with what he asking for to play that goddamn role. Because they came to him with a hat in hand, needing his help, not the other way around. I think that's kind of fucked up because when he needed a leg up, they gave him that role and they didn't want his ass. Do him a solid, cut him a break so they can try to make some goddamn money. But Dr. Doom was not the move, and I'm not looking forward to it. I'm not. Call me, I don't know, pissy, but I still want my King. I still want my Jonathan Majors.
Yep.
He did less shit than Robert Downey Jr. ever did. And they got his career washed before it ever started. Like, get the fuck up. So that's just where I am on the shit. I'm really, really not even cynical, just side-eyeing them. Like, yeah, you're doing something. Okay. And I'm having a bit of a problem with critic culture of criticizing something so heavily before it even saw a release, before it ever seen a release. You two in the bag for how bad this is going to be. You're going way too hard for it not to be anything but bad. I'm just saying. It ain't that much to say about it, other than you don't like it and you think it's going to be bad. Okay, cool. What else you got? Nothing? Then we should stop talking about it and let it be what the hell it's going to be. Move on to something else. But that's just my opinion. What y'all got so I can close this shit out while I'm rambling like an old man?
Well, I ain't got too much on my final thought. I like I said, I'm waiting for a couple movies to come out that I can actually get in the net. I'm finna step in here and get harassed by the cooks at the Waffle House and probably go throw me some axes.
Oh, you some axes. That boy getting good with an axe throw, I'm telling y'all.
Gotta use. I just bought a fresh set of tomahawks. I gotta use them.
Getting in touch with his inner Native American boy. If it come down to it, I'm gonna be throwing you some shit like, man, Rainfire, get these tomahawks on these motherfuckers, man.
Hey, I'll do it. All right, peace out, everybody.
Peace. This motherfucker, he made a nice chess set, but I'm watching this motherfucker cutting with this saw, and the only thing I see is you should cut your goddamn thumb off. That is not how you cut with a chop saw, sir. You are not a professional. You are not a professional. You put your thumb near the blade like that. What the fuck wrong with you?
Oh my God. One of them.
It's a DIY video. It's just on YouTube. It's just playing because the pointer's over, so the shit is playing. I'm like, you're doing that wrong. You must not have worked in the trade before, sir.
No.
You're trying to lose something. I'll call you Stumpy from now on.
Mm-hmm.
What you got, Charles? I know you probably moonlighting. What is it, 5? Yeah, BGS or Dr. T about to start right now, or they started right now.
I'm not a moonlighter. Do I look like the 80s show? Terribly old.
No, but your darkness, nigga.
Oh yes. So dark that I make the light skin look eclipsed. Oh yeah. It's always a pleasure. You know, I tell people get a hobby, get your geekdom on. Look,
get your geekdom on.
Look, the same issues you had about Obama is the same issues you had about Falcon being Captain America. So if you really think about it,
sound like the same issue, don't it?
Like saying that we don't want no nigger. It's Captain America. God damn, I can't even be fictional. Shit.
It's not about him being black. It's about something else, right? Okay.
Yeah, it's about him being not black, but it's about him not being white.
Yeah, exactly. That's it. It's not about him being black. It's about him not being white.
Oh man, always
same issue, right?
Yeah, pretty much. I think I might go live tonight. You know, a little later on. You know, I got the night shift. Gonna be some sweet times.
You should call that shit after party with Charles Faulkner.
Oh yeah, you know, gotta do the boom boom room.
Mm-hmm.
Woo! Everybody later.
Peace, Charles.
Peace.
Versus Bulletproof West. All right, Beast, what you got? I'm sure you probably on Rivals right now, nigga.
Pretty much.
Pretty much. Ooh, nobody's trying to slide that shit in there. I'll probably be up there later on because I completed all my challenges and dailies yesterday. I felt good about myself, so I got to see what the next list is for today. I basically had one good day geek gaming on Saturday. I just went through all my games and did my dailies, except for Division. I didn't do my dailies on Division, but Rivals cutting into my Division time where I can actually shoot people.
Yep.
But it's good. I'm making some progress on the game, getting better. So I like that. I like getting better. Like I said, it's always about progression. I'm up to level 32, and it's been a couple weeks, 2-3 weeks.
Yeah.
It's like 10 levels a week. Not too bad.
If you put in that amount of time, yeah.
Yeah, I put in that amount of time, and then certain people have hit. I even hit my night status with Luna Snow. I was shocked. I didn't even know that shit. Like, oh, right on.
Oh, you hit them with the supports pretty damn fast.
Yeah, but to me it seems harder because you got to do more assisting as opposed to jumping in and actually fighting. So even if it's on a map where you could actually get a lot of direct damage kills and really help people out, you in there as support. So I tend to do a little bit better with those characters, which is weird because I like doing my DPS, but being in support, since nobody actually wants to play support correctly, is actually fun. You can actually a strategist, even though I don't call healers strategists, they're not strategists, they're healers. But being a strategist, that's what it is. It's reading the battlefield and understanding how to move in that battlefield, usually directing people. And I find that when I play that shit on Rivals, when I'm playing strategist characters, I do end up calling out commands more often to people.
Yeah.
I don't say it in the mic. But I use it, the command wheel, if you know how to use that part of the damn thing. The down and the buttons and shit. Actually giving commands like attack here, fall back. And interesting enough, some people have listened to that shit and done that without responding. You could just see what's happening. They start phasing back to battle. Stop chasing people around goddamn corners. Let's chase them back to respawn, man. Let the motherfuckers keep having to come through this one narrow spot.
Beat them to your back.
Yeah. Don't let them get to your back for you. No, don't let them do that shit. Watch your areas and just hold this position. That's all you need to do, motherfucker. It's very simple. It's not overly complicated. And then lay them down when they show up. If you can't do that, you're going to have a problem. But if you all get wiped out, it's very easy to know where to find them next time, right? Right there. It's right there. Pincer movement. One side, other side. Get them. Three on this side, 3 on that side. Take them out. First target of opportunity, take out their healer. The next one, they tank. After that, it's Slaughterfest, dude.
Because
It's very simple.
DPS are pretty squishy.
Pretty squishy, man. They ain't got that HP ain't up high for a reason. So you should be all right. You can take out the duelist. Fuck Iron Fist. If he can't get healed, if he don't get a chance to run away and get a heal point or do his little chi meditation thing, what he got? An ass whooping coming. That's all.
Pretty much.
Pretty much. He good when he can get them hits off on you before you saw him coming. Other than that, get his ass the whole time. He locked into that shit. That's the flaw in that shit. He locked into that once he started. Like the Punisher on his turret. Yeah, he in turret mode, but you know what? Once he in that motherfucker, he ain't moving for a hot minute. You got to cancel that. And what I notice is a lot of people don't know how to cancel that shit and get out of it early. I'll get out of it in a minute. If there ain't nobody showing up, I'm out.
Oh yeah,
moving on.
I just started jumping on him for a little bit. I said, "Oh yeah," I canceled out of it immediately. I said, "How the hell come y'all always get stuck in this damn turret mode?"
Yeah, you get out of it. If it's nobody showing up, they giving you a little bit of heat. Don't sit there and keep taking that shit. Bounce. Fuck out of turret mode. Move. That's the whole point of him being able to set that up quickly anywhere and doing that zip line rappelling to where you want to get to a new position. That's perfect for snipers that you can reposition really quickly, because once you let off that, even as a sniper, once you let off that first shot,
you got to move.
They got a kind of range where your ass is. You need to be able to reposition quickly. That zip line will get you to repositioning really quick and setting up somewhere else and then going in on them again. And if you can cancel out of that turret quickly, cut down your cooldown time. Your cooldown time is burnt up while you're repositioning. Now you can pop it up again.
yeah. I've been on Black Widow as of late, and trying to figure out because I'm reading some of the stats that she's like 3%. Nobody's really using her. I was like,
yeah.
And people said, well, she need a buff. I said, no, I can tell you the problem right now. Just playing with this character and just hit night level with her. I said, you got this goddamn bolt action reload that's like a second. And so when you tap them and you get them low enough, you can't fire again to finish them off. And I was like, either y'all need to take away that reload and just make it a kind of every time I squeeze the trigger, I fire around, or you need to have it if you get the tap, you instantly get another shot, so you can fire another round almost instantly. If you get that little bit of slither of health, and it's a clean hit, you can automatically get another round of fire, and so there's no reload period. But then again, that might make her a little bit too strong. But then
it'll make her OP. I mean, the hard part about playing a sniper in a game where people jump all over the place, erratic movements and shit like that, is trying to predict the movements to get a good shot. You will miss a lot. You will miss a lot unless you know when to catch motherfuckers, like before they got into the battle, like they on their way to the battle, or they thought they was safe because they took something. That's when you can get them. In the midst of the fray of combat with people who like to bunny hop all over the place and shit like that, it's hard as hell to hit some of them moving targets like that. You have to really have an understanding for how they're moving and where they're going to move to next.
Yeah.
But I tell you this as a little tip. If you can set up where you can see a heal point, you'll catch a lot of motherfuckers. You'll catch a lot of them. You can do that with the Punisher. Let these motherfuckers get in these fights and be running back around this corner to come heal and light their ass up.
That's where I be at. I'm right there by the health pack. I'm like, and as soon as I done got flanked by a Moon Knight, Spider-Man, as soon as I come, she got that spin kick that if you hit it again, it's you get 5 seconds to stun their ass. They get up close, bam, kick them, just make them send them back, pull them to me again for the stun, and then catch them with the pink. I done called so many Spider-Man. I'm like, oh, you think you coming back for this? And I'm like, okay, I done learned my lesson playing against you, Spider-Man.
I've taken people health packs. Like, I know they're gonna come for this shit. I've taken a little bit of damage. I'll hit it first, just to take it from them. Why? just so they can't get it. Because I know what the tactic is. You're gonna get in here and getting all this good fighting and shit, like with Iron Fist, and then your ass gonna backtrack. I seen somebody doing that shit with Wolverine. I was like, you know what? I'm about to cut this. This is about to stop right now. Being here doing all this wild, crazy shit, and then be trying to run for a health pack. I thought Wolverine healed. Nah, nigga, you ain't getting this. I'll take it first. I'll take it from you. Now you back in the fight. You ain't getting the recharge so you can come out there fresh again. No, fuck you. Good tactics that you know, attack, heal, even though you got 2 healers on your team. Okay, no, I'm taking that from you. Don't let they ass, when you see them backtracking to go for a health pack, get on his ass. Don't be running. That's why I don't believe in doing a lot of backtracking. Don't be running from these motherfuckers, man. Move laterally, aside, around the corner, going forward, but you got to be progressing on them. You got to be advancing on them.
Or take the high ground if you can. A lot of people
The
don't
last couple of times I was playing Luna Snow. The last couple of times I got these motherfuckers by flanking them with Luna. Now, mind you, I've gotten behind you. We fighting for a control point. I'm taking your characters out from behind because you don't see me, but I'm also healing my guys that are in front of you.
Yeah.
That's a problem.
That's the best position to be in with the strategists. If you know what you're doing, you shoot.
Not up front with everybody else.
Yeah.
In plain view. Oh no. I'll hide behind something and heal and hit. And take out people that I see as problems, like, oh, look, it's Jeff the Shark. Yeah, fuck you, Jeff. I see your fin, motherfucker. I'm gonna get you. Freeze your ass. Lurking.
Catch one of them snowballs.
Yeah, catch one of them freezes while you out there lurking, trying to swallow everybody up. The hell you say? We having fish sticks tonight. Nah, fuck you. No, it's just being more strategic. That's all it is. It's just being more strategic. Like the other thing I hate playing my Vanguard that I like with this group. Motherfuckers don't understand the difference between your shields and somebody else playing group shield, which is why I say you really need to change the colors on your enemies to make sure you understand what your enemies' colors are. Because if I'm playing group, my enemy's group, if he's playing it, his shield always come up as having a pink hue around his walls. So I don't understand why somebody on my team is constantly shooting and breaking down my walls.
Yeah.
Motherfucker, these are ones helping you. That's what you're supposed to be doing with those things. Either block off the enemy so they can't see you. They can't come a certain direction, or you use it to funnel them in a specific spot where you want them to go. The people on my team shouldn't be shooting my goddamn walls. They're there to help you, you idiot.
Or the group that sets them in front of everybody, blocking the line of sight. So it's like, okay,
blocking the line of sight.
If we got them in this choke point, which is where I just played this last match on the Midtown map, with that second last spawn point, like right there before you hit Avengers Tower, we got them all in this choke point, and I'm way in the back with Black Widow, just sniping them, getting my building, charging my ult, and hitting them with that plasma burst to slow them down, and just pow, hitting them. I caught them at least 3 times with my ult in that respawn point, just catching them until the group started putting the damn walls up in front of me. I'm like, dude, I gotta shoot over your walls. I'm the sniper. I can't hit anything if you got the walls up in front of me.
Yeah, I had a dude put a wall up right in front of me. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, you know this because you played the game enough. What happens when you're an enemy and you get close to the group's walls?
They hit you.
Exactly.
And they can heal group.
So what you're supposed to do is not just put these walls up in front of them, right? Just to block them from shooting. Yeah, that's one way to use it. The other way is to use it is to put them behind. Since you have control of it, you put them behind them. So it cuts off their retreat. So if they're trying to backpedal to say like a heal point, they can't. You can't go that way. The way is shut. and the dead keep it. Then you throw in that spore and knocking them into that wall so you can gain health off of that and you can attack them again. Now they cut off. Now they can't backtrack. Now they, oh shit. Yeah, light them up. Light them up. And now they can't go to the left. And you know why? Because I put this iron wall behind them on this side and I threw this other, creeping wall on the left side. They only coming to the right. And that's where we are. They fucked. Their team can't help them because they cut off by that wall. They can't help them. They got to go around. We got fair game on these motherfuckers right now.
Fish in a barrel.
Yeah, fish in a barrel. Get the shotgun out. We got fish in a barrel, man. Get them. No, you're going to shoot the wall up. Like, why are you shooting my wall? Shoot the people, dummy. But this is just me learning how to play this game and learning how to play the characters on the game. Like I said, I started with the Punisher. It moved to other characters that was in his line that actually can help him, and then start learning those characters. Like using rockets running up a wall. Okay. Rocket can run up a wall like Spider-Man, fine. Then using Groot. Because now now that I got Punisher down, I can use Rocket. Rocket can help Punisher. Now I'm using Groot. Groot can help Rocket. All right, Rocket can help Groot. Fine. Moving on to the next character. I'm working on Spider-Man now because I suck so badly with Spider-Man. But I've gotten it about 50-50 now. How I can take out as many people as times I get taken out because his health is probably a little bit too goddamn low. And his moveset is kind of fucked up. But I start getting KOs on people now. Being able to wrap them up and give them that Sharuken and catching them from a distance, using his limited offense, unless he's up close brawling, which doesn't make any sense for him, and actually playing that out in a way that gets it creative. Like you were telling me, lurking like a sniper, playing in backfield, not being, he's a duelist, but he doesn't have enough health to be staying up front. But from a distance, webs can fuck you up. Or I can pull you into people who can actually get at your ass.
So I done got pulled off the map a few times with these motherfuckers.
You went off the map, bro.
Especially that domination on the Hydra base where there's that lava pit next door, and then motherfucker jump up and pull me off. I said, "Oh, you mother! I'm coming for you."
Yep. That's like using Sue and using her kinetic burst and shit like that. You can either push people or pull them towards you. Now, the combo that they tell you on the game is that you're supposed to throw out that sphere and then push them into that sphere. I will, if I'm backpedaling from somebody, trying to, evade them if they're coming after me, because I'm a healer and they playing smart. They come after the healer first. Got you. If I can get somewhere where there's an edge or something like that, I'm going to push you over that bitch. Using her other ability, which is to push or pull. Yeah, I'll push you off of that shit. Or y'all running through this hallway. It's a tight area. And I'll put that orb in that bitch. Have fun with that.
Push you right back into the orb or pull you to it. That's what I do. I pull them. I put it in front and then pull them into the orb. That way my team, you moving slow and my team can jump on you.
Yeah. There's ways you play this shit. And the ways, it's not genius level shit. It's all laid out in the damn game. The game will tell you most of that shit. But once you figure out what the moves can do, you have to figure out creative uses for it. That's why when I was playing with you, I told you, well, you probably didn't hear me, but I was remarking on the guy playing Namor cleverly, that he was putting them little sniper octopuses up high. Yeah, I saw a dude in the video say that shit. He said, no, you got to put them down low, put them up high where they can't see it. Yeah, behind the wall, when they come in, they just get shot in the back. Yeah, that works too.
That was the buff that they gave him with Namor. They said they changed it to where now when you throw them in the air and you're trying to throw them on something high, they can now stick higher than where they originally were. Because when you threw them, when you threw them up high, they would just hit the ground. Now they hit the air, and my cousin, he plays on this too. He's playing Namor because he got good. I said, don't put the things right there. Put them up, throw them on that wall right there, and throw one behind you in case they try to flank you in the team. That way you can start picking them. And like when I was listening to one of the coaches, the guys that are like the pro like coaches, it was like saying, yeah, put one by right there if you get, especially if you are using Namor and you can flank them and get by a health pack. If they coming from behind, you got that turret ready for them, and they'll alert you whoever's coming.
Yep. So they'll start shooting them. It's the same thing, but it's taking the same thing that you can do with Moon Knight. Same thing. It's just the same shit. I just haven't played Moon Knight again since I sucked so badly when I first started playing this shit. I ain't played Moon Knight again. It's a little bit more involved because that's who I started with. That was the first character I played with after I downloaded the game. It's like, oh, I'm playing Moon Knight. I suck so bad. That shit was embarrassing. I ain't touched that motherfucker since then. Like, oh yeah, when I started looking at it, I'm sitting there talking to my son, like, oh yeah, that character is a 4 or 5 star difficulty. Like, then I shouldn't have been starting there first. Damn, the hardest one to control, to learn. I'm learning the game. Oh, man, I gotta learn the character too. Oh shit, sucking badly. I ain't played it since. Ain't played them since. I worked with everybody else, but like I told you, I'm gonna be bullshitting. Like I told you in the 80s and stuff, how you play Street Fighter and you found one character that you like and you learned that character and you moved on to the other ones. That's why you can play any character. I'm doing the same thing on this game. I just told you. So they'll all build up at the same level. They'll all be knights at one point. And eventually they'll get to them other levels. But I didn't overfixate on one character. I just started moving around, finding my play style with these characters. So I got a couple that I can rely on that I actually have fun playing. So it's good. It's a good game. Appreciate y'all for getting me on that shit. And you give me a hand up yesterday, actually helping me out, running with me. Because now we got some of the same shared experiences with this dumb motherfucker cussing in the chat. Ew! You're fucking my heel. Like, God damn, man, shut up. Shut the fuck up with that shit. He can't see you. He can't see you. He can't hear you, dumbass. Fucking hell, that dude was losing his shit and he just sounded like a bitch. Anyway. Thank you, Beastly. Any final thoughts? I can close this out.
Yeah, no final thoughts.
All right, Lord Magneto.
All right.
I just upgraded my Magneto to that purple suit, so
I
got to start playing him regularly now. I had the coin, so I went ahead and got it. So I need that House of M magic because Magneto my dude, man. Got to do that.
All right.
So appreciate you coming out, Beast.
Drop it down.
It was the Beastly Nerd. I put his link. It's still in the chat. For Beastly Nerd, welcome to the Danger Room. I got his videos. That motherfucker be playing that shit. So if you're in the Marvel Rivals, if you be nice, maybe he'll let you join his faction. If he starts another one. I do not have a faction, and I'm not looking to run a faction. I just want to play the game and be able to enjoy it. So I will pop in on random shit. I usually play quick play. Not under artisanmc. But my gamer tag is different. But I'll be on that shit. I won't be talking shit to you. I talk shit to myself. I don't waste time cussing at people over the internet. It's not what I'm there for. This season of my last war game completely ripped off Doom. I got Spice and Sand Wars. You're not even trying to be original. It's got to be illegal. Got sandworms and Beetlejuice. Just saying. Their mouth open up kind of the same way. Good shit coming out of it. Maybe. But look, the last season of Bad Batch ripped off Dune too, because they had snow worms. Whatever. It's apparently if you good and original, people will rip your ass off. So I guess there's something in that if you're the person getting ripped off. Exactly what? I'm not sure. Like I said, I go back and forth with this shit. It's an honor. It's a privilege. It's absolutely irritating and disrespectful. Gay decide. Haven't made a definitive decision on it. I guess it just depends on the mood. But it will happen. Just if you recognize that shit, you need to understand that the people doing it are not original. So you support them as you support them. I personally don't like supporting unoriginality. I don't. So I call it out when I see it. I don't think it needs to grow. They have the water of life too. It's a sickness. Did they call it the water of life? I don't know if they can do that. I don't know. Doom been in the public domain for a while. There's still a license though, I believe they own. Oh well, water is water. Can't copyright water. Unless you Dasani or Crystal Geyser or Evian or some shit like that. It is what it is. You just act accordingly. Anyway, that has been the hero's journey for today. Thank you guys for coming through when you did. Shout out to the people who showed up on the panel. Charles Faulkner, Beastly Nerd, Rainfire Designs, G Serotonin, AB Media, Birthday Boy Weekend. And who did I miss? I don't miss anybody else. No. Shout out to the people who support Rosie coming through, dropping a 50 spot on me. Appreciate that, Rosie. Sorry you lost your comics and shit. But nothing is ever lost. Just waiting to be reclaimed again. But you and your dogs is good, so everything else is good too. Your house got burnt a bit. You own a house. So hopefully that can get fixed too. Who else supported? I closed my book. Beastly Nerd, Rosie. What the fuck did I write here? I must have got dyslexic all of a sudden. Oh, UIP Studio. Jesus. Well, my hands don't work. Studio, appreciate you guys for supporting the stream. This is done on what you guys do to support, so I do appreciate that. YouTube appreciates it too. If you choose to support the stream, banner across the bottom of the screen is for you, not for me. $ artisanmc on Cash App or PayPal, or Super Chat. YouTube likes they cut. It's always nice. But I will see you guys next Sunday. It's not the 9th. It is the 2nd. So I got 2 more weeks before we do this 9.5 week stream with Malika Me Bain and Trust. So I have my book here. I'm going to finish reading that. And I look forward to that stream. I already got my background ready. I got a background and some other stuff. I'm getting ready for that stream because I'm actually looking forward to it because I like these two and their strong opinions. There you go. Let's see if you can see that. Oh, spoiler alert. Yeah, you can't see it. It should be better when there's more people on the panel than that, so you can see more of the picture. But I'm working on the shit. Anyway, this has been the Hero's Journey. I do this every Sunday from 11 until it ends. Rain or shine, home or not. This is where I'll be come Sunday. Apologize for starting late today, but I didn't realize the internet was acting up. But with that, I will see you guys. There it is. I will see you guys next time. Peace.